Here we go. All right. Well, good morning, everybody, and welcome to day 3 of Local Parks Technical Review. My name is Carl Jacobs at the Recreation Conservation Office. We have a full day of projects. Our volunteer advisory committee is here ready to help us out. And our first applicant of the day from Washougal is here. So good morning and welcome.
Good morning.
Michelle, are you going to present this one?
Yes, myself and Nate from City of Washougal.
Hi there.
Okay, great. Good morning. Can you see your PowerPoint okay?
I do. Do you want me to practice the moving it
Excellent.
real quick?
Yeah, well, I gotta hand you control. I'm gonna turn off my video just during the presentation and find you on the list. There you are. All right, go ahead and click on the screen and see if you can activate that.
Yep, perfect.
Looks good. All right, well, go ahead whenever you're ready. You have 12 minutes.
All right, great. Thank you so much. So thank you very much for the review board and giving us this opportunity to present our project. So we are presenting this project, which is going to be a City of Washougal downtown park. And Washougal is located in Clark County, and this park will be located in the town center area of Washougal. So Washougal has a population of 17,039, and we also have rivers around us, which Washougal River is in our backyard and the Columbia River is right before us. So the information that you're looking at here is from the comprehensive plan, and it talks about our park inventory. So you can see from this map that the new downtown park will be located right in the middle of the city, centrally located. So some things to describe this project: the goals: enhancement of quality of life in Washougal and promoting recreation, providing a variety of passive and active recreation, and increasing park accessibility. The project amenities are urban green spaces, splash pads, playgrounds, covered seating, ADA accessibility, and inviting to all ages. So when we did our comprehensive plan, we found that we had some definite needs in our area. So the area that we were looking at developing is in this picture, and you will see that there is underutilized parcels with utilities already there, and the city also owns all these parcels, so we can go ahead and create a splash pad and dog park area, which are features that were lacking in City of Washougal. So a little bit about our city. Right here is Reflection Plaza, and that is currently our downtown park, which is 0.2 acres. And as I mentioned before, we have a population of 17,039. So we have completely outgrown the space for a downtown event area for recreation. Our new park is going to be located up in this area. So this is our community center right here, and this parcel right here will be the dog park. And then we will have rolling doors to an outdoor seating area, along with a playground and splash pad area. So the need and local priority is, this is currently the hub of our downtown, which has City Hall, the community center, which will continue to provide value services when this park is developed. Again, as I mentioned before, open spaces. We will be utilizing underutilized spaces in this project, and the project will be creating a splash pad, playground, outdoor recreation, and space for Pocket Park.
Thanks, Michelle. The Town Center Revitalization Project sits adjacent to the city's community center and town hall. The aerial image on the left is the site's existing conditions, and the plan rendering on the right shows the entirety of the Town Center Revitalization Plan. The plan has been informed by extensive city planning and community outreach efforts that have identified, prioritized, and documented all the community needs in the 2021 Comprehensive Parks and Recreation Plan. 7 key goals outlined in this plan, in combination with continued community engagement and planning, have informed the plan's framework, visioning process, naturalistic theme, guiding principles, and goals and objectives. Next. Within the Town Center Revitalization Plan is the Town Center Park, serving as the core of the project. The Town Center Park's core includes a playground, pocket park, outdoor recreation area, and splash pad. These components will bring art, interpretive features, year-round interest, and missing recreation opportunities and park space to the downtown core, all contributing to the enrichment of the community. Next. To increase safety for the Town Center Park, the existing low-traffic D Street will be abandoned to prevent pedestrian and vehicular conflicts and increase safety. The playground will replace an underutilized gravel parking lot. The pocket park will replace an abandoned community garden, and the splash pad and outdoor recreation area will replace exhausted parking lots. They are planned to be relocated within the project and will also beautify the entrance into the City Hall and Community Center. Next. Shown here is a 3D visualization of the Town Center Park. This is the core of the Town Center Revitalization Plan and the area that the RCO has the opportunity to help create. Next. As identified in the city's 2021 Comprehensive Parks and Rec Plan, a vital component of this project's success is meeting community needs. The community needs identified in that plan align with RCO goals and objectives to sustainably create, preserve, and protect natural resources and enhance outdoor recreation through partnerships, education, and community outreach. The Town Center Park will provide accessible, safe recreation resource opportunities, consider mobility, visibility, security, sensory experience, universal access, and multi-generational activities. And of course, safety and SEPTED guidelines will be implemented. The project will maximize opportunities for public enjoyment by creating moments for meaningful socialization, active and passive recreation, variation of experience, and it has scalability of space to support different types of community events. The project will serve as the community hub, connecting, activating, and fostering partnerships with the downtown core, community center, library, and existing Reflection Plaza that Michelle mentioned is needing growth. The town park is really strategically planned to create a unified network of public spaces to promote and facilitate these community events. And to support these events, durable, resilient, and lush materials have been selected to provide longevity, efficiency of maintenance, attractiveness, all enhancing existing community assets and supporting the growth of the vibrant community that is Washougal. As noted in the Town Center Park, components included various types of recreation amenities, the playground, and that will provide natural material play features aligning with the project theme, synthetic turf for universal access. Pocket Park will bring a flexible lawn, various seating opportunities, game activities, weather protection, food cart infrastructure, and less vegetation. The accessible splash pad will be engaging for people of all ages and abilities. It'll provide basalt stacks with cascading water, a fog plaza, and various scales and sizes of water jets. Interactive art will also be integrated, and lighting will be provided for year-round interest. And the outdoor recreation event space will have string lights for evening use, an interior-exterior connection to the community center, and will be flexible for various types of events. Next. The naturalistic theme and design vernacular of the project was determined by the community. Shown here are representative images of the community engagement process that help the community visually communicate their preference for what the project character should be. Next. Shown here are representative images of the great research efforts completed and the informative stakeholder meetings held. Image left is a rug created from a local historic traveling loom, demonstrating the city's weaving heritage. Image center is a representative of the process of integrating Washougal's rich history into the core of the project. And image right shows the proposed surface materials connecting to Washougal's woven history and serving as the fabric of the city that would support continued growth, economic development, and create sense of place. So the community vision is in place, and aligning the vision with the project means is in process. The current project costs exceed budget by $900,000. The deficit is planned to be covered by RCO grant, value engineering, and bid alternates. This cost information is based on our 60% design documents, and the estimate was prepared by an independent professional cost estimating firm in February of 24. Next. Here we have an overview of the project schedule. We're currently in design and approximately 60% complete. Design will conclude in August of 24. We're also in our permitting process. We've completed our pre-application. Land use has been submitted and is in review. We plan to submit engineering review in August of 24. Bidding will begin in November of 24, and construction of the park core will begin late 2025 and concluding in early 2026.
Okay, so another part of our outreach was project engagement. So we had about 500 responses on an online survey, which helped design and develop the park. And in November, we had a virtual open house in 2023, in-house open house March of 24. And we did project update deliverables via fact sheets, project website, email blasts, and social media. So this has been one of the most popular projects in the city of Washougal. Again, the public outreach was Camas Post, Columbia, and all sorts of excitement around this project. So some of the public outreach we did that we held in March of 2024, we solicited feedback from the members, and it was one of the largest public open houses that the city has ever had. We received positive feedback and took that information and put it into our design. Along with the survey helped us figure out what the kinds of design implements we wanted to have in this park. Again, we heard natural materials, bringing in our history of Washougal and actually embracing the site design. Again, as I had mentioned before, we had 200 letters of support, and the stakeholder engagement meetings were super important. And this support was Washougal Business Associations, the Port, City of Camas, Washougal Art Alliance, and many more. Sustainable design efforts was the splash pad design uses recyclable systems, landscaping using drought-tolerant species, full on-site stormwater infiltration, pedestrian and transit, which was right in front of our project, and Adopt the Park program. So again, downtown improvement efforts you can see on this page. And as I mentioned before, we will be having Adopt the Park and Dog Paw, which are going to be two of our sustainable efforts that will help us maintain this park long term. Dog Paw will also maintain and replace the doggy bags for the dog park. So the cost efficiencies are ARPA funding, park impact fee, park foundation, and hopefully the RCO grant. Please disregard this slide because this is one we'll be taking out when we do our final review because it's information that the review committee won't need. Thank you so much for considering our project, and do you have any questions?
Great, thanks you guys. Nice presentation. Thoughts from the committee? Genevieve, go ahead.
Hi guys, I thought that was a great presentation. It was really easy to follow. Had all the information basically we're looking for, but I had one suggestion on slide 7. I think you were relying on your cursor on slide 7 to show us sort of where the proposed project area is and where a few things are, and I couldn't see your cursor. It's weird. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. So maybe adding some labels like right over the actual inventory on the map would be helpful for this slide. And then my only other thought was when you talk about some of the design elements, you referred often to community events. Maybe show us where in the project site you imagine those community events happening, because I saw a splash pad and a dog park, but it wasn't clear to me where the community events would take place.
Yeah, that's great feedback.
Yeah, thank you.
Great, thank you. Go ahead, Jill, and then Roxanne.
Hi there. Great presentation. Thank you. It looks like you addressed that you would have a potential scope reduction in your plan due to your budget gap. So I guess I would just maybe think about, because that could affect the elements provided in your application, perhaps. And if it doesn't, then that's fine. Just address it that way. If it does, then of course you'd want to change the amenities that would be provided.
Yeah.
And then can you go to slide 19 for me, please?
Yeah.
Yeah. On this one, the heat maps or the way that the data is brought forward is kind of hard, because at first glance here, it looks like the splash pad really was not that highly desired. So I would maybe present that in a little different way if you can. Maybe it's just me, but it looked really hard to track unless you're trying to capitalize on the outdoor recreation space. And then that, I think, shows that that score is pretty high. But those are my only comments. Thanks.
Well, and thank you for that too. I was looking at that chart and had the same feeling.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, maybe you can get rid of this thing in the middle and just have your ranking.
Yeah, I totally
But we're
agree.
not trying to figure out what this color scheme means. It's just have here's your ranking. That might be more clear.
Yeah.
Roxanne, go ahead, and then Dennis.
Yeah, overall, great presentation. It's really clear and flows well. There's there's a little bit, I think, on the need that can be tightened up and have more clarity about what you want us to take away from slides 6 and 7 as to why this project matters so much for your system. There were some things that were verbally said once you were into scope and once you were in design, which were actually need related things that you were introducing new as opposed to reinforcing at that point in time. And because you get, points in categories that based on where we are in the presentation, I think really looking at how you can tighten that up a little bit. And I noticed on the one that was just there, so if you back up one, it had said, the dog park says proposed, but then it's not, the dog park isn't a scope of this work. And there was a lot I was trying to interpret about what you were trying to tell me that I didn't really clearly get the project, what the scope is and why it's important until you were in scope or design. So feed me a little bit tighter upfront.
Gotcha.
Great, thanks. Go ahead, Dennis.
Yeah, I had the same thing on slide number 7, where it was just it was hard for me to figure out what the actual proposed site was. Just because I just need it like different colored and possibly like shaded in so we can like really zero in onto it would be super helpful. If you can go to slide 11. On this one, can you just label what everything is? I spent way too much time trying to figure out when you were talking about it to what it was associated with. Because you do it really great, I think, in a couple slides later where you label each aspect of it. I think that would just be really helpful. And then on slide 14, yeah, this is the one that kind of like showed everything, but I feel like you can do a little bit more and kind of walk us through each element a little bit better. It's hard for me to like envision what you guys have for a playground rather than just a generic playground. So kind of, I think, walk us through like the elements of the playground and then the elements of the splash pad, kind of just a little bit more, I think would be super helpful. And then same with slide 19, I would just show the data differently or get rid of the heat map distribution in the center of it. That's pretty much it. And then also, if you're gonna point something out using a cursor, just use a static way to point it out. We can't always see the cursor, so it's been a pretty common feedback.
Yeah, I kind of thought the cursor was maybe not showing up, but
Yeah, it's kind of hit and miss with Zoom. Sometimes we see it, sometimes we don't. So thanks, Dennis. Jill, you got something else?
Just another quick note, when I was looking at the PRISM information, it looks like you have phase 2 listed as what would be executed under this grant. But then there's the next sentence says phase 1 includes the dog park. And then I was under the impression that the dog park was part of this application because you talked about the partnership later on with the doggy bags. So I would just make sure that whatever you're presenting or what you're requesting funds for is what's listed. Or just maybe check that description real quick.
yep.
Yeah, that's good. Thanks, Jill. Any other thoughts or comments on this one?
This is
Somebody mentioned
so
something about the
helpful.
budget, which I mentioned too, because you made it like here it says basically everything's secured, obviously, except this grant. But you had made a comment during your early on in your presentation about relying on value engineering. You're already over budget or something like that. So anyway, just clarify that, because it looks like your budget's secured, but then what you were saying was something a little different. So anyway, just something to clean up. All righty. Well, thanks, you guys. Appreciate it. We will
Yeah.
see you again in August for the final presentation, and you'll be getting some written comments as well.
Thank you so much, guys, and have a great afternoon.
Thank
Okay,
you all.
thanks.
Really appreciate all the feedback. Have a great day.
Bye.
Okay, bye. All right, moving over to Malaga, Chelan County. Looks like Mike is here. Presenting
Hey,
this one, Mike.
Yeah, and who's that speaking?
Great. What's that?
Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can. Who's that? Who are you? I can't tell on my Zoom screen who you are.
Oh, my name's Carl Jacobs.
Oh, Carl. Okay. Yeah,
Yeah.
thanks. Yeah, great.
Yeah, it's been a while, but yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe, yeah, you may not have all the participants list pulled up or something. So can you see your PowerPoint okay, Mike?
Yeah, I sure can. Are you going to advance the slides?
I can, or I can give you control. What do you prefer?
Why don't you go ahead?
Okay, I will. All right. Well, whenever you're ready, go ahead, and you've got 12 minutes.
Yeah, thank you guys. So Mike Caputa, I'm the director of the Chelan County Natural Resources Department. I'm going to present to you the Malaga Waterfront Park acquisition. This is a phase 2 project. I will just tell you all in advance that we had some issues with the photo sizes in our presentation. And so I had to take, unfortunately, a lot of the photos out and a fair amount of the design plans out of this. And so we may not have the same kind of presentation. I will say that we gave this presentation, a very similar one, 2 years ago, and we've acquired some property for the Malaga Waterfront Park under the local parks program. And so we're basically applying for funds to acquire another piece of property just to the east of the properties we've already acquired. So we did do a fair amount of work last time on shoring up the presentation, and it's helpful for me to listen in on some of them to see what you guys are looking for. So I think what I'll do is I will walk through this, and then I'll just acknowledge that, you know, some slides, they look unfinished. I know what they're going to look like, but I couldn't get to sort of reducing the photo size. So Carl, my apologies for that, because it looks like if you scroll through it, it looks like about half of a presentation because I have a bunch of placeholders for the photos that we're going to put back in.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah. So next slide. Yeah. So just to orient you to where we are, right? So welcome to Chelan County. Malaga is a small unincorporated community south of the city of Wenatchee. So you just follow the Columbia River all the way down about 10 miles south of Wenatchee. If you've been down there, you know, the Kalakam and the Tarpiskin, and it's pretty interesting area down there. Nice community down there. And then you can see on the inset map, just a little closer, you know, where Malaga is in relation to Wenatchee, East Wenatchee, and the small town of Rock Island. You can travel from Rock Island on Highway 28 over to Quincy as well. So not sure how familiar folks are with the area, but that's where we are. Next slide. Yeah, so this is one of the slides where we will introduce the project and talk about the different project elements. I'm going to show you some of those in a subsequent slide, but we actually have a pretty nice overview to introduce the project, and we have some photos. We did a drone flight of this area, and so we have some really nice photos that show sort of the surrounding area and the property that we're trying to acquire. Next slide. We have a fair amount of demographic information to talk about the public need. Some of this needs to be updated. We're getting pretty close in Malaga to having a population that of over 5,000, and there is some discussion about establishing an urban growth area in Malaga. So we have a lot of demographic information, some of which needs to be updated. I'll need to review the Washington Tracking Network ranks as well. I think they're pretty much the same. I don't think that database had been updated since 2 years ago, but we'll double check on those as well. I would say one thing about Malaga that is pretty interesting here is, ever since COVID, this area has seen this sort of rapid real estate price increase and a lot of growth. And so folks kind of came over here and stayed. And so we're seeing quite a bit of growth, and particularly in Malaga. Malaga was the kind of the last place to buy affordable housing. That's not really the case anymore, but pretty substantial growth that we're seeing in Malaga. Next slide. We have a lot of information on population trends, looking at underserved populations, Latino population, population over 65. And so we have trends and numbers, Washington state numbers in the Malaga Census Division as well. Next slide. A little more detail on the underserved populations, particularly in Malaga, pretty high in comparison to sort of the rest of the county and Washington State. Next slide. On the public need side, we have 3 plans that we will reference and talk about. Probably the main thing, the main plan we focus on is under our Shoreline Master Program, we developed a waterfront public access plan, and we'll have some photos and we'll show you some citations from that plan. But it pointed out that the Malaga community was the highest need community for shoreline public access. It's the only community across the county that doesn't have public access to the shoreline, despite it being right on the Columbia River. So we'll be able to show that. It's also substantiated in the county's comprehensive plan. And there's also a Malaga sub-area vision document that talks about the need for parks and shoreline public access for Malaga. Next slide. In terms of public need and opportunities for health improvements, one thing that the county is participating in, and I'll have a couple graphics around this, but we have the Apple Capitol Loop Trail around Wenatchee. It's about 10 miles of loop trail that is on both sides of the Columbia River, crosses over the bridges over to East Wenatchee. And then there's you can see that what we call the Rocky Reach Extension, number 1 up there. But we are currently working with the Chelan-Douglas Transportation Council on a countywide pathways plan. And we're designing this right now. We're going to connect the loop trail pathway from Wenatchee and go all the way down to Malaga, with the terminus being at the Malaga Riverfront Park. So we're pretty excited about that, and we'll be excited to share more information with you on that. Next slide. We have a fair amount of information and a number of photos. These are some of the photos I had to take out. Opportunities for health improvements, based on some of the public engagement that we did, and some of the opportunities there. So we'll have a fair amount to share with you there. Next slide. I really wanted to focus on this project scope, just so there was clarity around kind of what we're doing here. So this is something we've been working with RCO on the scope of our project. We had originally, in our first application under local parks, submitted to acquire basically all of the property that you're looking at here in green, orange, and red. And what we found when we got the appraisals back is that the amount that we had requested was much less than the appraised values for the parcel. So we had to rescope local parks grant, and we've basically been able to acquire the properties that are included in phase 1 in the green. And then our application is to acquire the property in orange, which is what we're calling phase 2. It's very likely that phase 3 is going to be a few years off because the property owner wants quite a bit more than we can pay for phase 3. But phase 1 and 2 will get us kind of the central components of the park. One thing we had to do is we had to move the boat launch. And I'll have some updated slides for you during the presentation in August that will describe kind of some of the design changes here. But that's it. I just wanted to focus on, for what we call phase 2. That's the property that we're trying to buy. And that's the property that's the subject of this application. Next slide. In the project, for a project scope, we'll be able to talk about sort of the amenities and the priorities that we heard from the community, both Caucasian priorities and the Latino priorities for the park. Next slide. Immediacy of threat. We have a lot of information about the growth in Malaga, the development pressures there. It's a great time to be setting up a park because we're seeing a lot of land acquisition going on down in Malaga. Next slide. Part of that is from Microsoft. Microsoft is establishing some data centers south of Malaga, and there's a lot of new development. Some of the employees who are going to work there are going to live in Malaga. And so there's been an extraordinary amount of land acquisition, which has been driving the prices up as well down in Malaga. Next slide. I think I talked about this pretty well. We'll have more numbers on like what the actual impact to Malaga has been from Microsoft coming. Next slide. Site suitability. We have a number of analyses that we've done to compare all of the shoreline properties that we had considered for the Malaga Waterfront Park. Next slide. One of the things that we did was a velocity analysis on the Columbia River to make sure that we were purchasing property that was the most suitable, for swimming and for non-motorized boating and for the boat ramp. And so we have a really nice flow analysis map that we'll be able to show you. Next slide. We can talk about expansion. It's really that phase 3 would be the potential expansion of the park, if and when that landowner is willing to sell to us at a reasonable price. But we'll be able to show you the kind of the new revised park design, and we'll be able to talk more specifically about expansion. Next slide. We have a lot of letters of support from the partnership, and the partnership is something I'll have a few slides in the very beginning. This is really a partnership between Chelan County PUD, who is going through relicensing now for the Rock Island Dam. They're going to be contributing some funding to this as part of the pre-project licensing mitigation responsibilities. And then we're working with the Malaga Calacum Community Council, which is a local nonprofit. So that's kind of the triumvirate of the partnership who's been working on the park and doing the community engagement. Next slide. We have a number of graphs and photos we can show you about all of the community engagement activities and all the exercises we went through to understand and incorporate community interest and community priorities into the park design. Next slide. Yeah, and we'll be able to show like the differences between different populations and what they wanted and what they desired in this area and how we incorporated that. Next slide. Cost efficiencies. We will show you sort of the full picture of cost efficiencies and where the funding is coming from for different park components. I think go ahead to the next slide. And so this is the old slide that we have, but what we'll show you in August would be the amount of funding that's coming from a couple different county contributions, the PUD contribution. I mean, all told, you know, we have about $8 million that's committed to the project, and so we'll be able to show that and detail that for you. Next slide. Yeah, and that's that. So again, my apologies that we have kind of half of a presentation there, but we had considered maybe not doing the review today, but I didn't want to miss the opportunity to at least get in front of you guys to at least have an initial conversation.
Great, thanks, Mike.
Thanks.
Suggestions on this one? Chaz, go ahead. And then
Yeah.
Jill.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, you have some work to do in your presentation. I suspect it was a bit long, Carl.
About
Yeah.
a minute and a half over, yeah.
Okay.
So you have to, yeah.
All right. I think actually this slide is perfect. I mean, I would actually start with this slide and kind of giving us that overview as you kind of jump into telling us exactly what it is that the piece of property that you're acquiring. I would also recommend maybe taking a look at some of the YouTube videos of other presenters so you can kind of get a format. So a lot of the titles that you have on here are a little bit outdated. I mean, they changed even from a couple years ago. So you want to go back and look at those and make sure that they're consistent with what we're looking at as we're going through the different elements to give you points. And I think that's all I got.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, thanks, Chaz. Go ahead, Jill, and then Roxanne.
Yeah, on this one, I can see you definitely have like a cohesive plan for what you want to do with the different purchases. I think I would zero in more on the area that you would be purchasing and maybe fade the other two out, just so it's clear what you're proposing to do and that it's just an acquisition only. And Chad's got the other stuff, so that's all.
Yeah, thank you. That's a great idea to
Yeah.
kind of shade the other properties. Yeah.
Yeah, so you had good background, and not everybody on the committee has been in other phases. So this really is a phase 2 acquisition. So keep us kind of grounded there, even though you end up talking about the site and bigger pictures. The same thing, this budget and what's in Prism is just for the acquisition. So making sure your cost efficiency just speaks to that, how you are buying the property in this, and with the immediacy of threat is while there's growth all around you, is this owner holding it for you? Or are they inclined to turn it over to other uses, like specifically why the action needs to come now? And as I said, the flow and the manual is a little bit different now. In particular, I think your public engagement pieces, we're following just exactly down that manual. So we're looking for the information to hit in a certain order. And even if you circle back or include it somewhere else, it's harder for us to track, which means it's harder to give the points. So really kind of look at that piece to keep us on track and use your time well. I'll tell you, I think the site suitability as to why these were chosen for your waterfront, and it's being the only public waterfront, is some of your best story to tell. So keep it tight around that.
Thank you.
Thanks, Roxanne. Yeah, Mike, the criteria was updated a little bit. There's some that are the same, but some were removed and some were revised. And so, yeah, take a look at the manual. They're in there now. We are gonna next week. We'll do a big notice to everybody. We're going to reformat the numbering. The content's not going to change. They're just going to get so if you look in there now, you'll see what it is, and then we're just going to do a little bit of a renumbering. So yeah, I think a lot of the information's good, but you'll need to relabel your slides and move it into the right place. All right, thanks everyone. Thanks, Mike, for joining us. There is a way pretty easy to compress the size of your images and photos in PowerPoint. So anyway, you might already know that, but happy to help if you need. There's a little compress feature in there. So
yeah, no, I got that. Lon was going to kill me for not doing that ahead of time, but it's just
yeah.
I just got pinched on time. So yeah, okay.
Yep, no
Thank
worries.
you guys. Yeah, thank you guys for your time. Much appreciated.
Okay, great. Thanks. We'll see you later.
Yeah, bye.
All right, we're at a break. 10 o'clock, right on time. Look at that. See you back here 10:15 and for a project from Seattle. Hey everyone. Hey Nathan, are you presenting this one?
Yes, I will be.
All right, great. Welcome.
Does my mic sound clear?
Yeah, I can hear okay. Looks like I'm getting some head nods there from everyone.
Great, thank you.
All right, you can see your PowerPoint.
Yes.
Great. I'm going to pass you controls if you'd like to. Then you can advance your own slides. Go ahead and click on the screen and see if you can take that now. There we go. All right, well, whenever you're ready, you can start and you have 12 minutes.
Perfect, thank you. Good morning. My name is Nathan DePinto. I am a capital grant analyst at the Seattle Parks and Recreation. Thank you for this opportunity to present our project at Dr. Jose Rizal Park. This is a great opportunity to transform this existing space into a full amenity park that can serve the growing Beacon Hill community. Dr. Jose Rizal Park is strategically located in Seattle on the west side of Beacon Hill, south of the International District. The park offers stunning views of downtown Seattle and Elliott Bay, making it a popular spot for both locals and visitors. The park is named after Dr. Jose Rizal, a national hero of the Philippines, reflecting its cultural significance to the Filipino community in Seattle. The area surrounding Dr. Jose Rizal Park is rich in green spaces, offering a variety of scenic views of the city. The park is located within walking distance for approximately 3,600 people, making it an accessible recreational spot for many residents. Among these residents, 563 are under the age of 20, and approximately 20% are older adults, which is 7% higher than the Seattle average. This highlights the importance of having a diverse and accessible park with amenities that can cater to both young families and older adults. In July, the neighborhood will see the opening of 270 affordable housing units directly across the street from the park. The student development will also host both childcare facilities and assisted living facilities. Despite the abundance of green spaces, it is important to note that the area significantly lacks active recreation space. Dr. Jose Rizal Park is the only space capable of offering such amenities, and without renovation, these residents will not receive the recreational services they need. This deficiency limits opportunities for physical activities, play, community events, and gatherings. The park currently offers amazing views of downtown Seattle, but contains elements that need improvement. These include a small, outdated player area, restrooms, a parking lot, an amphitheater, and inactivated green spaces. Additionally, the communities conveyed the need to increase the visibility of the park to discourage unwanted behaviors. The goals of this project are to use a holistic design to revamp current amenities and improve accessibility while including elements that increase visibility and activate the entire space, creating a welcoming environment for the growing community and visitors alike. Near Dr. Jose Rizal Park, there are several other parks, including Surgis Park, Lewis Park, Dejan Park, and Katie Black's Garden. While these parks offer access to the outdoors, they only consist of open green spaces and lack active recreation opportunities such as playgrounds and community spaces. The closest park with such amenities are over 10 minutes away, making them less convenient for residents seeking immediate access to active recreation. As the surrounding parks lack dedicated play areas for children and other structured recreational facilities, Dr. Jose Rizal Park stands out as the perfect candidate for renovation. Its potential to serve the growing community is unmatched. Upgrading the park will offer a comprehensive range of upgraded amenities, including play areas for multiple age groups, accessible restrooms, and multifunctional spaces for various activities and community events. Survey results revealed that residents cherish Dr. Jose Park for its breathtaking views and natural beauty, often gathering here to participate in community events and socialize with friends and family. However, the outdated play areas are underutilized, highlighting a significant opportunity to revitalize these spaces and make them more inviting for children and families to enjoy. This is especially important with the upcoming opening of the housing development and childcare facilities, which will have the capacity to serve over 124 children per day. As pictured, we can see the amazing views, but also the outdated play area that lacks the appeal modern play areas have. Looking at inspirational concepts provided by our new Elevate initiative, which I will touch on in the next slide, Dr. Jose Rizal Park is envisioned to become a vibrant hub of recreation, community, and culture. With a full set of renovated amenities, we expect the park will be used for a wide range of activities, including play, enjoying viewpoints, outdoor recreation, community and cultural events, performances, and so much more. Elevate is a new program that is redefining the way Seattle Parks and Recreation engages the community during the early stages of a project. Dr. Jose Rizal Park has been the first pilot project. We have learned a lot and are excited to continue with the program on future projects. The program selects a community member who will work closely with our park designers, ensuring that the views of the community are at the core of the project. Eric Alapia was selected through an extensive proposal process and has provided inspiration and conceptual designs for the Dr. Jose Rizal project, incorporating elements of Filipino culture, which is prominent in the Beacon Hill community. This collaborative approach ensures that the renovated park reflects the cultural heritage and values of the residents. Alongside the Elevate program, community meetings and surveys have also identified the need for updated amenities, increased safety, and enhanced accessibility. Additionally, I would like to highlight that there are over 270 affordable housing units set to open and begin leasing in July, which will greatly increase the population and demand for outdoor recreation in the area. These units are directly across the street. The project also aligns perfectly with our open space plan, which aims to create and maintain accessible and vibrant recreation spaces for all of our residents. Our asset management plan prioritizes the development and enhancement of existing parks and areas with high demand for recreational facilities. By focusing on improving Dr. Jose Rizal Park, we are addressing the needs of a growing community and ensuring that the park remains a valuable asset for future generations. The project scope includes several key elements designed to enhance the park's functionality and appeal. Inspired by Mount Baker Ridge Viewpoint Park and West Woodland Park Playground, this park will provide the community with upgraded viewpoints, play areas for all ages, community spaces for gathering and events, and expanded recreation space. Additionally, the park will keep its existing cultural layers that highlight Filipino culture and history. Improved accessibility will also be a significant focus of the project. Although it is a great challenge due to the site's natural terrain, we are committed to adjusting pathway slopes and grading within the park to enhance accessibility. In addition to the pathways, all other elements and amenities will be designed with accessibility in mind, ensuring that everyone, regardless of mobility, can enjoy the park. Now let's look at the project design. It's important to note that the project is still in design phase, so some elements may change location as we refine our plans. In the northern section of the park will focus on renovating the existing restrooms to be modern and fully accessible, ensuring they meet our current standards. The parking lot will also be reduced in size to create additional recreation space. An accessible parking stall will be added to ensure that visitors with mobility challenges can easily access the park. The newly created space from the reduced parking lot will lead into the community and play area. This area will include a covered community space and play areas for ages 2 to 5 and 5 to 12. This space will also house the existing bust of Dr. Jose Rizal, whom the park is named after. It is important to note that retaining Filipino cultural elements in the project design is not only a key focus for the community, but also a central aspect of the Elevate program. This emphasis ensures that the park reflects and honors the cultural heritage of the Beacon Hill community, providing a space that is both meaningful and welcoming to its residents. Lastly, the lawn area will be redesigned to transition into a section with multiple access points, enhancing and improving the ease of movement throughout the park. These access points will lead directly into the existing amphitheater, making it more accessible and inviting for the community for events and performances. The project is expected to cost under $4 million in total. The budget estimate was prepared by one of our in-house certified landscape architects, and they utilized our comprehensive database of previous projects to ensure accuracy. If funding is secured, construction is anticipated to start and will be completed by the end of 2026. This timeline reflects our commitment to delivering the project efficiently while maintaining the highest standards of quality and design. Community involvement has been a key component of our planning process. Through numerous community meetings and the Elevate Design Initiative, we have engaged with a diverse range of the local population and have identified several needs. The need for play areas of all ages, the need for high visibility and park activation, and the need for community space. The Elevate Design Initiative has been a significant part of this process, bringing a community member to work closely with our park planners. This collaboration ensures that the design reflects the diverse community's needs and aspirations, making Dr. Jose Rizal Park a true community asset. Community engagement has highlighted the importance of the views and cultural aspects of Dr. Jose Rizal Park. Through Elevate, our design concepts have been significantly influenced by Filipino culture and ensuring that these cultural elements are preserved and celebrated. Additionally, the views and natural beauty of the park are central to our design. Throughout the project, we also plan to continually engage with various partners, including the Elevate program, SCIPTA, El Centro, and the Filipino community. The project design will also include several factors that not only enhance the park's usability, but also positively impact the environment. One key aspect is the landscape design, which will be carefully planned to improve stormwater management within the park. This will help reduce runoff and prevent erosion. The planned improvements will create a space where community and cultural events, such as the yearly Jose Rizal Jazz Festival, can continue to flourish. These will bring the community together and connect each other. The improved park will continue to attract visitors, enhancing its role as a community hub. The community is already talking about the possibility of future farmers markets, which will further contribute to the local economy. Lastly, through the Elevate Design Initiative, our community partner, Eric LPO, has provided countless hours of conceptual work and inspiration that has been invaluable to the process of redesigning and renovating Dr. Jose Rizal Park. This deep connection to the community has ensured that the park's redesign truly reflects the needs and values of its residents. Without this partnership, it is unlikely the park design would be as representative and inclusive as it is planned to be. I would like to thank you for your time and open the floor with any questions.
Great, thank you, Nathan. All right, questions, suggestions on this one? Go back to site plan here. Roxanne, go ahead.
Great. There's a lot of really good information in visuals as you work through it. There was a lot in the introduction that you might actually want to place into need, because need is a scoring criteria versus the introduction. And then especially really show that part about the older adults and who lives around that area, since you focus on that walkability piece. There was at one point you showed us how much additional green space is around it. And then, you know, the values of the community came back really for view and green space with this one. So probably just to help tighten up that distinction, you did say that this has the possibility to do the active elements and have a better experience. But also you had talked about the quality being fairly diminished in the site. And so once these new improvements are made, how are you going to sustain them being taken care of after they're put into place?
Great.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks,
That's
Roxanne.
super helpful.
Go ahead, Silvana, and then Anne.
On slide 4, you had talked about outdated amenities and visibility issues. And while I like the aerial, I think that you could probably add another slide, or at this point, maybe use the aerial on a different part of the presentation and add some photos of the outdated amenities. You did that later, but I think it would go better to also put it here, so that during the introduction, or you could put it like in the need section. And then on slide 5, I thought this was great for the first 3 points on your slide, but then the last one, the 10-minute walk to the nearest park, it would be nice just to see a map with the closest park that has the same amenities or similar amenities. So you could even there perhaps add another slide with just a overview showing.
Great. Yeah, no, I can definitely zoom that map out and kind of show the distances to the closest parks that offer that would offer similar amenities.
Perfect. Anne, go ahead, and then Chas.
So just a quick thing, I saw that the park plan is a draft. So I'm wondering about the schedule for adoption. Will that be adopted before the formal review in August?
It actually has been adopted. I must have pulled the wrong image on
Okay,
there.
'cause you had blanks for
and can
the,
change
like the
that.
resolution and the,
Oh, I see.
yeah.
That's right here.
Yep.
Yes,
So just a quick update for you.
great. Thank you for bringing that up. Looked over that.
Yeah. Go ahead, Chaz.
Yeah, in addition to, I mean, echoing what Roxanne and Savannah had said, kind of showing that map, the only new thing I have is maybe on your design slide, when you start your design, I don't know what slide number, I forgot to write it down. I think having maybe an intro slide showing the entire kind of design first before you dive into each of these would be kind of helpful to orient us, or orient me anyways, to the entire site design where it's at. Just that one little slide at the beginning, and then say, okay, I'm going to talk about each of these individually in the next series of slides.
Right on. Okay, great.
Yeah, thanks, Chaz.
Thank you.
Other suggestions on this one? Trying to find that arrow. At first, I thought this was the entire park in red, but then I saw, oh, it's actually much bigger. But this is, so that might be something to clarify, that I think there's a steep slope here. So this is your like developed portion of the park.
Yes,
Something
there's some
like that.
trails that lead lower, but the
Okay.
developed portion of the park is that upper level.
The red, yeah, okay. And then I noticed also in your design, there were some steep grades in the middle there on your pathways that are not ADA compliant unless there's, you know, periodic landings and handrails or that sort of thing. So just make sure you are going to be able to meet ADA along those by, you know, making those renovations if needed.
Yeah, this is
Right.
Rachel. I'll chime in that our architect is still working on this site, pretty challenging, so that they're
Okay.
gonna get it
Yeah,
right.
sounds like it. Okay. Great, thanks, Rachel. All right, any final thoughts for Seattle? All right. Well, thank you so much for presenting. You'll get some written comments as well, and then we'll see you again in August for evaluation.
Great. I thank you for the time, and really appreciate the feedback. Looking forward to the next steps.
Great. All right. See you. All right. Heading over Moses Lake, east side, and Doug will be presenting this one. Do you want to advance your slides, or want me to do that for you?
I probably could handle it.
Okay.
And you guys are stuck with listening to me for like 25 minutes. That sucks. I'm sorry.
Two in a row. No, you're going to do great, I'm sure. There you are. All right. See if you
I mean, I'm
can.
going to be awesome, but you got to listen to me for 24 minutes. That's not my problem.
Yeah.
Your problem.
Yeah. See if you can advance your slide there. I tried to get you control. You might have to click. There we go.
Okay. There we
Yeah,
go.
excellent.
I've got it now. All right.
All right. Go for it.
Good morning. My name is Doug Coots. I'm the Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Services Director for the City of Moses Lake, and I am here to present the City of Moses Lake Longview Park Development Project. This project is phase 1 of the development of vacant city-owned land into a park. For those that are not familiar with us, Moses Lake is located in Grant County near the center of Washington State, right off of I-90. Moses Lake is the largest city in Grant County with a population of approximately 26,000 residents. Longview Park is an undeveloped 5.6 acre parcel owned by the city located just north of State Route 17 on Longview Street, shown here in orange. The site is undeveloped land with shrub steppe habitat and some mounds, construction debris left from the neighborhood development. A master plan was recently developed for this property. This grant application represents phase 1 of a multi-phase development of this property into a neighborhood park for this area. The phase 1 development will include additional design services, clearing and grading of the project site, playgrounds for preschool age children, open play area lawn, picnic tables, bike racks, garbage cans, maintenance of the shrub step natural habitat, a conifer buffer planting, and concrete walkway. Criteria number 1, need local priorities. The city of Moses Lake uses 2 benchmarks for parks within the city limits: a half-mile walk to a park and the NRPA median for our size of a city of 9.8 acres of parkland per 1,000 residents. The above map graphically represents a half-mile walk to parks with the Longview site in yellow. This shows that the development of a park on this site will fill a gap in the half-mile walking distance benchmark for the park development for Moses Lake. The second benchmark is 9.8 acres of parkland per 1,000 residents. This table indicates that Moses Lake currently has 8.48 acres of developed parkland available to its residents. The numbers for undeveloped parkland and total parkland show information both with and without the inclusion of the 5.6 acre Longview Park property. Again, while this shows that Moses Lake has more parkland than the NRPA reported median for a community of our size, our developed parkland falls below that target. Adding in the full build out of the park plan for the 5.6 acre park would bring our developed parklands to 8.69 acres per 1,000 residents, closer to the city's target. In reviewing the SCORP data information for this census tract, I did want to highlight that while this tract has a high amount of green space listed, it is geographically not accessible to this specific neighborhood. The neighborhood is cut off on the north side by railroad tracks and to the south by State Route 17. Most of the available green space in this census tract is south of State Route 17, more than a half-mile walk away, and only accessible to this community by car. The need for this specific park was identified in the 2022 Moses Lake Parks Recreation and Open Space Plan and listed under goal number 5, enhance and expand quality park experiences. This was number 5.1.L, consider specific master plans for, amongst other parks, the Longview Park. This master plan was completed from the fall of 23 through the spring of 24 with input from the community and is the substance behind this application. Additionally, the entire Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Plan has been incorporated into the city's comprehensive plan by an annual amendment. So these plans are recognized in that document as well, and all have been approved and accepted by the Park Board and Council. Criteria 2, project scope. The site's existing features are as follows. The location was acquired to fill a gap in the service map for this area. The master plan process identified in the city's planning documents that this was a good target. Property is located in a lower income neighborhood, and the property has construction debris left from the development of the community. The remainder of the site is the shrub step habitat. Those are the existing features. Our overall master plan, based on the community feedback that we received, included inclusive design playgrounds for preschool and school-age children, artificial turf playground surfacing, so it is inclusive, modular pump track, a restroom, drinking fountain, an open play lawn area, futsal court, a basketball court, a large picnic shelter, a grill, picnic tables, bike racks, garbage cans, and maintaining of the shrub step habitat. Again, that's the overall master plan. This grant application is for phase 1. So phase 1 includes the additional design services, the clearing and grading of the project site, playground for the preschool age kids, an open lawn play area with irrigation, picnic tables, bike racks, garbage cans, shrub step natural habitat, the conifer buffer planting along the one side of the site to buffer it for noise and view from the neighboring community, and a concrete walkway. Project design. The design of this park was based on an actual survey of the property and the conditions thereon. All design elements developed in the master plan process were directed by RWD Landscape Architects in a community neighborhood design engagement process. So this entire design was based on the interaction that we had in the open houses that we had with the community. The playgrounds are to be inclusive in design and to have synthetic turf playground surfacing for best access. And the design incorporates the usage of only turf areas deemed necessary to limit the use of potable water for irrigation. The shrub step habitat is maintained on the collars of the project site to also reduce our watering and keep it more natural. Our project design budget. The cost estimates do come from RWD Landscape Architects with more than 20 years of experience in design and in costing of these types of projects. They do include escalation for timeline and grant funding process and construction. And we did include taxes and contingencies within the specific line items. Project has been scaled down to phase 1 to meet a ceiling of the 1.1 million in total project cost based on this grant, an LWCF grant to match, and our local match requirement. Project engagement, criteria 6. Our Moses Lake 2022 master plan, Parks and Recreation Open Space Plan did identify this as a specific goal, and this was some comments that we were receiving from the community on our pros plan process. First, that the Longview area is very undeveloped and needs a better neighborhood. A park would greatly improve the area, and then multiple comments that the Longview Trails Blacks Edition area is underserved and really needs a park. Our community outreach. We held a community open house specific to this park and this project at the Longview School, which all of the residents of that area go to. The elementary school kids go to that school. It was not what we had hoped for in attendance. There was a significant barrier with cultural and language with most of the adult parents in this area. So we did a spinorama move and came back and reached out to the school. We went out to the school and visited with all 6 of the 4th grade classes and had the feedback come from the kids in the 4th grade classrooms. They came out and put dots on what they wanted to see in the park, and that feedback that we received, the incredible amount of feedback we received on that, was incorporated into the final master plan design. Our community partnerships. Currently, we are partnering with the Moses Lake School District on this, Longview Elementary School. We have worked with them very closely in this, and we will be going back to them here after their testing is completed this past week to bring this project back to them for a review and final kind of comments, questions. We also have reached out to numerous other agencies, and I have already received Columbia Basin Boys and Girls Club has sent us letters endorsing this project, and hope to have other endorsement letters here soon. But again, this was identified through a partnership through our community involvement process with both our master plan process and the community open house process. Sustainability, ecological factors. First off, we're going to maintain the shrub steppe habitat on the collars of the project as native species to minimize the impact to and improve the ecological function of the surrounding lands. We're minimizing the use of turf, only those areas deemed necessary to minimize amount of water with potable water to maintain them. And then the conifer buffer planting between the park and the neighboring community will minimize our sound pollution to our neighbors with the future pickleball courts and basketball courts and the noise that is associated with those. Our social and economic factors for sustainability. The new park with the playground and open space provides recreational opportunities for this community, hemmed in by State Route 17 on one side and the railroad tracks on the north. There's no additional park properties available within that half-mile walk, and it provides open space in future phases and large picnic shelter and grill for large community and family events. This was something that was very much requested by the kids in the community there. They wanted to see a place where they could have their family gatherings and barbecues. The economic factors, the smaller grass footprint reduces the city's water usage longer term, reducing future operational costs comparatively with previously designed and implemented parks in Moses Lake. Moses Lake is currently going through water shortages, so we are very, very much looking at any of our park properties and reduction of water usage. Cost efficiencies. The city is applying for 2 grants for phase 1 of this project. This grant for WWRP local parks, as well as the Land and Water Conservation Fund grant. The additional funds would come from the City of Moses Lake's Parks Mitigation Account. The neighborhood is economically disadvantaged area with no real means of financially supporting this project on their own or raising donations. We may look to Rotary clubs and Kiwanis clubs to see if they can help fund some of these with donations, and hopefully I'll have some of that put together for you before August. That's all I have. Here you can see the site photo as well as the phase 1 and overall master plan. I'm happy to answer any questions or take any feedback.
Great, thanks, Doug. All right, what do we got for this one? Chaz, go ahead.
Just terrible, Doug. No, I'm teasing. The only tweak I think I would suggest is if you can go back to slide 7, whoever's driving. It's when you kind of showed the level of service areas. So I think the map on the left, I mean, the overall is fine, but I think it might be better fit to kind of show the map on the right, and then kind of, if you can, get your GIS folks to kind of show what the proposed would do to improve that level of service area for that park.
Yeah, maybe outline it. Just
Yeah.
get a GIS outline of that, what that particular park would show. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll see if I can get that done. Yeah, I mean, I basically, we just finished this up, so not to say timeline was tight, but timeline was tight. So
Yeah, or an additional slide, right? If you want to keep the overall
Yeah.
level of service one and then another
Well,
one
no,
just showing.
and it's a good point. It's like, how would this impact the service area by adding it in? So yeah, I get what you're saying. I mean, I won't use my cursor and try and draw a circle around it for you. Thank you.
Thanks, Chaz. Go ahead, Ann.
So Doug, of course, you know all the points to hit, so that's great. I was a planner in Moses Lake for 19 years, so I maybe have way too much information. But I think you need to emphasize when you're doing your level of service, your bubbles around the parks. You know, Highway 17 and the railroad, those are huge barriers. And so I think you can't just go half a mile from Lozier Playfield because you've got a highway in between. So I think it would be worthwhile to do a different slide or maybe another slide showing if you account for those barriers, then what's your service area?
No, and these are imperfect. So yes, I agree. The initial half-mile barrier from Paul Lozier Playfields actually encompassed the entire area, and I had a conversation with our GIS folks about, no, you don't have a half-mile walk there because you cannot walk directly across State Route 17. It is a highway, and you can see right there that there is an interchange there. So there is no way to walk straight across there.
Okay.
And to do so would be unsafe. But yeah, this is better.
So that's actually walk distance?
That should be walk distance. It's supposed to, but it doesn't, the computer doesn't take into account where it says it follows the roads. So technically it's following the roads and saying, oh, you could walk this far and that's close enough. And it's not smart enough to figure all that out. So there will be some edits done to this slide. Yes. And I totally agree with that. Thank you though. That's perfect.
Thanks, Silvana. Go ahead. And then Genevieve.
I had a question about the design. When we were looking at the overall design, yeah, that slide right there will work. I was wondering if there was multiple access points for the neighborhoods, because I noticed that it just looked like there was one at the top to access the park with all that vegetation, but I wasn't sure if there was going to be multiple access points for the neighborhood.
So there's a sidewalk all the way up Longview Street on the park side of the street. So they can potentially walk in anywhere along that sidewalk once that's done.
Gotcha. Okay, so it's going to be open. It's not
It is going to be open. Yes.
Okay. All right, that's all I had a question about.
Perfect. But yeah, I can try and make that a little clearer, I guess. See if I can figure that out.
Great, thanks. Genevieve, go ahead.
Hey, Doug. I thought it was great. It looks like a perfect place to have a park. I just thought maybe a little bit less text on the slides, because I find myself wanting to read it, but wanting to listen to you. And then I end up missing things because I'm trying to do both.
Okay.
And then on this slide, I wanted to like zoom into it and maybe focus in on some of the features more than that this image allows for.
Yeah, I think one of the things I was thinking as because of course I've been watching all of this with you guys through this week, was going to the next slide. Since that was just the overall, maybe zooming in on this slide to show what we're actually doing the grant on, and not having the whole just going tight in on what we're actually doing on the actual phase 1 of stuff. Was something
that would be great.
But that's, yeah, good feedback. I will try and minimize my I like to talk a lot. I don't know if you guys picked up on that, so I will try and minimize the text on this slide.
Good, thanks. Any final thoughts? All right, thanks all. Can move to your next one. Sun Terrace.
It's going to sound very similar.
That's all right.
Same guy wrote it, used the
Same
same
guy wrote it.
template,
Same format,
same format.
same evaluation criteria.
Mm-hmm. Okay, do I have control?
You should now go for it.
There we go. All right.
All right.
Okay, good morning. My name is Doug Coots. I'm the Parks, Recreation, Cultural Services Director for the City of Moses Lake, and I'm here to present the City of Moses Lake Sun Terrace Development Project for number 24-1971D. This project is phase 1 of development of vacant city-owned land into a park. As we talked about before, the City of Moses Lake is located in Grant County near the center of Washington State, right off of I-90. Moses Lake is the largest city in Grant County with approximately 26,000 residents and growing. Sun Terrace Park is an undeveloped 11.2 acre parcel owned by the city located just north of I-90 between Fairway Drive, Towey Street, and Hawk Street. The site is undeveloped land with shrub steppe habitat with a wetland buffer and buffer area on the south end of the property. A master plan was recently developed for this property. This grant application represents phase 1 of a multi-phase development of this property into a neighborhood park for this area. The phase 1 plan includes additional design services, clearing and grading of the project site, a preschool age playground, an open lawn play area with irrigation, picnic tables, bike racks, garbage cans, maintenance of the shrub steppe habitat, landscaping, and a concrete walkway. Criteria number 1, need local priorities. The City of Moses Lake uses 2 benchmarks for parks within the city limits: a half-mile walk to a park and the NRPA median for our size of city of 9.8 acres of parkland per 1,000 residents. The above map graphically represents a half-mile walk to parks with Sun Terrace site in yellow. This shows that the development of a park on this site will fill a gap in the half-mile walking distance benchmark for park development to Moses Lake. The second benchmark of 9.8 acres of parkland per 1,000 residents is indicated by this table. Moses Lake currently has 8.48 acres of developed parkland available to its residents. The numbers for undeveloped parkland and the total parkland show information both with and without the inclusion of the 11.2 acre Sun Terrace Park property. Again, while this shows that Moses Lake has more parkland than the NRPA reported median for a community of our size, our developed parkland falls below that target. Adding in the full build out of the plan for the 11.2 acre park would bring our developed parklands to 8.91 acres per 1,000 residents, closer to the city's target. Side note, if we do both parks, it brings us to 9.12 acres per 1,000 residents developed parkland with both parks completed. Local priorities, again, looking at this and reviewing the SCORP data information for this census tract, I did want to highlight that while this tract has a high amount of green space listed, this is a large census tract with most of the green space being farmland to the north and west of this neighborhood. The nearest park to this neighborhood is Blue Heron Park, more than a half mile away, most of the way on streets without sidewalks. And I believe it's actually in the next census tract over, which is really strange to me. Again, this park, Sun Terrace Park Master Plan, was included and identified as a specific goal in the 2022 Moses Lake Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Plan. Again, listed under goal number 5, enhance and expand our quality park experiences, number 5.1.L. And it was to consider a specific master plan for, amongst other parks, this Sun Terrace Park. And this whole Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Plan was approved not only by our city council, but our park board, and also incorporated into our overall city's comprehensive plan. Existing features. The location, Sun Terrace Park, was acquired as part of a development project. The location does fill a gap in our area for parks, in our service area. Our master plan did identify, our master process identified in the city's planning documents. And the site is shrub steppe habitat with a wetland area on the south end of the property, which we will be addressing, we'll be considering with our design. Project scope, overall master plan. Our overall master plan, based on the feedback we received from the community, includes the following: inclusive playgrounds for pre and school aged children, artificial turf playground surfacing, a modular pump track, a restroom drinking fountain, open play lawn area with irrigation, a pickleball court, a basketball court, picnic shelter with picnic tables, a picnic table, bike rack, garbage cans, shrub step maintenance of the natural habitat, walking paths, and a boardwalk and wetland observation platform. Keep in mind, this grant application is for phase 1 of this development and only. This phase 1 application includes the following: the clearing and grading of the project site, playground for school-age children, open play lawn area with irrigation, picnic tables, bike racks, garbage cans, a conifer landscaping, and a concrete walkway. Project design, criteria 5. Again, the design here is based on a physical survey of the property and the land on it, the land features on it. All design elements were developed in the master plan process directed by the RWD landscape architects in community neighborhood design engagement process. Playgrounds are to be inclusive in design and to have synthetic turf playground surfacing for access inclusiveness. And the design incorporates the usage of only turf areas deemed necessary to limit the use of potable water for irrigation. The shrub steppe habitat is being maintained all around the site. Our cost estimates are from RWD landscape architects with more than 20 years of experience in producing these designs and cost estimates. They include escalation for timeline in the grant funding process, as well as taxes and contingencies within the specific line items. This project, again, is scaled down to phase 1 to meet a ceiling of 1.1 million in total project cost based on our funding asks of a Land and Water Conservation Fund grant, the WWRP Local Parks grant here, and the local match requirements. Project engagement. This project is identified in our 2022 Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Plan for design, and the next natural step after we design something is to build it. So we are coming to you to finish up the design and complete the build. That was all based on community input. Our community outreach was much more successful with our open house on this property. We engaged with the local school, doing a mailing out, homeowners associations and Facebook pages, as well as the city's webpage. We got a great attendance from the neighborhood, specifically surrounding this neighborhood park, which was what our target audience was here. And then the specific engagement was all incorporated into the final master plan for the site. Community partnerships, again, the school district is a partner on this, as well as, and this slide will be updated, the Sun Terrace Homeowners Association is also providing a letter of support. And I am working with Columbia Basin, just received letters from Columbia Basin Boys and Girls Club is also supporting this project in the park. Sustainability. This site, we are maintaining the shrub steppe habitat on the project as native species to minimize the impact to and improve the ecological function of the surrounding lands. We're minimizing the use of the turf areas to those areas only deemed necessary to minimize the amount of watering with potable water to maintain them. And the wetland and wetland buffer are addressed in the plan design. We are also going to further enhance that, addressing in interpretive signage and a boardwalk viewing area for educational purposes as part of the future phases. The new park with the playground and open space for social and economic factors, social factors. The new park provides recreational opportunities for this community. There is no additional park property within a half-mile walk. It does provide open space and in future phases, a picnic shelter for community family events. For economic, again, the smaller grass footprint reduces the city's water usage longer term, reducing future operational costs comparatively with previously designed and implemented parks. Our cost efficiencies, again, we're applying for the 2 grants, the LWCF and the WWRP local parks. The additional funds would come from the City of Moses Lake Parks mitigation account. We are looking at securing some donations, but have none secured at this time. And we are coordinating with the Homeowners Association and developing possibilities for donations on that event. That is the Sun Terrace proposal. Here you can see the site in the picture, which I probably should reorient the other way so that it matches the 2 designs. But that I will do for future. And I'm happy to answer any questions or take any comments.
All right, thanks, Doug. Ann, go ahead.
So can we look at slide 12?
Sure. Whoops.
So Doug, I think you made this comment to another project is to eliminate all that text on the left and just blow up your drawing and just use because all those points I think are on your map on the right.
Yeah, that's a good point. Absolutely.
So I'm just recycling your comments to somebody else, but I thought.
Oh, sure. Throw it back in my face. That's really nice. Thanks, Ann. You're on the list with Chaz now.
Yeah. Roxanne, go ahead, and then Chaz.
Yeah, definitely great project, good flow, Doug. A couple small things. I think slide 3, as you're setting the stage, there's some different shading that I just wasn't sure if it meant anything in terms of, is the pink the UGA?
Correct. Pink UGA, green is city limits.
Okay, and since this one does have quite a bit of like UGA in that area, it just might be help to define that for us. And then slide 8. And this is just, I think you did fine on time, but it's a lot for us to kind of interpret. I understand the difference between undeveloped and developed and why you felt like breaking that piece out. But I think the fact that you are at 8.48 and you're moving the meter with these to get closer to the median. And, even with being closer to the median, the upper quartile is higher. You might not need to, because otherwise you're having to describe this whole scenario. So both of those comments apply to both applications, but I think the more you can have us see this comparison of where you are and where these projects will take you closer to that median, that probably makes the story pretty tight.
Okay.
And then on cost efficiencies, for us who don't know what the mitigation account fund is, how is that public dollars or not public dollars or whatever that might be? And while you don't have other donations, if you can think of and highlight other efficiencies to the way you're delivering this project. Apparently 1.1 million is a magic number for you because you brought the scope of both into that. And that really is probably the best leveraging of the grant sources. But if there's other things in phasing it beyond what you called out in the sustainability, it would be helpful.
Okay.
Roxanne. Go ahead, Chaz.
Yeah, I'm just going to be consistent with my last comment on your previous slide, just to go on the record as saying if we could show kind of what that level of service improvement would be for that area, that would be a benefit.
Yep. Got it. Anything else?
Jill, go ahead.
Only thing that I could see actually was on this. At first glance, it looked like the blue was the waterway. So it looks like you're describing the downtown. So maybe just a different shade for the downtown area.
Okay.
For
the part around it. Okay, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, but no, good presentation, Doug.
Yeah, I wasn't really clear what the darker blue shading, is that like the 10-minute walk?
It's a half
Yeah.
mile. It's supposed to be a
Here.
half-mile walk on city streets
City streets from
from the park out.
the park. Okay.
So how long would it take? How far would a half mile be from the park all the way around it? Is it an actual half mile radius is not technically a half mile walk.
Right, exactly. Okay.
What's the lighter blue, Doug?
Probably a quarter mile walk. So
Like the strips. I
in
know
here?
that there's water there.
there
Yeah.
is, so this, the where he's got the cursor right now, yeah, that's Moses Lake.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, no, we need to change the color from blue to a different color because
Yeah.
and again, sometimes we're handicapped by our elected and appointed officials because they wanted it to match our logo. So
Yeah.
they went with the orange and blue.
Yeah.
Well,
So I might have to change that because the yellow didn't work right. So I might have, for this presentation, I'll ask to see if I can get that updated and changed. Should be a quick fix. And then I'll have to look at what the new parks, if I can get them added in. So as Chaz wants. If I can, I'll just draw a little circle around them with Word and make it happen myself.
You could also just change the logo, you know.
Yeah, because Moses would be all about that. Whatever.
Yeah.
Try changing anything. Yeah, all good. Okay.
Then what, Doug, what about a 10-minute walk from your proposed site? I mean,
That's what Chaz was bringing up is
okay, show
that in to show, but in a different color to kind of show, hey,
Yeah.
adding this park in covers this much more real estate.
Right. Okay. Good.
And again,
All right.
it's probably just for this one, for the Sun Terrace one, it's just going to be everything north of I-90. Within because that black line is the city
Yeah.
limits. So it's that everything around that is farmland UGA. So it's not gonna
Oh, yeah, it'll be this neighborhood here.
neighborhood.
I feel like you have the most creative city limits.
It makes
I know,
no
look at that.
absolutely no sense where
I know that little arm that comes out, it's like it's flexing. I like that. It's good.
Oh yeah, look at that
because that's what we do here, we flex.
as well. Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate the feedback. That's helpful.
Yeah, thanks, Doug. I thought it was cool on that first project how you just went to the school, not enough folks showed up. So you went to find them. That was great on your engagement.
Yeah, and we're still we had a follow-up meeting, which I didn't even put in. We had a follow-up meeting with Sunterrace to kind of look at, hey, here's the results. And we invited Sunterrace and Longview. We invited the kids from the school, and nobody from Longview showed up. There is a significant cultural language barrier there with the parents do not trust and do not, even though we had translation available for Spanish-speaking folks, they did not come. So
Wow.
we're gonna have to figure out a way we can get in there more accurately. But I love the idea. I mean, who uses the park more than the kids? I mean, to me, you want feedback on your park, go talk to the kids, find out what they want.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, that's perfect.
Maybe you can hit up some of your summer camps or something now that, getting closer into summer camp is find out where those kids are.
Yeah, I've got a request in to come back to the school and just kind of show them the final product so that they can feel like they're a part of it. And our park board has had a discussion about putting a sign up after this is all completed or phase one is done, inspired by the minds of the fourth grade classes at Longview Elementary School.
That's super cool. And then, of course, when you do your ribbon cutting, make sure
those
same kids to come out. It's such a cool thing.
Yep, absolutely. All right, thanks.
All right, thanks you guys. It's almost 11:10. We're a little ahead of schedule. Let's come back at 11:25. Let's see. Yeah, just 5 minutes ahead of time. 11:25 for Burlington.
Thanks, guys.
All right, thanks, Doug. Hey everyone, welcome back. Looks like Katie is here from Burlington. Good morning, Katie.
Hi there.
How are you?
Good. How are you guys doing this morning?
Doing good.
Good.
Doing good. Welcome. Well, I can hear you just fine, so that's a good start.
Excellent.
And I will pull up your PowerPoint for you. You can see that okay?
Yes, perfect.
All right. I'm going to pass you controls unless you'd like me to advance your slides for you.
I'll advance them. Thank you.
Okay, cool. Go ahead and click on the screen, see if that works for you.
It does.
Excellent. Well, whenever you're ready, go ahead. You have 12 minutes.
Fantastic. Hello, everyone. My name is Katie Claire Coper with the City of Burlington Parks and Rec Department. Thanks for your time today as I review our project and help cast the vision for what our community would like to do with one of its most beloved green and open spaces, Maven Park. I'll hop right into it with some statewide and regional maps. The City of Burlington, whoops, I'm going too fast. Maybe that's better. The City of Burlington is located about an hour north of Seattle, residing in Skagit County at the intersection of I-5 and Highway 20. When you head east, you're in the North Cascades. When you go west, you'll reach the San Juans. So we're really at a crossroads for the Northwest region. As represented on this map, Maven Park resides in central Burlington, and given its location to our historic downtown, it's directly in the heart of our city. Maven Park's location is directly within our civic corridor. Our senior center is in the southwest corner of this park. Our library is one block over, and to the northwest are the Parks and Rec offices, which are slated to become a community center. Add in the urban forest that's on this property, and we have ourselves a true gem. Now, I give you all this by way of introduction so you can understand how the placement of this park really feeds into the nature of what our community wants to do with the space. The map that you see here, it does show boundary lines in blue of the park and the project site in red. You'll notice an existing right-of-way extending across the park connecting the two parcels. That right-of-way has been used by the city for Parks and Rec purposes for generations, and it doesn't present or interfere with our project. Here's a closer look at the site. The project's boundary in red outlines a crucial first project in our city's plan to revitalize Maven. This project includes a nature play area and provides ADA access that the park is lacking. We aim to start the redevelopment necessary to meet the growing demands of the city. Our design creates a multi-phase approach that allows discrete projects to be funded and constructed, fitting together into a cohesive whole. Each project stands alone as an important improvement to the park, and the completed plan will result in a regionally popular destination that meets the needs of our community and attracts visitors and commerce to the area. Here is the site as it exists today, and the elements that will be directly addressed through the project. On the left, you can see how one might access the existing playground. There is no proper path, and it's certainly not accessible. We will use this grant to renovate the existing playground that has reached the end of its life. We'll develop accessible and inclusive nature play spaces, and we'll improve accessibility into the park as a whole. Play experiences will be designed for children ages 2 to 5 and 5 to 12 years old. The play experience focuses on inviting children to have immersive and transformational play, leading to lifelong connections to the natural world. As I mentioned earlier, this project is part of a larger plan that will provide renovation to Maven Park. You can see here that there are several amenities to be built out in the coming years, including a loop path that'll surround a well-maintained green space, covered pickleball and basketball courts, and a forest play area that actually resides within our urban forest. Maven Park's development has been identified in our pros plan, and we have a fantastic Parks and Rec advisory board that has really gone to bat for this park over the past few years. This project and this specific portion of the larger renovation has an overwhelming amount of community support, not only from local citizens and users of the park, but also from our council, which is huge. The nature playscape, with its added recreational, social, and emotional benefits that this type of play provides, is the #1 priority for our community's park and recreation investment. The existing play structure simply is not sufficient. Our community wants more from their parks, and we want to provide that. Given its proximity to downtown services, restaurants, and the library, which sees roughly 600 people daily, the park's location is ideal. We hope to increase the draw for people to be outside in nature and to play. Features at the park include these two swings pictured on the left and the small play structure I showed you earlier. We've got covered picnic shelters, a spray park that is well loved by the community each summer, and a tennis court that's in major need of repair, and some uncovered basketball courts. There is an extensive body of research that emphasizes the positive outcomes of nature play, including physical health outcomes, cognitive behaviors such as cooperation and imaginative play. This design lends itself to increasing gross motor skills, cognitive and social development. We want to help kids get outside, and we really want our community to play. Additionally, the area's proximity to the senior center encourages that vital intergenerational interaction between both seniors and children. Featured here are a couple examples of elements that our nature playscape could have. On the left, we have a logjam concept for kids to climb, balance, and play creatively on. On the right, we have another structure, and it could be anything, and that's the point. We want to build this creative recreation opportunity into the community, thus impacting the positive health outcomes into our future generations. Here's a photo showing where the nature playscape will be. I'm standing by our spray park looking east. Represented in yellow, the playscape will intertwine with our existing spray park. Developing this area will drastically increase the playability, magnetism, and length of time people spend in this space. Here is an aerial photo of the current spray park. As you can see, this element feels a little disjointed. It's near the play structure with the swings and the wood chips, but it's not a cohesive area. Community members with limited mobility have a hard time navigating this space. This project will eliminate all of those barriers and create a more cohesive and functional area for people to sit, play, and linger in the park. Now, I want to touch a bit more on project design, so I'm bringing you back to the conceptual drawing. Located near the urban forest, the nature playscape has an ideal location and will ultimately become the magnetic center to the park's future. Through this project, we'll be adding 4,000 square feet of nature playscape, ADA parking stalls, and an ADA accessible path. As we build out the different elements for the park, for example, the loop path around the perimeter and the forest play area, this nature playscape will serve as a focal point connecting each element. In this view, I'm standing on the spray park looking south toward the existing parking lot that will be improved. See how the route connects the parking lot to the nature play area and then to the spray park? That's the cohesion that we'll be achieving in addition to preparing the route to access all elements of the park as it develops. Here's another look at the existing route from the parking lot to the current playground. We don't have a great route. The parking lot stands alone, the play structure stands alone, and the spray park stands alone. This project will eliminate this problem. Here's one more snapshot of the current access into the play area. The swings and play structure are surrounded by wood chips, and you've got to get over that cement border in order to play here. In stark contrast, our project will use pour-in-place rubber surfacing and a host of nature play elements. I showed you the logjam concept earlier, which is a huge tie to our community identity, given that we live on Skagit River, which has historically had logjams in spring flooding. The new play area will occupy about 4,000 square feet, over which much will be built up topography, like what you see pictured here. You'll be able to move from the parking lot via an accessible route to the play area and to the spray park with ease. Now let's talk cost. The cost estimate was determined by having a landscape architect prepare quantity takeoffs of the proposed design and by utilizing current costing data in the region. We compared the cost of similar facilities where the data was available and drew on contractors' recent bids to determine appropriate costing. In order to be construction ready, architectural and engineering services will be needed, and will complete construction documents by coordinating permitting within our city. Design and permitting costs are included in the proposed budget, all taxes, legal contractor overhead, in addition to a roughly 25% contingency was accounted for. As we move to project engagement, I reflect upon the fact that we've leaned hard into our pros plan as a guiding document for this project. Maven Park is classified as a community park, and it has a strong history as such. It's been a natural gathering place for our people for over a century. Pictured here is a citizen work party from 1906 on their first day of cleaning up the grounds for a space that would become Maven Park. Absolutely incredible. And this was in 1906. The city ultimately purchased this park in 1912. Working on the same ground as these Burlington residents over 100 years later is quite sobering. These people had a strong vision for what they wanted for their community, and that was Maven Park. Building blocks for this project stem from an abundant amount of community feedback that actually started in 2014. Pictured here is the 2020 plan for developing Maven as outlined in our pros plan. Circled in yellow are the identified improvements, including centralizing and expanding the play and gathering areas and expanding parking and ADA paths. Both items are directly addressed through our design. Our project truly is a direct reflection of over 10 years of conversation with the community, a constant refinement of what they're looking for. When people think of a place to go in Burlington to be outside and enjoy a local park, this is where they want to go. Through community workshops, mailers, surveys, pop-up events, the feedback has been clear. Our children need safe and developmentally appropriate places to play. Our seniors need to be able to engage the outdoors here, and our park needs to be accessible to all. This plan brings together the vision of how our community wants to use this space. We have our community's input, and we're ready for action. Inviting people to see that they are part of the solution by their caring and input for the direction of this park has been incredible. We can totally make this happen with the support of RCO. And just a quick mention, a big thank you to you all and to RCO for the support of past projects. We were awarded funding in the 2022 grant cycle for our fully inclusive playground at Rotary Park. Construction is happening now with an anticipated opening this fall. Lastly, this portion of renovation has been identified in our capital improvement plan. We have the necessary funds set aside for projected expenses. If we were successful in being awarded grant funding through RCO, our project costs would be covered in full. Our council is very supportive of a renovated Maven Park as our neighbors and local community groups. While we're open to accepting partnerships, we are fortunate to have the ability to fund the project with city resources and hopefully assistance from RCO. We're thankful that our council has been stewarding money carefully and has chosen to invest in the Burlington community through our shared vision for Maven Park. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Katie. Right. Suggestions, feedback on this one. Jill, go ahead, and then Silvana.
If you can go back to slide 1.
Yeah.
Then I was just gonna suggest, I guess the one after that. Maybe putting your city limits line on there just so we could kind of see. I mean, it looks like I can kind of figure it out, but just to see for your location there.
Excellent, thank you.
You bet. And then the level of service that will help us too if you call out the other parks in the area so that we can see what's your service area or what are you aiming to serve by this park and then the improvements of it.
Excellent.
And then the spray, it looks like you have a spray park there now, Kiwanis. It has the K in it. Is that correct? Is that one future going to be removed? And I know that's outside the scope of this, but in your overlay, it looks like it's going to change a little bit. So
it could. It'll be based on funding. So if we can do this project as one discrete one, it will actually intertwine with the existing park as a different level of phasing or a separate level. That part would also be renovated.
Perfect. That's all I have. Great presentation, great project.
Thanks, Silvana. Go ahead, and then Roxanne.
Yeah, I had that same splash pad question, so glad that got answered. And then on this slide, when you were talking about the right of way, I'm wondering just if there's a way that your city could vacate the right of way so that you wouldn't even have to worry about that in the future. I know that's not always popular with transportation, but I think since you've got built infrastructure there, you might have a good argument for it. And it just would
Okay.
kind of reassure this committee that anything invested in isn't going to be going away.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Silvana.
Roxanne, go ahead and then Chaz.
Okay. Great project. I'd encourage you to just go back to the criteria. You've got the slideshow labeled and moving through, but there was quite a bit of discussion about scope in the design or even in the introduction. And we score each of those very distinctly.
Okay.
And, as we're seeing it on the top of the slide, we're really just looking at design. And so there were things that were really crucial about what this project is and what it isn't, that the more we have you set the stage early and we get it, then everything else falls into place, because that's our thought process. And they're training us very well, and we say it 60 times, right? All in that same order.
Okay.
I didn't see certain things in your presentation in terms of like the timeline of the project. I know you talked about the budget or anything around the sustainability requirements. And even the project engagement is very specific in elements of your methods at that point in the presentation.
Okay.
How you use that feedback and the partners. And cost efficiency, you talked a lot about partnership. That actually belongs up in the project engagement. This really is how you're making this a cost-effective project or those outside dollars. So consider each of those sections and make sure your script pushes your points that go with the right slides in each one.
Perfect. Thanks, Roxanne.
Go
Yeah,
ahead,
building,
Chaz, and then Doug.
yeah, thanks, Carl. Building real quickly off of what Roxanne just said, you were missing a sustainability slide, I think. So sustainability is applicable to this project. And then can we go to slide 18 real quick? I mean, it's the one. Actually, wait, before we go that, let's leave here real briefly from a planner's perspective. If this right of way was dedicated prior to 1905, you might be able to do it through a vacation through a rule of law, which doesn't require a lot of process that's associated with the typical vacation. So maybe just look into that process.
Okay.
And then slide 18, if we can, Carl.
Yep.
This is really nitpicky, or actually, yeah. So it might just look into your layering issue. You got the yellow over the ADA accessible routes. It just doesn't pop very well that the ADA route is coming from the parking lot to the play area.
Okay.
That's it.
Thank you.
Thanks. Go ahead, Doug.
I like the project. I have one question really regarding the stuff that you've entered, the metrics you entered into Prism. Everything you seem to account for, except there's a stormwater system. You say install stormwater system for 78,000, and I don't see anything in the presentation that talks about that and what that's associated with. I'm assuming that's probably with the redo of the ADA parking, but I don't know. So you might want to let us know where that $78,000 is going in.
Excellent.
That would be something I would look at, and then I would echo what Roxanne was talking about and Chaz, looking at the categories going back. I would wait about a week and a half because the categories are going to be redone and changed. So I would wait about a week and a half and then go back and review the presentation criteria.
Okay.
I'm going to say it, Jill. I'm going to say it. You're going to have to spoon feed us because we have 60 plus projects that we are reviewing over a 4-day period in August. And if you don't spoon feed us the information, we might miss it. So
Excellent.
Okay.
Thanks, Doug.
Good questions. Thanks. Yeah, that's stormwater. That's a good. I didn't catch that. It seems like a lot. If that's just for 2 or 3 parking stalls, that seems like a lot. But maybe it's also required for the new surfacing on the playground. If that's like semi-pervious or something. So anyway, so just you don't have to spend a lot of time, but just make sure we understand.
Perfect. Thank you all so much. Appreciate it.
Yeah, and I didn't catch there was the right of way. So this is a current street right away that has not yet been vacated? Is that the situation?
Yeah, there are two existing parcels, one to the north and one to the south, and I don't fully know the history behind it, but it is considered a right of way, which I guess was for a street that never ended up going in. And there are no plans for that to go in, but the right of way still exists.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's a common situation, but we will want you to take care of that for what we call control and tenure. I mean, you have plenty of time to do that between now and next summer, but definitely get started. We don't want to invest development funds on property that theoretically could be converted to a road, even if it's super unlikely. So that would be definitely something you want to do, is start that process to vacate. And it sounded like Chaz had a thought about, maybe there's a simpler process or something for making that happen. So anyway.
Thank you all.
All right, you're welcome. Thanks for joining us. We'll see you again in August for evaluation.
Sounds great. Take care.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
All right, moving south just a little ways to Everett. And let's see, Catherine, are you presenting this one?
Am I unmuted?
Yep, I can hear you.
Am I on video?
Now I can see you. Yeah. All right, welcome. You can see your PowerPoint okay?
I sure can. Can
Great.
I test a control real quick?
Yep, let me hand it over to you first. And can find your name on the list. There you are. All right, go ahead and click on the screen. You should be able to advance your slides.
All right.
There. Whenever you're ready, go ahead. You have 12 minutes.
Okay, I'll go ahead and jump right in. Hello, my name is Catherine Phillips, and I am representing the City of Everett's Parks and Facilities Department. I am presenting the Edgewater Park renovation project for evaluation in the Washington Wildlife and Recreation Program's Local Parks Grant Program. The project number is 241328D. The project site is located in the City of Everett in Snohomish County, Washington. Within City of Everett, the project is located on the western edge of the Boulevard Bluffs neighborhood. The project site of Edgewater Park is made up of two parcels. The parcel on the left was donated to the city in 1964 for use as a public park. Developed park facilities on that parcel include an open play lawn, planted shade structure and benches, children's playground, tennis court, and 2 basketball hoops. The parcel on the right was acquired by the city in 2008. A residence on that parcel was demolished shortly after acquisition, and the parcel has not yet been developed with park amenities. The goals of this project include unifying the two parcels, improving accessibility of the park, updating park amenities, and relocating them out of right-of-way. Work at Edgewater Park will occur in 2 phases. The project scope of work for the purposes of this grant, 241328D, is Phase 2. Relevant outdoor recreation opportunities in and around Boulevard Bluffs include Harborview Park, Deer Park, and Phil Johnson Ballfields Park. Driving distances between Edgewater Park and nearby parks are shown on the map. Edgewater Park is the only City of Everett park within the Boulevard Bluffs neighborhood area, and Edgewater provides the only sports and playground facilities for the neighborhood. Now at Edgewater, existing facilities have reached the end of their service life and are in need of replacement. The park lacks walkways or accessible routes between entrances, sport courts, and the playground, and the playground itself is surrounded by a curb that is a barrier for mobility impaired users. In 2022, City of Everett updated its Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Plan. Residents surveyed cited transportation barriers to park access as a major challenge in Boulevard Bluffs. Many of the streets in Boulevard Bluffs lack sidewalks, and many residents in the neighborhood do not have a park within a 10-minute walk from home. Council District 3 residents, which includes Boulevard Bluffs, identified trails, playgrounds, and picnic areas as a high priority for parks in their area. Survey respondents specifically called out Edgewater Park as outdated and commented on the poor condition of its facilities. Now, the city of Everett is growing, and we expect that growth to continue. The city's current population was about 110,000 in 2020. The population is expected to grow 67% to an estimated 184,000 by 2024. How will that growth be distributed? Everett is working on its 2044 comprehensive plan, identifying alternatives for growth in the city. Alternative 3, which most closely aligns with Washington HB 1110, would allow for up to 4-story residential development along Mukilteo Boulevard in the project service area. It would also allow for densification of the Boulevard Bluffs neighborhood by permitting ADUs, duplexes, triplexes, townhomes, and other housing types within suburban residential zone areas. So looking to future demand and need for parks in this neighborhood area, it's very important that Everett optimizes use of space for recreational amenities. The city has not yet identified additional parcels for acquisition of Boulevard Bluffs, so renovating and developing Edgewater Park is the best opportunity we have to meet demand in this area. How do the proposed park renovations align with the 2022 PROS plan? Edgewater is classified as a neighborhood park. The PROS plan designates playgrounds, open landscape for unstructured recreation, accessible pathways, and park furnishings as high priority facilities for neighborhood parks. Other appropriate facilities include sports and fitness surfacing, dog waste stations, and trash receptacles, and irrigation for landscape, all of which are included in the renovation plans for Phase 2. Elements such as restrooms, intensive lighting, and off-street parking are not prioritized for neighborhood parks. Existing features at Edgewater Park include playground, play lawn, shade and seating, basketball hoops, sport court, and undeveloped parcel. Pull-in street parking is available at the west side of the park and will be improved in 2025 by the City of Everett Public Works Department outside of the scope of this project. Phase 2 planned improvements include an ADA path around the circumference of the park connecting all elements. The project will develop a new playground and basketball surface. The project will also regrade and restore the existing open play lawn and improve the West Park entry. The project will retain the existing shade structure and seating area, making better use of their proximity to the new playground. The project will enhance landscape for screening purposes along Mukilteo Boulevard and features a net gain of tree canopy. Now, because this project encompasses Phase 2, this diagram is intended to clarify project phasing. Phase 1 in pink will complete demolition and rough grading of the site to the east of the existing shade structure. Phase 1 will then construct the court, entry walk, and Shore Avenue parking. Balance of the site improvements, such as the playground, loop walking path, furnishings, and landscape, are all part of Phase 2. So let's jump into the Phase 2 project scope. The project will update the entry at the west side of the park, including new signage and ADA walkways. The project will unify the two parcels and replace dangerous connections with the new accessible loop path. This loop path can also be used for exercise. Approximately 6 laps of the park is equivalent to 1 mile. The project will replace chain link fencing along street frontage with a concrete split rail fence product that is more durable and more attractive for a residential setting. The project will relocate the playground, replacing all equipment. New fall attenuating surfacing will be roll-on play turf. The project will also relocate the irregular basketball court area and replace it with a single hoop, high school-sized key, and 3-point line. Now, when considering options for the character of the playground, we receive positive feedback in our public meetings on the idea of nature-inspired play. The new play area will feature natural materials and spaces for creative and social play, as well as traditional playground equipment. Play features for younger children will include elements such as an age-appropriate post and platform set and bucket seat swings. The playground also features inclusive, creative play elements for all ages, like a boat and tree fort, and balance elements like log steps and boulder forms. Play features for children ages 5 to 12 will include elements like tunnels, swings, spinners, climbable boulder forms, and a hillside feature slide, making this playground unique within the Everett Park system. The project takes a creative approach to site constraints, including grading along Mukilteo Boulevard. In phase 1, the existing retaining wall at the north end of the tennis court will be removed and the area regraded. Then in phase 2, the ADA walking loop will gently climb the slope, leading to a playable hillside feature with a slide down into the playground area. Now, I previously mentioned that improving accessibility was a major goal of the project. Accessible site features include an ADA path of travel connecting all entries and recreational features, roll-on turf surfacing of the playground, and accessible site furnishings including picnic tables, benches, and drinking fountain. Green infrastructure features of the project include on-site infiltration of stormwater. Early investigation found that infiltration was infeasible east of the shade structure, ruling out use of rain gardens or permeable pavements. Instead, a facility on the west side of the park will infiltrate 100% of runoff from hard surfaces on the eastern half of the park. Green infrastructure will also include the enhanced landscape and tree plantings. The plant palette will be made of native and adapted drought-tolerant plant material. Tree species are selected to shade gathering areas, screen the roadway, and frame views. Design work for phase 1 and phase 2 is being undertaken simultaneously and is currently at 60%. The cost estimate for phase 2 was developed with assistance from a professional landscape architect. It is estimated that the project will be construction ready by the end of 2024. The start of phase 2 construction is contingent on completion of the Edgewater Bridge replacement project, currently estimated for mid-2026. Community engagement to develop this project occurred in 2 parts. First, the city solicited feedback about the park system, including favorite parks, activities, and obstacles to access, via survey for development of the 2022 PROS plan. The survey was released in English and Spanish and received 596 responses. 23 responses identifiably came from Boulevard Bluffs out of a total neighborhood population of 3,134. Then, project-specific outreach was conducted beginning in 2021. 2 virtual meetings were publicized via social media and neighborhood outreach, and the 60% design has been presented to the Board of Park Commissioners in an open virtual meeting. Community input resulted in the inclusion of fruit trees and the dedicated basketball surface. The community also had a positive response to the inclusion of natural themes and materials for the playground. This project will be supported by the City of Everett's Green Everett Volunteer Program. Events are to be determined, but they may include planting of the new landscape maintenance, and litter pickup events. Sustainability at the project site is expressed through ecological, social, and economic factors. Now, just one of those features that I'm especially excited about is the inclusion of natural growth minimum mow areas at park borders to reduce emissions and maintenance costs. The specific Northwest native seed mix will also contribute to habitat patches for birds and insects. Cost efficiencies for this project include items to be delivered by City of Everett Public Works Department in the scope for the Edgewater Bridge replacement. In addition to these items, phase 1 construction is supported by RCO Youth Athletic Facilities Grant 201579, which is not included in the matching funds for this application. So this concludes the presentation of Project 241328D, Edgewater Park Renovation Phase 2. Thank you for your consideration.
Great, thank you, Catherine. All right, suggestions, feedback for Everett. Jill, go ahead.
Can you go to slide 10, please? And I make the notes as as we go along. Oh, I'm sorry, maybe one forward. Yeah, I must have messed up my slide there. Sorry. I know that you mentioned that phase one was a separate phase. It looks like in some of your visuals, it's still showing as part of this phase. So sometimes that can be confusing, like in this one, yeah. Slide 12 has, it shows the court as part of it. And from my understanding from the presentation that the court is part of a previous phase. And so I think it's a great project. Thanks for the presentation. A couple things when you mentioned it's contingent on a bridge replacement. I don't know if that's something you know for sure is going to be constructed in 26, but just looking at timing and viability of the project, that would be a question I'd have in my mind. And then it looked like in one of your ground shots that you would be regrading the back or the part that borders Mukilteo Boulevard and putting the slide in there.
Mm-hmm.
Is that right? It looked like it was just such a small space. And so I didn't know if that was, if you'd have enough loading area, you know, aside from being right against Mukilteo Boulevard. That's all my comments.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Thanks,
would
Joe.
you like me to respond to the slide comment or?
No, just take notes now, and so something you can address before evaluation.
Okay.
All right, Roxanne, go ahead, and then Silvana.
Right. Yeah, if you can back up 1 to 13, I think that will help. Because we were seeing that phase one acting like you were repairing the court exactly where it was confusing to see than this here. So just when you talk about phase one, yes, there was an existing court, it's being removed and moved here. Using different images when you're talking about different stories, because we're seeing a lot of different things that makes that difficult to recognize. And then, 13 showed us phase one well, but you didn't actually show us phase two in a comprehensive manner on slide 14 before going into these different elements. So that would really help us distinguish what you eventually get us to, and that the grading and the moving of the court is happening at the same time, but outside of the scope of this project. Then the thing I'd ask, if you have an ADA transition plan, I've actually noticed a lot of these are talking about ADA, whether there was an audit or a transition plan that is driving, that would be an important piece in need. And then if we can go to slide 8, and then I'll leave there's that one, I wasn't really sure that your barrier narrative helped as much. I mean, I can tell this is a park that is surrounded by roadways, and I don't think you're changing any of that. Much more the condition of it and how it needs to be improved to provide the activities that are missing in that area is a stronger sense. So if there's not a key element or a clear element about how that exhibit 3.42 tells us something of the site, I would pull it out and maybe even just bullet point it. In 9, the next slide, I think similarly you have a lot of great information. Carl, can you go forward 1? But a lot of the slide on the right really highlighted information for other areas. And if you just blew up where the Bluff neighborhood is, since that is the service area of this park, showing us that with then understanding how much housing is going to go into that strip that is near the park would be, I think, sufficient in what you were trying to tell in that story, just helping us focus on how that neighborhood's impacted.
Great. Thanks, Roxanne. Go ahead, Silvana, and then Doug.
Yeah, so my comments were, when you have a lot going on in the slides like this one, it's hard to follow. So I would just kind of go through, particularly I noted slides 8, 9, and 10 had a lot of information. So either break it up into multiple slides, or if you're gonna say it, just bullet point it on the presentation. There is a helpful resource on RCO's website about the PowerPoints and whatnot. I love that you have them numbered, by the way, and that you have titles for them, because that helps. And I was confused at first until I looked and through your metrics and your costs in Prism. I thought that the sport courts were part of this grant and whatnot. So, because there were so many images of them, so I would just be a little bit more clear about that, or maybe, somehow highlight the specifics, because we're only going to be scoring based on what's in the grant application. So just make sure that presentation reflects that piece. I think context is good, but yeah, those are my comments.
Thank you. Doug, go ahead, and then Genevieve.
Yeah, could you go to slide 6, please? Let's start with that one. So this one, you talked about the parks that were a distance away. Is there a reason we didn't talk about Japanese Gulch Park?
It's City of Mukilteo.
Okay, so it still is, it's within travel distance, so while it's not maintained, you might want to address that and tell us why it's not appropriate. To me, it's probably just based on the name. It's probably more because of the fact that it's a more passive use park as opposed to a active park with playground and that kind of thing. But address it, because I can't assume that a park within the realm, it's much closer than any other park. So I would say you want to address that. Go to slide 21, please. Okay, this to me speaks to what I think it was Savannah was saying about busyness of slide. This whole middle graphic, while it's great and it's great design graphic, does nothing for me. You're talking about the play features. I don't need to see the graphic of the layout because you're not showing me that. That's not really giving me any information. In my mind, I would just blow up what the individual items are and make the pictures bigger, and get rid of that entirely. I don't think you need it. But I would do that throughout, just like it was suggested, go through your slides and minimize it. I did my presentation recently and oddly enough was told the same thing. Go back and get rid of text and blow up your pictures. So just passing that along to you. Thank you.
Thanks, Doug. Go ahead, Genevieve.
Yeah, just a minor comment. Just want to make sure you get all the points you can. In one of your slides on project design, you spent quite a bit of time talking about how you're going to deal with runoff infiltration as that being one of the kind of design features. And it's appropriate there because you get points for green infrastructure and environmental design, but you also get points for that in the sustainability section. And I think it just had a very small reference and a bullet point, and you didn't really speak to it in that category. And I think that's a pretty, relevant part of that criterion. So I just make sure that you highlight it again in sustainability.
Great, thank you. Other suggestions on this one? Catherine, I had that same question about Japanese Gulch because it certainly serves this neighborhood, even though it's another jurisdiction, but I'm pretty sure it is a very different kind of experience, more natural park. So, but like Doug said, just address it so it's not like this question mark why you're leaving it out. And then I know this is not in your scope of work, but this parking down here just distracted me. It's on this curve, and I kept thinking, how the heck am I going to back out of it, if I'm visiting this park? So I was just, even though it's not in the scope of work, I'm just curious, and I'm sure you've had your traffic engineers and such look at it, but or maybe it's a really low volume street and not very fast. Anyway, maybe it's just me. I just got distracted, like thinking about, visiting the park and how am I gonna, and I know looks like maybe a stall up here, but I don't know if anyone else noticed that or thought about it, but something you might want to ask again about your people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's an irregular parking situation for sure, but it is approved definitely.
All right, good. Well, thank you for joining us. Appreciate it. You'll get some written comments as well, and then we'll see you again in August for evaluation.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, thanks everyone. Lunch, we will be back at 1:10, it looks like, for University Place. So hop back on a few minutes before that and we'll continue on. Hey, everybody, welcome back. Next up, we've got University Place. Looks like Jack is here to present. Welcome. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
All right, and we can hear you, so that's a good thing. Pull up your PowerPoint for you. Can you see that?
I can, yes.
Excellent. All right.
And then how do I for controlling the slides, is it just do I use my controller or do I just say next slide or something?
Yeah, what do you prefer? I could give you control, or I'm happy to advance them for you. What would you like?
I can if you give me the control, that's fine.
Okay, sounds good. Well, I'm going to stop my video just during the presentation, and let me find you. We are. Okay, now go ahead and click on this on your screen there on your PowerPoint, and you should be able to control it now. And either use your arrows on your keyboard or clicking on it. There we go. Looks like it's working.
That looks promising.
Excellent.
All right.
All right. Well, whenever you're ready, you have 12 minutes and go right ahead.
All right. Well, great. Well, thank you. My name's Jack Eklund. I'm with the City of University Place. I'd like to thank you for your consideration of our current orchard improvement project. University Place, just to orient you guys, we're located in the greater Tacoma area. We're fully within the urban growth area boundary, and we're bordered by the cities of Tacoma to the north, Fircrest to the west and or east, and Lakewood to the south. The current apple orchard park itself is located in the kind of west central portion of our city. This park itself, it's a real treasure for our community, much loved. It's a unique urban park in a historic 7-acre apple orchard setting. It's a special place. There are not many locations where in the middle of a city you can have community events, gathering spaces, education opportunities, and recreation all in and amongst over 200 apple trees, many of which are over 100 years old. It's a wonderful refuge and also feels a bit like a step back in time. The apple orchard is home to many popular community events, including an annual community harvest, a free summer concert series, summer picnics, as well as multiple educational programs, which has led many to refer to the park as an urban edible classroom. Now, this picture here kind of helps orient you toward the park. It's located at the corner of Grandview Drive and Brookside Way, and is directly connected to the city's 50-mile sidewalk and bike lane network, and is in close proximity to transit. The primary goals of this project are to make this treasured park accessible to be able to be enjoyed by all ages and ability, and also provide increased opportunities for physical activity and play. The playground, pathways, restrooms, and parking proposed under this project will fill gaps in the needed services for the area. This map, it shows where this park is relative to our other parks in our park network. One thing I want to point out is a major aspect of this project is to provide a playground and restroom facilities. There are a few other parks in our network or in the vicinity that has restroom and playgrounds. The closest would be the Chambers Bay property owned by and operated by the county, that's located a little over a mile to the south. However, that facility is not served by transit. The other two facilities that have restroom and playgrounds are Bridgeport Park and Sunset Terrace Park, both located over 2 miles away to the east. And then for current apple orchard itself, I do want to point out that this is our only park that has a permanent band shell and stage facility. And so making that facility accessible would really be a huge benefit to the community. And then I don't think I can stress enough how unique this park is. There is no other park in the greater Tacoma area that can provide a similar kind of experience. So although we have mentioned many great facilities and amenities in the park, it also has several disadvantages and limitations. First of all, it has poor accessibilities. There's no accessible routes to any of the park amenities. There's little opportunity for play. The picture here on the right shows our current, I'm a little embarrassed to say, it's our current play area, just 2 synthetic rocks. And then there's limited parking with no designated ADA facilities and no restroom facilities serving the park. This picture shows a lack of accessible parking on the site, although there is some limited street parking on the Grandview Drive side of things. There is none of them are accessible. So any parking there's no curb cuts, and then also that accessible route would be blocked by both this fence and a steep grassy slope down to the area. Let's see. Oop, I went too far. Here we see existing northerly access to the park from Brookside Way, which serves both the play area and the event space. As you can see, it's not particularly friendly for those with limited mobility. This is another view here of the access and shows kind of relative area of where the play area is to that exact access point, and also shows some of our accessibility struggles. Now on this one, the picture on the left, it shows the location of our existing band shell, which is the focal point of most of the events at the park. And as you can see, once again, lacking any kind of accessible route down to it. And then the picture on the right illustrates some of the parking limitation on the site. This shows what the Brookside Way frontage looks like, heading west of the site entrance, where the only parking would be on the gravel shoulder that slopes away from the street. In many places, it's quite steep, which poses challenges for even the most able-bodied folks. And then I want to talk about how the need for this project was first identified and prioritized through the public outreach and development of our public recreation and open space plan. This plan specifically identifies the need for the playground, the restroom, accessible pathway, parking, bike racks, gateway, and educational signage, all of which have been incorporated into our project. This shows a list of our proposed amenity list. Including all the features that were identified in our pros plan. And let me pull up, this next one shows you more of a slide or the map site plan that shows you the relation to where all these facilities are. I would like to kind of highlight some of the primary elements of the project. So near the bottom corner, the yellow area represents the new proposed playground. The little green rectangle kind of just kitty corner up from that represents the new restroom. And then you can see the accessible pathway that both leads from the parking on Grandview and then throughout the two entrances and all the way up to both the seating area by the stage and actually up to the stage as well. In addition, we'll be creating a new gateway into the park at a prominent location. A seating wall will be built around the proposed playground. New educational signage will be placed along the accessible walkway, and we'll be enhancing the existing 6,000-foot wetland on site by removing invasive species and debris, and as well as replanting it with native landscaping. One question is, how does this project address deficient recreation opportunities? Well, we are going to be making this unique park accessible to all. We'll be creating with the playground and pathways more opportunities for physical activity and play, and then also providing the needed public facilities in the form of restrooms and parking. We'll be improving this unique setting with enhanced recreation and education opportunities, and ultimately help create more opportunities for bringing the community together. So the project elements have been designed to both aesthetically and physically fit within the natural environment of the park. This slide here shows our rendering of the proposed Apple-themed play structure, which is going to be 2,400 square feet in size and include 24 individual play features. Quite an upgrade from our two rocks in our current play area. This here shows the proposed restroom facility, which would have 2 fully accessible units hooked to sanitary sewer and feature 2 drinking fountains on the outside. The color scheme and appearance have been selected to fit within the apple orchard environment. This slide here, you can kind of see the existing layout of the park with the existing play area in the foreground and the band shell in the back. And then as we kind of superimpose some of the renderings, now this doesn't show all the proposed improvements, but does give you the kind of the perspective of where the new playground and the restroom facility will be. And of course, they will all be connected by the fully accessible pathway. Now, in addition to the more substantial improvements, we'll also be adding some finishing touches that will add a little something extra. Most notably, we're planning to imprint the new walkway throughout the park with nature and orchard themed images such as apple leaves and animal prints. These will be scattered throughout the walkway and can serve as a fun scavenger hunt for kids walking along the pathway. Let's see. There we go. So for this project, we do have a well-developed project design with detailed and realistic cost estimate. So for the play structure and the restroom, these costs have been developed by getting pricing from suppliers that are on the state contract list. And then all the other items have been estimated by a professional engineer, broken down by unit prices based on current costs. Now, this, once again, just kind of a reminder, this is our plan here and our features. So the project itself is a result of a major effort undertaken in 2020 to update the city's Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Plan. This included extensive public outreach. It included surveys, numerous surveys and public meetings. And then as part of the effort, the master plan for the current orchard was developed that we referenced earlier. Our community support of this project can also be demonstrated by the letters of support we've received. These include letters from numerous community groups, the school district, the police department, park commission, and city council. And then one of the most significant community partnerships we have in the development and implementation of this project is with the Current Orchard Resource Enthusiast Group, which is also known as CORE. This is an active volunteer community group dedicated to the stewardship of Current Park. CORE has been instrumental in the care of the park and providing educational opportunities. Specifically with this project, CORE helped us develop and design the layout of the improvements. They're providing and coordinating the volunteer labor for the wetland enhancement, and they're also designing the educational signage. Now, sustainability is a major emphasis of the current Apple Orchard Park, and this project is no exception. It integrates recreation among this unique park setting and preserves and enhances the natural amenities of the park. One thing to note here is that although this is a historic orchard, it's not a commercial orchard, and there are no area-wide broadcasting of pesticides or fertilizers, so it is both sustainable and safe for these improvements to fit in and amongst the apple trees. Ecological factors for our sustainability, we are going to be improving and enhancing the wetland habitat using native landscaping. We'll be using sustainable storm drainage methods. We have environmentally focused education. Our signs are going to feature things about apple tree health and growth, beehive, the importance of beehives and pollination, as well as wetland habitat. And then we also will be incorporating recycled materials into the project. From a social factors, the project will be promoting physical activity and play, clearly improving accessibility and adding enjoyment for all ages and abilities. We have the safe and convenient public restroom. We have the accessible parking. We are connecting to an existing city sidewalk network, and this park is within walking distance of over 11,000 residents. It helps promote and support biking with the bicycle racks. It's in close proximity to transit, and it has enhanced community education opportunities. Then the economic factors, sustainability is the improvements all been designed with low maintenance demands. We're using recycled materials in primarily in aggregates of the rocks. And then also we'd be using efficient storm drainage management techniques of infiltration and dispersion. So there are many cost efficiencies proposed with this project. This includes the utilization of volunteer labor for the enhancement of the wetland, which is valued at $5,000, as well as the volunteers will be, as I mentioned, the core group will be developing the content and design of the educational signage. Another cost efficiency is that we're proposing to use City Parks Department labor for much of the in-ground preparation work. Because of our staff expertise and familiarity with this unique location, we'll be able to perform the in-ground work in a manner that is both quick and efficient, as well as ensure minimal disturbance to the existing natural features of the park. So now, in wrapping things up, I'm bringing back here again is our map of our project. We are very excited for what these amenities and improvements will bring to the current orchard. It'll make this unique gem of a park able to be experienced and enjoyed by all ages and abilities. And with that, I'd like to thank you again for your time and consideration of our project, and be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Great, thank you, Jack. Suggestions, comments on this one? Roxanne, go ahead.
We must be slow and tired after lunch. Hey, good job, Jack. And I think the flow was all there. The project was clear. What I'd recommend, under your need and local priorities, because this is so competitive, you did show the other locations, but maybe something to help us understand whether your playground level of service is a half mile or a mile. And that would clearly show that those other sites are beyond that boundary. Also
Okay.
a little more of a sense of who's in that circle then around that. You emphasize the playground, but you also have an event venue there, and how that might attract older adults in terms of accessibility. If you have an ADA transition plan that has called out those issues at the site, those are just some things that can help strengthen
Oh,
the
great. Yeah.
need and why you've prioritized the scope the way you have. And if you have a standard of having a restroom in all your sites, or at least on a site that has a playground, that can just help strengthen the why behind this.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thanks, Roxanne. Go ahead, Jill, and then Ann.
Yeah, thanks, Jack. This your flow was great, and I think you hit all of the criteria in order as far as I can see. This is just more of a, if you want to go to the last slide again, I know that you really emphasized through all of the presentation to improve that ADA access, and I'm just curious if you have thought about putting ADA parking stalls inside the park, just because it's so limited on its parking, and that's just a question for you, but thanks for bringing that forward.
Yeah, and for us, kind of the nature of the park makes it difficult because we're trying to preserve the historic apple trees themselves. So there's not a lot of opportunity for on-site parking. So we have to kind of take advantage of as much on-street parking as we possibly can. So that certainly is a challenge we face at the park.
Yeah, thank you.
Go ahead, Ann.
I was wondering with the playground structure, if you've looked at including any accessible, inclusive features. We've been seeing a lot of people applying for, a new inclusive playground because they don't have one, and they're retrofitting. And here you're putting in a new playground. So I just wondered if you've given that any thought, if there's been any discussion with the community, if that's, of interest to them.
Yeah, and I do know, I'll verify. I know there are some inclusive features on this. It's not a fully inclusive design, but it does have some features. And so that also has been a interest for our community. So I'll definitely want to highlight those.
Good, thanks. Go ahead, Dennis, and then Chaz.
Can you go to slide 3 for me? Yeah, on this map, everything was kind of great. If you can just like put a star where the apple orchard is. I know where it's at because I live in UP, but I just want it like blatantly obvious where it is and the relationship to the rest of the city, because we have to look at a lot of these and sometimes I get lost somewhere where I'm looking at.
Great.
But pretty much same comments as pretty much everyone else. But overall, good job.
Thanks. Go ahead, Chaz.
Yeah, good job. Can we go slide 14, please? I think 14. Yeah, so when I got a little distracted personally with seeing the nature play area too, I guess it would be, is it the north side of that thing? I guess, I don't know if you need a comment to say, hey, we're not doing that right now. But I just personally like, oh, what is this? And when is he going to talk about this nature play area across the street? And is this part of the proposal? So that's maybe nobody else got distracted by that, but I did.
That's a good suggestion. One thing is a challenge. So the way our park restoration open space plan, it combined both the current orchard and then the area that's in green is an undeveloped separate but adjacent park called our Brookside Park. So it's completely undeveloped. So that's so they're just shown on the same slide. But I think it's a good idea to clarify what what park we're talking about and what's in there.
Perfect. Thanks.
Yeah, you could label it as another phase or something, just so it's real clear.
Yeah.
All right, any final thoughts? Okay, well, thanks for joining us. You'll get some written comments as well, and then we'll see you again in August for evaluation.
Great. Hey, thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
All right, you're welcome. Bye.
Yeah, bye.
Okay, moving to Kitsap County, and hey, Jim, you presenting this one?
I am.
All right. All right, now is this one we had, I think there was some conversation about maybe changing this to an acquisition only? Is
That's
that
right. That's
the
what we're
plan?
gonna do.
Okay.
Yeah.
So folks, it was originally a combination. You'll see that, I think, maybe still in Prism and maybe some of these slides, but I think we're gonna switch this to acquisition only as the plan. So Jim, do you want to control the slides or just tell me to advance them?
Well, you know what? Last time it worked really good when I said next and you guys advanced them.
Yeah, no problem at all. I can do that.
If you don't mind that, I'd sure appreciate it.
Sure.
All right.
Okay, go ahead whenever you're ready. You have 12 minutes.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Jim Aho, and I am presenting for Alex Winooski, the Parks Director for Kitsap County, who had another commitment. I'm a park steward and volunteer at Illahee Preserve Heritage Park. We are applying for this grant to help fund a land acquisition addition to the Illahee Preserve Heritage Park. And note, this was initially going to be a combination acquisition and development project with a development portion to phase in a spillway for a dam. But we'd been advised to take one step at a time and acquire the property first. So the spillway has been dropped from the grant. This is now only an acquisition grant. Next. Illahee Preserve Heritage Park is located directly west of downtown Seattle on the Kitsap Peninsula and in the most densely populated area in Kitsap County. Next. It is one of 6 large heritage parks in Kitsap County's park system and the only one adjacent to a major urban population center, the city of Bremerton. Collectively, these 6 regional parks comprise over 8,000 acres, which is approximately 75% of the system's total park acreage. These parks are managed for their natural resource value, including protecting watersheds and waterways, wildlife habitat, and healthy forests, with this one having an additional issue because it is located next to Kitsap County's largest city, Bremerton. Next. The final 9.6 acres property is an idyllic scene shown as it looks over a pond and at a dam, and is the remaining parcel of a 30-acre expansion. Next. The 9.6 parcel is shown on a survey map with another perspective of the roadway above the dam photo at the bottom. The current plan is to remove the roadway over the dam with a future development grant. Next. The next 4 slides characterize and describe the larger big picture needs assessment, first looking at the county and state regional parks, which would be 50 acres or more in size in the area, which are the Illahee Preserve at 600 acres, and then Illahee State Park at 75 acres. Next. This slide denotes that Bremerton has only one regional park on the west side of Bremerton and no regional parks on the east side of Bremerton. Next. Looking at community parks, 10 to 50 acres in size, there's only Lions Park located in East Bremerton, showing another park deficit. Next. Kitsap County doesn't fare any better in the area with no community parks, though the Illahee Preserve likely fills that function despite not having local or community park amenities. Next. Regarding PROS plans, Kitsap County has established heritage parks as being the foundation of its park system, with an emphasis on natural areas and conservation uses, which the Illahee Preserve exemplifies. However, it is being impacted by exponential use because of the surrounding growth of the county and the city of Bremerton. Next. The common theme among pros planning is the need for more trails, open space, conservation, and land acquisition, which this grant helps satisfy. Next, Bremerton's pros plan also delves into their goals and outcomes. Next, with the next graphic showing their gap analysis, findings that they need more parkland in East Bremerton and that the issue needs to be addressed. Next, the summary conclusion is Bremerton needs a regional park in East Bremerton. Kitsap County needs a park with amenities, and 3, this watershed park grant will satisfy both of their needs. Next. The next slides cover the project scope, first with photos of the 9.6 acres. Next. This is the final phase of a 32.4 acre Elliott property with a progression of the purchases shown. Next. This slide is now OBE as an acquisition only grant. Next. Once the acquisition is completed, the more detailed planning for the watershed park can continue with the various already envisioned exhibits, which are listed on the left, which talk to local park amenities, maintenance facility, a dam exhibit, aquifer exhibit, watershed table exhibit, beaver dam exhibit, and a riparian interpretive exhibit. Next. The planned recreation opportunities are educational related and based on a $250,000 detailed watershed and surface water plan and study funded by the Department of Ecology and the Port of Illahee. This was the science behind the purchase of the Timber's Edge development, which is shown on the lower left. Next. The central and the namesake feature of the park will be a scaled model of the Illahee Creek watershed presented as a touchable watershed table showing the deeply incised channels or slopes. The Port of Illahee has asked that the model also show the 1/8 mile delta extending out into Port Orchard Bay and its proximity to the Illahee Community Dock. Next. The aquifer exhibit is another key element of the ecology-funded study, with this graphic representing local aquifers and within Kitsap County. Next. The dam exhibit represents an earthen dam on the site and looks at the issues with dams in general throughout the state. Next. The immediacy of threat is still being evaluated as this issue is complex and the situation tenuous. The estate is looking for just compensation and will give time for fundraising and grants like this one. We've been working on purchasing this 32.4 acre estate for many years, having already purchased 2.4 acres in 2022. And purchasing another 16.8 acres later this year. The sellers have agreed to defer purchasing a 3.7 acre parcel to 2025 and the final 9.6 acre parcel by 2026. Any estate properties not purchased by this time and the spillway issue not resolved, the owners will begin looking to other buyers, including potential developers, at a zoning of 4 homes per acre already, where a developer could put in a qualified spillway and pass the cost on to new homeowners, thus ending the opportunity to purchase this property, which is central to establishing a watershed park. In other words, the threat is immediate and real, and they actually helped draft this statement, so it's kind of interesting. Anyway, next. The next three slides show the suitability of the site The first notes the suitability of its size for natural features, but not for playfields, and the location connection with a 600-acre Illahee Preserve. Next. The natural amenities on this slide are what make it an ideal watershed park, as it has the required associated water features. And the watershed model, Hattie's Pond, the dam exhibit, the beaver dams, the aquifer exhibit, riparian features, forested areas, and meadow areas. The upper right-hand corner on the photo shows a environmental learning center, which is going to be demolished for the aquifer exhibit. We didn't get a chance to take that off of that slide. So anyway, next. Especially noted on this slide are the land disturbances on the west side, which is on the left, where the local park amenities are to be situated. Next. The project design is in direct alignment with location being next to the preserve and adjacent to a major roadway, Perry Avenue, not to mention adjacent to the water features of the pond and dam. Next. Also, the direct alignment is the need for more parkland on the East Bremerton areas, next showing the preserve and Illahee State Park and 2 community parks at the bottom of the map, and moreover with the need for adjacent underserved communities, which is for the next slide. So next. This is more details about the underserved community on the preserve's north and east sides, showing where a 10% match is allowable in that blue box area. And that leads up to a question, because we have the Illahee Preserve both on, like I say, the north side and the east side. And it sure seems like with that location next to that box that we ought to be able to qualify for that 10% match, but that's just an editorial there. So anyway, next. This fact is further emphasized by the nearest school, View Ridge Elementary, serving underserved children. Next. Sustainability as the creative balancing of benefits with impact is maximized in all areas, but especially with ecological features, as shown in this slide, with saving the last section of Illahee Creek, a pond, the dam, and beavers and their 2 upstream dams. Next. And the Department of Fish and Wildlife's habitat rating scale indicates the area as having the highest habitat value, which is the area shown in green. Next. Which includes unique and protected riparian areas. Next. Such that a documentary film was made to tell the story and is being updated in the 2024-25 timeframe. Next. And pollinator habitat is maintained with riparian and forested areas. Next. Social factors of sustainability center around community education. Next. And physical activity for all ages. Next. Economic factors include a second rain garden for the new park's parking area, and the unique features and exhibits bringing in outside visitors and spurring economic development for the surrounding community. Next. Cost efficiencies or preserve projects have been provided by community donations, including those by local service clubs like the Rotary and Lions clubs. Next. Parks efficiencies include volunteers and a nonprofit Illahee Forest Preserve that was formed to specifically support the preserve. Next. This slide shows Rotary personnel installing a sign that they paid for and other group volunteers. Next. and another slide showing Navy and Washington Youth Academy support with an average total number of hours over the last few years of 8,000 hours a year. And the next couple slides are just not for the applicants. So go next, there we go. And then to the summary. And very simply, we need help to make this grant purchase available and to happen. So next slide. Anyway, questions. Thank you for letting us present. Are there any questions? And I'm sure there's going to be lots.
Great, thanks, Jim. Yeah, we'll give you some feedback. So just take notes, and I think your grants manager is here as well to help take some notes. So Jill, why don't you start?
Yeah, is the heritage term, is that used as a form of your parks, like as a I guess compared to like community level or regional?
It's like an extra regional. It's the really large parks that Kitsap County is going to really take care of. In other words, the big ones. There's actually 2 in each of the commissioner districts, so there's only 6 of them. So
got it. Yeah, if maybe you can make that a little clear on your park classifications, that it's that there's like that classification. I'm not as familiar with that as I am with like community or neighborhood parks. So that might be helpful. Slide 13, if you could, Carl. In some of these, it's like I don't know exactly where your project is for this. This is Olympus Drive parcel. Is that the parcel that's in question here?
No, what Bremerton was looking at is expanding that parcel. So we took their pros plans and looked at it, but the Illahee Preserve is right. And the project is, you can see my cursor. This is where that project would be, where the dam is and so forth, right there. And the preserve is all right here. So we surround that area, basically.
Okay. That was a little confusing, I think, to me. So I maybe get with your grants manager on how to present that. Maybe it was just me. And then slide 23 has different acreages listed than what's in this application. So I was a little unclear on, because I think this application is just for over 9 acres. It looks like 32.4, and there's some other acreage sizes it looks like you've purchased in the past. And then it says 2024 plans for a 16.8 acre habitat purchase. I don't know if that's a part of in this area, if this is part of the Illahee Preserve or not. So maybe just a little bit of, ironing that out. And then slide 39 shows a donation, but I don't have that in your PRISM metrics. It's over 600 contributed. So I don't know if that applies to this project or if it was just in general, or if the 50,000 Lions Challenge is also in that. Because if it is, that's compelling information. You'd want to put that in the PRISM document and just document that it's a donation. And then slide 32 and 33. If you could put a giant star on where your project is, that would help just orient me when I'm looking at it. And that's all from me. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Good, thanks, Joe. Roxanne, go ahead, and then Silvana.
I'll just quickly piggyback on that, because you did a lot of stuff about regional sites and understanding what the size and scale is. So to truly know, is the parcel you're trying to buy the whole of the park? Does it complete the park and now it becomes of a certain size and scale? And what's still remaining? If you can map that a little bit more clearly, that will help us. I also got the strong impression that this was an existing site, so it's not necessarily filling a service gap per se, as much as you need this parcel to complete that. And so to help us understand how the parcel fits and why it's important. On the immediacy side, the last thing also said that the city and county would not take the site without the spillway being addressed, and it sounds like this parcel has it on it, so I know that's something you're working out. I thought you had referenced it as a plan, you know, phase 2, but it looks like from that comment that somehow the spillway is gonna have to be in place for the county to take the parcel, so if that's accurate, if that needs to be on there to begin with, if it does, then it probably needs to be clarified to us, and that was the end of the immediacy of threat slide.
Great, thanks, Roxanne. Go ahead, Silvana.
Yeah, I think for clarity, you know, with your slides, I spent a lot of time trying to orient where the project was in the map. So, you know, like Jill and Roxanne had said, you know, just really clearly marking that, since a lot of us probably are not familiar with this area. And then where you've got a lot of text, if you can tighten it up to less text and enlarging the graphics, the maps and things like that, that'll also help us be able to see. And then RCO has a great resource on their website about the PowerPoints. And if you get a chance to visit the website and look at the resource they provided, that can really help as far as getting the information across clearly to us, so that we can make sure we give you the maximum points that you're eligible for.
Great, thanks, everyone. Any final thoughts? All right, well, thank you, Jim. Appreciate you coming and presenting this for your community. And hopefully that was helpful. You'll get some written comments as well, and I know it'll get cleaned up as we transition this to just an acquisition only. That'll help kind of clean it up, I think, and tighten it up. But yeah, what you heard is that a lot, I think, is just putting it in context, you know, showing the whole property, the whole preserve, this property you're buying, you know, and what that does to help make this a complete experience.
Yep. Got it.
All righty. Thank you. We'll see you later.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. All right. Headed back east of the mountains, town of Twisp, another acquisition project. And let's see, Hans, are you presenting this one?
I am.
Great. Welcome.
Hear me okay?
I can. Can everyone else hear him okay? All right.
Excellent.
Good.
That's good.
Yeah, good start. Do you want me to advance the slides for you or give you control to do that?
If you want to give me control, that would be great.
Okay, will do. There you are. Go ahead and click on your PowerPoint to activate it. All right, looks like you got it.
Okay.
Well, whenever you're ready, go ahead. Yep.
Ready for our 12-minute presentation?
Yes, go for it.
I haven't started. No, just kidding. Okay. I'm Hans Smith. I'm mayor of Twisp, and I'm excited to be presenting this really nice project opportunity that we're really excited about. And I do have a co-presenter with me here today, so I'll let him introduce himself really quick.
I'm Nick Hirschenau, and I'm the chair of our Parks and Rec Commission. I've been on that commission for 3 or 4 years, and so I've been quite involved in this project. And I'm happy to be here also.
So we're making a proposal today for WWRP local parks money for acquisition of what we call the Mill Hill property, which is a 139-acre property on the outskirts of Twisp. It's actually not in town, but on the outskirts. And we do have a lot of visuals in this, so we're going to be pointing to the visuals to give a context of what this property is and what it means for Twisp. Here you can see a photo of the Mill Hill property behind our new civic building, which is where I'm presenting from today. So you can imagine me in that behind the glass in that corner meeting room giving this presentation right now. But we're really excited about this opportunity for Twisp. As you can see, this is an important property for our view shed. And Twist is located in Okanagan County. Oops, sorry, I advanced the wrong slide. Twist is located in Okanagan County. All the photos you'll see in this presentation are of the site and, from here on the ground. So this is a picture from Mill Hill, and there's Nick walking his dog up on the Mill Hill property. But anyway, we're in Okanagan County, Washington. And like I said, this project is actually occurring just outside of the town boundary. So for regional setting, we are a small jurisdiction, municipal entity in Okanagan County. Twist is about a mile long in size if you travel along Highway 20. And you can see highlighted in the map on the screen where the Mill Hill property is in the red polygon relative to our municipal boundary. So this adjoins our municipal boundary. It's 139 acres. It has connection to other public lands nearby Twist, like the DNR property that we're going to talk about more. And you can see there is other public land near Twist, but nothing that actually adjoins our boundaries. So this project is really important from a perspective of connecting our community to trails and opportunities for recreation adjacent to town, but also outside of the town boundary. Click the wrong button again, sorry. So Twist is a small town. We're about 1,000 people right now in size, year-round residents. And as you can see from the photos here, the project we're talking about, the Mill Hill property, is just a critical piece. It's a 700-foot rise right on the outskirts of town, kind of dominating our view shed. And so we feel like it's really important to protect that view shed, as well as provide the recreational opportunities associated with this property and connections we'll be talking about in the presentation. But yeah, the project location is basically right on the edge of town, and it has a lot of impact on kind of the beauty and splendor of Twist. And I want to talk a little bit about the site condition and suitability. The site is currently undeveloped. It does have existing trails on it, about 2 miles of existing trail that have been in various conditions of use. It has been in private ownership, and now we are trying to buy it in 2023. The property was about to be listed for sale by the previous owner, who had owned it for well over a decade and had casually allowed public use of the trails, but at times had limited public use if they felt that the public was being disruptive to the property. And when they finally listed it for sale, the Methow Conservancy stepped in and approached the town to say, would we be happy to function as an interim buyer and purchase this if the town's interested in actually taking the long-term ownership and keeping this as open space and trails use. So that's where we are today. We have the property is currently held fee title by the Methow Conservancy, but the town of Twist is seeking to purchase that fee title from the Methow Conservancy, actually own fee title of the land, and then manage it for open space, trails use, and habitat conservation. And as you can see in the map, it's really nice shrub steppe habitat, a lot of birds, migratory bird use, a lot of mule deer bedding in this area. And like we said, it's a great spot right outside of town that people can come engage in that type of landscape that are coming to Twist for other purposes. And you can see in the picture, this current gateway onto the project site, the main access road, there's currently a sign up that would be replaced with a Town of Twist sign, but there is currently a roadway access onto the property. Just a little more about the site suitability. It just really is a very nice, expansive open space property with really great views up and down the valley. Interesting geology. The Methow schist is the dominant geologic landform in this area. And they're very interesting to go see what the rocks and the soils look like in this area. And I meant to discuss a little bit about our need. There really is no other hiking trails of any substantial distance around the boundary of Twist. But this property would add a substantial amount of hiking amenity into our parks portfolio. So with that, talking about our parks portfolio, Nick's here today to kind of get into our comprehensive parks and recreation plan, which we adopted in 2022, and we actually recently updated because of this emerging opportunity of the land sale and the purchase by the Methow Conservancy of the Mill Hill property, to make sure that Twist had cited this property appropriately in our recreation plan. So we did a recent amendment to that. This project has the current project proposal has a lot of connections to other projects that are in our recreation plan. So I'm going to let Nick kind of talk about those things.
Okay, thanks, Hans. Yeah, when we put this plan together the last couple of years, well, it was completed in 2022. Our focus on that plan was pedestrian connectivity in town, and not only within town, but to whatever park or recreation amenities might be accessible out of town. And what we found, and this is noted in the plan, is that there really isn't any access. There's a lot of big open space around Twist. Most of it's private land, and there's no pedestrian access to a significant piece of property with any kind of hiking trails or biking trails or anything like that. And so that was a big emphasis on our plan. And then when the Mill Hill opportunity came along, we talked a lot with the Methow Conservancy, our local land trust organization, about how important that was, and they recognized how important it was. If they hadn't stepped in, it probably would have been bought up by a private landowner or a private party who probably would have wanted to put in vacation homes of some sort. And we really didn't want that to happen. People in town have loved walking there, riding their bikes there, skiing there a little bit. It has year-round use. And so they stepped up and stopped that from happening. But the understanding was that we would step up and assume ownership and control, cooperating with them on the management of it. And so yeah, let's go to the next slide. Let's click. Okay, so let me talk a little bit about the subject matter under project scope. Hans has pretty much told you what's there. Let me elaborate a little. There's a 2-track road that winds around the hill and up to a saddle, and then there's a ridge trail. It's an alternative way, and then a single track trail to the top. Total trail mileage is about 2 miles. And so that in itself is huge for us, for our little town. But a really big part of it is that this acquisition would open the door to many other possibilities on the northeast side of the Methow River. I think we'll go to the next slide to talk about okay. So the Mill Hill is outlined in red there, and the green line within that is the ridge trail that goes up, and then to the very top is the summit of the hill. It's right there in the very top, and the other line there, I think it's red, winds around the mountain. So those are the existing trails that are extremely accessible from town. Everyone in our town lives within a mile of this. And the purple on there is new housing development. Our town is really taking off in growth. Those housing developments have all are either under construction, recently built, or approved for construction. Hundreds of new housing units, including that one that the arrow's on, which is right adjacent to Mill Hill. And so the use we're already getting a lot of use there, and we've gotten more use since the Conservancy purchased this and it got a little more press. And we're expecting the use to really grow. But the other thing that really excites us about having Mill Hill is the way it opens the door to a lot of things that were in our 2022 plan that we put there as aspirations, and we didn't really see a way to get there because of a lack of connectivity. And I'm going to point out there's 4 specific ones on that side of the river. Let me say on that side of the river now, there aren't that many people living, but the growth is coming. And there's quite a few on the other side who go there and use it. But the growth is coming to that side of the river. And we want that growth to happen in conjunction with development of parks and recreational opportunities. So the one might be the simplest one for us to obtain is the DNR land directly to the east, which is again open shrub steppe land. DNR wanted to auction it off a few years ago, and the town, among others, objected and said, can you hold off on that? Because this is a big piece of open space right next to our town. But there was no way to get to it until the Mill Hill property became designated public property. And there's no way for the town to really go for it until the Mill Hill property is owned by the town. So we would hope we would develop more trail system there, maybe a better mountain bike trail, because Mill Hill doesn't really provide much opportunity for that. And so that would double our open space and trail capacity. And again, the Mill Hill acquisition makes that possible. Then in the yellow up top, that is also town park property. On the west side of the river is our Twist Park, which is a beautiful little town park. On the east side, it's completely undeveloped town property, and it's an overlook of the confluence of the Twist, which comes in from the west, and the Methow River coming in from the north. It's quite a spectacular site that has been abused quite a bit in the past, was historically used as a dump, and of course isn't anymore. But it needs to be cleaned up a little. And also we would like to develop some kind of low-key overlook that's with pedestrian access from there. And Mill Hill definitely opens up a possibility for that connection. I've got a couple of pictures of these in the next slide that we'll look at. But I also wanted to talk about further south along the east side of the river. There's been a long-term plan for a trail along the east side through what is now private property. That, by the way, that whole flat area on the east side was a former mill site in Twist. And it's sort of in limbo now. Not totally certain what plan the owners have for it, but they were on board to put a trail on the east side. That fell through. We'd still like to see that happen. The other thing we'd like to see happen eventually that would tie into all these is a pedestrian bridge across the river right where that arrow is, where the town already has a water line crossing the river and the right of way. And then the other thing to point out here is all those purple new housing developments that are going to bring a lot more people in. Let's go to the next slide, and we can. I think I lost my.
Yeah, I've got it. Hey guys, you're already a couple minutes over time, and
sorry.
I'm not even sure if you got to immediacy of threat yet. So
okay, well I'll tell you what these are real quick. On the right is the confluence overlook. What you see from the overlook and outlined in red is the overlook itself. On the left is the DNR land. Let's go to the next slide real quick. And that is one of the housing developments that's right at the base. That's approved housing development. It's going to be like 100 units in there. It's right at the base of Mill Hill. Our hope is to have a little trail coming off of that joins the Mill Hill trails. Okay, Hans, wrap it up real quick. Sorry, I went on and on.
So we did want to point out, we have had a development. This again is in the county land, right adjacent to the Mill Hill property, a house built on the kind of co-peak of the Mill Hill property. And so you can see the house there, you can see, the roadway up to it. So that's what we're trying to prevent. They have restricted access to any of that property, walking access. And so, people did used to be able to get to the summit. There was an old 2-track up there, and now that's been lost to public access. So we want to preserve this for public access. It's got great open space, wildlife, picture of school kids. There's a Christian school right adjacent to the project site, and they go up there almost weekly to enjoy the views and learn about nature. Okay, next slide. I'll finish this up real fast. A lot of project engagement, a lot of excitement about the project. Nonprofits in the valley have all provided letters of support for their various interests, including biking, trails, senior mobility, all sorts of things like that, schools. And we actually, have gone through public processes to update our parks plan to include this project in it. So that's been gone through a public process with the town of Twisp. Next slide, please. And then cost efficiency wise, I just wanted to point out the Medtech Conservancy is graciously providing the match funding. So we have a 30% match requirement for this project, and they will be donating that match to the project. So we're asking for around $540,000 from RCO, and the project is scoped correctly for this size of an acquisition based on similar acquisitions that have been done of land for these types of purposes, including a project that was done with Winthrop and the Medtech Conservancy a few years ago under WWRP. There you go. That's the presentation.
Great. All right. Thank you so much, you guys. All right. Feedback from the committee. Jill, go ahead, and then Doug.
Nope, I was muted there. So we have some updated criteria, and if you present those criteria in order, it helps us score. If we have to jump around as you're going to present when you come back, you could miss points, or we could miss our scoring just based on the order of your presentation. Your cursor may not show up in that final presentation, so I would recommend on the maps, putting arrows to those, or put some type of marking just like you did on this one on your threats with the arrows of the house and the driveway. There are, I think, slide 9, if you could go to slide 9.
Yeah.
Nope, never mind. Okay, so talking about the needs for your other parks, I know that you have some other projects that can be confusing sometimes for the evaluators. So I would concentrate on, providing us the level of service, showing your other parks in the area, but I wouldn't expand too much on those other facilities, or it makes it look like perhaps the application is for those other facilities. So it looks like a really important piece of property to Twisp, and thanks for bringing it in, and I'll yield. Thanks.
Thanks. Go ahead, Doug, and then Genevieve.
I'm gonna say it. You have to spoon feed this to us. All the information you're giving us, it fits in different categories, different ways throughout, and Jill said it to start off with, but you have to spoon feed. You gotta remember we're doing 60+ reviews of projects in a 4-day period. So if you don't give it to us in the order that the categories are online, as listed in the grant manual, and go through need and then project scope and then immediacy of threat, and you don't give it to us in order, you're going to miss points. We're going to miss stuff. It's just the nature of the way it works. I would suggest you review that evaluation criteria and just make sure you're hitting all of the points in there that are relevant to an acquisition project. Get with your grants manager on that. Make sure you do that. The other thing I would suggest is watching some of this is all being live streamed and recorded on YouTube. So you can go and see that and see some other presentations that are acquisitions, see how they handle the same things, how they lay out and time out their presentation. I had you at just over 17.5 minutes for your presentation. So you had about 5.5 minutes you got to cut down. I didn't see immediacy of threat until you got to the end. So I had that as a question mark. It's owned by the Conservancy now. Is there a threat to the purchase of this land? Or how is that currently going on? You don't have to answer that now. Answer that in August. And then if you can go to slide number 3. So this has some good information, but if you can label what these items are, you talk about the lands, the DNR lands and the public lands and stuff. If you can label what they are and the distance away that they are, that helps us. This looks a little, to me, it's probably more than the service area of what you're looking at for this kind of regional hiking trails. you probably don't have anything competitive within that range, especially since the DNR lands are probably lands that don't have any trails accessible on them or are not publicly accessible at the moment. But label this out so that we know what's in the area and we can kind of quantify it a little better. And that pretty much goes for all your maps. We won't be able to see your cursor. We won't be able to for sure know where your cursor is when you're doing the presentation. So if you want to highlight something, you got to put it on the screen. That's all I got for you. Thanks.
Thanks, Genevieve, and then Chaz.
Yeah. Hey guys. Seems like a great project. A little bit of feedback I had. I think it was on slide 5. You guys were talking about the Conservancy being the bridge owner, and a lot of your talking points on that slide, that was your site condition and suitability slide, but they felt like a better fit to me on your immediacy of threat category. So maybe just make sure you read all the kind of the fine print of what each category is looking for so that your talking points align with those. I also thought if you had a map of local and regional hiking inventory, it would better illustrate kind of what the need is for this amenity in the community. I know you mentioned there wasn't a lot of hiking around, but maybe if you have a way to visually depict that, it would be helpful. Also, in terms of immediacy of threat, I was wondering about the zoning on this particular parcel. For example, if it was slated for housing development, it would be nice to point that out. That'll help make your immediacy of threat point. What else? Oh, on, I think it was slide 9, it was kind of the overview of the town, and it showed the proximity of this parcel to the current existing town park. And it looks like it's located very close to this. I wondered if there was any potential for connectivity with that park in terms of walkability. And another thing I was wondering about was the total trail length of the trail system that currently exists on this property. Might be nice to know just how long they are, and if it connected to the DNR property, what the total trail system would be. And then lastly, my thought was about open space acreage, kind of level of service standards for the town. You mentioned how this was roughly 135 acres. How many total acres, regionally are available for open space, and what does this do to the overall kind of inventory goal you have for the community? So that's all I had. Thanks.
Good, thanks. Chaz, go ahead.
Yeah, definitely just echoing, following the criteria. Actually, I'm glad we're on slide 9 here. I see the blue line of you have a existing pedestrian easement and future parking. I think emphasizing that's your connection to this new acquisition, I think would be important for me. And then the other minor note is I noted in Prism you have 144 acres, but throughout the presentation you have 139. So just kind of making sure that you're consistent with whatever that number should be.
Good, thanks, Chaz. And I would highly recommend writing a script for your final, just so you stay on track. You guys know this site and the community like so well. It's just too easy to get off on a tangent. And so most presenters, you only got 12 minutes, a lot to pack in. So definitely, work up a little script for your final presentation.
Great.
Chaz, did you have something else, Chaz, or no? Just okay. All right. Well, thanks, Nick and Mayor Smith. Really appreciate you joining us and sharing your project. We'll see you in August.
All right. Thank you so much.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay, we're at a break. What are we? 2:17. Well, I don't like cutting breaks too short, so let's just bump out 5 minutes. You want to come back at 2:30? Or are you guys okay with just a 7-minute break? What do you think? 7 minutes enough? Back on track? Okay. All right, let's do it. If you're okay with that, we'll do it. Back at 2:25 for Grays Harbor. Thanks. Alrighty, welcome back. Looks like Alyssa is here. Port of Grace Harbor. Hello, Alyssa. Welcome. Can you see your PowerPoint okay and hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, great. All right, Friends Landing Development. I'm going to pass controls over to you. There you are. See if that works for you.
Okay,
All right.
looks like it.
Great.
Okay,
Well,
how do I get back now? Let's see. Okay.
That worked. All right, whenever you're ready, go ahead.
All right, thank you. Well, good afternoon. My name is Alyssa Shea. I'm the general manager of the Satsat Business Park with the Port of Grace Harbor, and I'm responsible for the port's East Grace Harbor County properties, which includes Friends Landing. And I'm here today to tell you about our application for the Friends Landing Expansion and Accessibility Improvements Project. So this is our regional location map to help you familiarize with the location of our facility. Friends Landing is a recreational facility located in Grace Harbor County. It's just outside of Montesano. It's about an hour from the coast, and it's centrally located between Portland and Seattle. We are a tourist destination for many visitors traveling to our nearby beaches and around the Olympic Peninsula Loop. This is a site map which shows what we have to offer at Friends Landing. It's located along the Chehalis River and Lake Quig. It includes hiking, fishing, camping, bird watching, and a variety of other facilities. Also includes 18 RV sites, 10 tent sites, a boat launch, 2 fishing shelters, 2 picnic shelters, a new playground, and a paved walking trail loop. Before we start, I think it's important to briefly cover the history of Friends Landing because it provides important context on where we're at today. So prior to becoming a park, the property was actually a gravel pit, and it was donated to Trout Unlimited in 1988. Starting in the early 1990s, it was developed as a recreational facility that could be used by all with a special interest in making the site accessible for people with disabilities to enjoy. RCO played a critical role in the funding and creation of this facility, and in 2014, the nonprofit owner turned these facilities over to the Port of Grace Harbor to take over the long-term management and preservation of Friends Landing. The port's vision of providing public access to our waterfront and promoting tourism for the betterment of the region was a perfect fit to manage these beautiful waterfront assets. So for a bit of project introduction, I have sort of an aerial photo of the site here. This project is a development project. We're proposing to renovate and expand the existing recreational opportunities on site to enhance the experience for day use users. The site is currently developed, but other than the new playground in 2019, has not seen any significant improvements since 2019. The recreation opportunities provided are waterfront public access, picnicking, and playground area. Friends Landing is a unique jewel, and the recreation opportunities it affords to both Grace Harbor County residents and visitors is not matched anywhere nearby. Unfortunately, I did not have an inventory map available to me, but that will be in my final presentation in August. And I have noted that on here that campground and restrooms are closed November to March per our shoreline permit conditions. So that does impact the usage numbers you might see in this presentation. But the facility itself and the day use areas are open year round. So when we prepared our recreation plan in 2022, we did a community-wide survey asking the public and our users what they would like to see at our recreational facilities. And in this slide, you'll see that we asked our users why they visit Friends Landing. And other than the walking trail, which was the highest ranked, you'll see that the covered picnic shelter and the playground were ranked the second and third reasons why they visited Friends Landing. And we asked them what improvements they would like to see. And other than repairing the trail surfaces, which matched up with the #1 reason they visit,
You can see the highest ranked improvements are all a part of our project, including improvements to parking in the playground and picnic shelter, expanded common area amenities to the picnic shelter renovations, and signage and lighting improvements. And this graph is intended to show you how much use of Friends Landing has increased over the last 12 years. The majority of this revenue is from campground revenue. So the facilities that we're looking at are free of charge, but the campground directly adjacent to the site is a revenue producer. And that does show that over a 12-year period, it has increased, and we're at a new normal for usage. So let's see here. My notes printed out funny. So this under here, you can see our picnic shelter demand, again, free to use. Last year in 2023, we had 103 reservations with 87 reservations to date in 2024. And you can also see that we have a significant amount of users that are coming for class reunions, weddings and receptions, birthday parties, company picnics, memorial services, graduation parties. Those are all of the users that we can track to reserving the picnic shelters. Some of the users that we see are DSHS, Fish and Wildlife, therapeutic courts. There's just a wide variety of users. And I'm just going to pull up my notes here on my computer because got them right here. Okay. So next slide here. So our project scope. Oops. Okay. Our primary scope is to increase accessibility around the playground and picnic shelter and between the two facilities. And at the picnic shelter, you can see in pink, we will construct a concrete plaza with barbecues to expand the area of the picnic shelter. We'll add a bocce ball court, lighting, and accessible walkways around and to the parking area. And then we'll mark the parking area with parking bumpers, but no paving is proposed. It will remain gravel. We'll also add a concrete walkway in pink that leads from the playground to the picnic shelter. And that will tee off into an area that supports ADA accessibility from the existing ADA parking facility. We'll add benches and benches and picnic tables as well to that area. So these photos are intended to show the current conditions on site and how the proposed improvements will enhance the user experience. At the picnic shelter, you can see there is room to grow and expand the overall user experience. That's on the left-hand side. And at the playground, on the right, you'll see that we are in need of some hard paved surfaces. So this photo was taken from the viewpoint of the accessible parking spaces. But you can see we need to improve how user would get from the parking area to the playground and around those facilities. Our benches and picnic tables will also be ADA accessible. And I will note that many of the features in the playground are ADA accessible, including the swings and some of the other areas where you can transfer into and onto the structure. So I previously went over our 2022 survey where we engaged the community on the improvements they would like to see. The survey was open for 1 month and we received 40 responses. We emailed and called as many users as we could to let them know the survey was open. We posted QR codes around the park. And in Grace Harbor County, we can assume that most of our users are underserved populations. And although 40 responses seems relatively small, we're very proud to receive this sample size in a community as small as Grace Harbor. And this is a photo of our ribbon cutting of the playground in 2019. And as you can see from the size of the crowd, how many stakeholders showed up to celebrate and how much the opening of this brand new accessible playground meant to them. So the Port of Grace Harbor's goal at Friends Landing is to provide waterfront access to the community and to promote tourism. And this project will maintain and enhance that waterfront access for the community. Although some impervious walkways are being added, we're trying to look to minimize as many impervious surfaces as possible. And we're looking at ways to incorporate native landscaping to the area as well. I have highlighted the project area on this photo from another perspective, so you can see the dense natural area that is protected and preserved surrounding the project area. And with regards to social factors, Grace Harbor currently ranks 37 out of 39 counties in statewide health rankings. Facilities like Friends Landing give community members access to outdoor recreation opportunities, cultural enhancement, and sustainable food opportunities like fishing. Cultural and social enhancement is provided by the ability to utilize a gathering area for groups at no charge, and the wildlife and connections to the Chehalis River Basin offered at Friends Landing should also be considered as part of the sustainability of this project. So we're currently working on one additional grant application through a community foundation that would be awarded in October, as well as one other donor, and we will have additional applications as part of that. This photo depicts the donors that contributed to our 2019 playground renovation. And we had 9 donors to that project, plus the Port of Grace Harbor. And I think we'll see a similar commitment to this project. I would also note that we did apply for RCO grant funding to renovate the playground and do most of this project in 2016, and we were unsuccessful. But we're asking again for RCO support to complete this project by adding the accessibility features, the benches, the picnic tables that are so desperately needed. And we're initially a part of our 2016 project, but a huge portion of that project has been completed, and we'd love the chance to finish that off and add those accessibility features. So with that, thanks for allowing me the opportunity to present this, and I welcome any feedback you have on our project.
Great, thank you, Alyssa. All right, thoughts on this one? Genevieve, go ahead.
Just kind of a minor comment. I forget, there wasn't slide numbers on there, so I'm not sure exactly which slide, but I think it was project scope. There was like a site plan image on there, and it was hard for me to read. Yeah, this one. Thanks, Carl. The labels, I wanted to read them, but they're a little bit too small. So I don't know if you can put the bullet points on a different slide maybe and make this bigger, or maybe just zoom into parts of it, but that would be helpful to see all the features. And then just the last comment was on the sustainability slide, you had some talking points about some statistics, and maybe just add a second slide to show us a graph, and so we can follow along visually with your talking points. It just helps us kind of process the information better as you share it.
Thanks, Genevieve. Roxanne, go ahead, and then Chaz.
Yeah. Well, related to that, we score in order of the criteria. So during this slide, you talked a lot about the demographics of Grace Harbor and the community and the need, which was one of the first things we score you on. And then you talked about it at the end. So don't make us work that hard, right? The more you just take us one-to-one piece is best. So go back and kind of look at that element. You also at the very end told me that you put in the playground as a phase 1, and that really a lot of this connectivity and benches are things that are happening almost as a phase 2 that actually surround that playground structure and surround the picnic structure. So that really is a scoping conversation about what this project is and how it fits into the whole of the site. And providing us that context, so then you can get very specific in project design about the elements, right? And these are high point value, the first couple of things, the need, the scope, and the design and the engagement. So making sure your materials are falling in under those titles in terms of just realigning your narrative to hit the points at the right time.
Great, thanks. Go ahead, Chaz.
Yeah, I don't have anything to add. Genevieve and Roxanne basically kind of hit the, one comment or a couple comments I was going to have. I mean, I noticed that you only had one slide here on scope, but it's worth 20 points, right? And one, you can't read it, and you might as well spend a bit more time talking about each of these elements on multiple slides after this one, because I think you have the time to do it, and you should have spend the time to do it. And then also focusing on, as Roxanne mentioned, kind of this is like a second phase to tie it all together.
Good, thanks. Go ahead, Doug.
I just had one comment slash question, and it relates to the parking lot and the accessibility. I think you mentioned that the parking lot was going to stay gravel, but yet you're then having accessibility improvements throughout the park. Well, the parking lot's gravel. Does that not? I'm not sure if that qualifies as accessible. So you may want to check into that and look at, do you have ADA parking? Maybe you have a couple ADA parking stalls and you asphalt those kinds of things. But that's a question that if you're getting people to the site, okay, so you do. All right.
Looks like there's a couple paved and the rest is gravel, maybe?
Yeah, that's correct. We do have a couple of paved ADA parking stalls.
Okay, so you just want to, because again, we're going to have 60 plus of these when we come to evaluation. I'm not going to remember that. I mean, I don't even remember what I did in my presentations this morning, so I can't even tell you what you're going to do in your presentation in 2 months. So make sure, and I've said it before, I'll say it again. Yes, Jill, I'm saying it again. Spoon feed us the information. As Roxanne said, follow the grant criteria in order and spoon feed us. Don't assume we know. Tell us. Thanks.
Thanks, Doug. Go ahead, Jill.
Are you proposing to move the picnic shelter?
No.
Okay. It looks like in the site plan that you provided under project design. I don't know if I'm orienting it. Yeah, back up. Yeah, that one. In this shot, it looks like the picnic shelter. Okay, now I can see it. I was a little confused on where it was located. It looked like it was across from the playground, but maybe their picture. It looks like there's another building just to the right of where Carl's arrow is up kind of on that loop. And so I got them mixed up.
Here.
Yeah, thank you.
I think that says caretaker residence. Yeah, thanks, Jill. Yeah, I think was it Genevieve mentioned these labels. They're just really hard to read. So
yeah, no, I'll fix that for the final for sure. So is there anything else I can improve on that, making sure that is less confusing on, making sure the layout looks similar to the photos? I mean, it's pretty much drawn in a CAD drawing based on a survey, but is there anything I can do to fix that, your comment there?
No, Carl, if you can move to, I think is it the last one? It has an aerial view of it.
Aerial, yeah.
Yeah. See on the lower right.
Oh, yes, there's an existing picnic shelter.
That's what That's what I had it mixed up in. So
okay.
Oh, I see.
No, I think you did a fine job there. It's just blowing up the labels a little bit more. The other thing too, and I know that Doug touched on that too, when if you in that one picture that you show us the access point from the ADA parking to the playground, if you back up the camera just a touch so you can pick up that they are ADA spots, that would be that would help understand, because I was looking at the gravel spots. I think you have wheel stops that are just shy of the playground there. And so to Doug's comment of saying if you have accessible parking, if it was just gravel with the wheel stops, that's where my eye was drawn. And to leave it gravel, would be probably not the best. Plus you have your ADA access ramp into your playground as it's oriented to those gravel spots. But I think just backing up the camera would tell the story. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
It might help to show your improvements on the aerial too. I see a white dashed line. I don't know if that's existing, or is that your new ADA pathway? Like alongside of the.
I think those are the existing wheel stops.
Maybe those are wheel.
Those are the wheel stops
Parking.
and we left a space there for that new ADA walkway. So yeah, those are wheel stops.
In between there. Anyway, it might be, you could just put a big bold line, new walkway. We're going to placing picnic tables and, that sort of thing. To see it on an aerial in addition to a site plan.
Okay. Yeah.
Can help. All right. Thanks, everyone. Thank you, Alyssa.
All right. Thanks for the feedback. I appreciate it.
Yeah, you're welcome. Okay, let's move back over to the east side of the state. Manson. go. All right, and who is presenting? Let's see, is Robin, are you presenting this one? See Robin here. Can you hear me, Robin? Also see Ashley. I don't know, Ashley, are you helping Manson with this project or are you working on another one?
No, sorry, I'm with Redmond. We're next.
Okay, gotcha. No worries. Well, let's see. So Robin, we are ready for you if you can hear. Hopefully you can hear us. Maybe you're having an issue with your sound. Robin joined the left. Maybe they joined, then left, and rejoined. So let's see. Could be having some technical difficulties on their end. Lon, I don't know if you can reach out via email to Robin.
Yes, I will do that.
Okay, thanks. Nice shot though, like Chelan in the background there. Oh, okay. Robin is here, but have absolutely no sound. Okay. Let's see, Monica, are we able to? Now we could do is mute or unmute. Anything we can do on our end to help? I don't know if there is from our end when it's a sound issue.
I just sent Robin a request to unmute to see if that helped.
Okay.
Lan, I got a request to unmute, so did it go to her as well?
There we go. So now maybe it went to you. All right, Robin, I see that your microphone now might be working. So I don't know if you can hear us or not.
Looks like they're connecting.
Can you guys?
Here we go.
Oh, there we go. Is that you, Robin? Thought I heard you for a second.
Well, this is fun.
Let's see. Robin, can you hear us at all? We might be able to hear you. Oh, you can't, you still can't hear us?
Is there a way to join by phone? Like a number to call
Or
in?
maybe.
Here is Lon. Let me go ahead and send that to you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. We can send her a note as well.
See her.
Yes, video. Video's working. Sorry, folks. The first big glitch of made it almost to the end of day 3. Let's see. Trying to. Note.
Carl?
Yeah.
Since Redmond's on and here, do we want to see if maybe we want to do Redmond while they're working on the technical difficulties with Manson and come back to Manson afterwards?
Yep, I was thinking the exact same thing. I was just going to give it a minute to see if we could. But yeah, definitely, if need be, it looks like I saw Cameron pop on. Ashley's here, so we may need to do that. Still don't. Yeah, we can go. Cameron and Ashley, you guys good to go?
I'm here.
Can you hear me okay?
Yep, can hear you. Who's presenting?
I will be. Cameron Zapata.
What's that?
I will be Cameron Zapata.
Cameron Zapata. Okay, you're presenting. Okay, hold on. Stop that. All right, well, hopefully we'll get Manson next. We will send them a note. Here. All right, let me pull this up for you. There you go. Can you see that?
Yeah.
Great. I'm going to give you control. There you are. All right, go ahead and click on the screen and see if you can. There we go. Working. Excellent. Well, thanks for jumping in a little early and go right ahead. You got 12 minutes.
All right. Thank you so much. My name is Cameron Zapata. I'm a senior planner with the City of Redmond, and I'm joined here with Ashley Knapp, our grant consultant. And we're here to present the community's plan for creating a new park in our growing Southeast Redmond neighborhood. The City of Redmond is in King County, just 15 miles east of Seattle on the northern tip of Lake Sammamish. The Southeast Redmond Neighborhood Park is centrally located in our Southeast Redmond neighborhood, and it doesn't have any developed parks. And our goal is to create a magnetic and cherished hub for the neighborhood, providing gathering places, play amenities, and unique identifier for the community while enhancing the site's ecological function. 1, need local priorities. The 3.2 acre property is undeveloped with a flat topography and an open lawn. And the neighborhood is home to over 7,000 people, and it doesn't have a single developed park, and the only other park in the areas are similarly undeveloped. And so to the south, we have Southeast Redmond Open Space, which serves as a trail corridor, while to the north and east, Arthur Johnson Park and the City of Sammamish's East Evans Creek Preserve are both forested. King County's Marymore Park is over 2 miles away and separated by Highway 202. And it's a regional park, and Marymore does attract visitors from all over King County, and it makes it unsuitable as a neighborhood gathering place. There's also a 0.48 acre private park within the neighborhood that includes a playground, and it's intended only for residents of the housing development, and it lacks sufficient green space for walking or more active play. Despite the lack of amenities, people do often use this open field for pickup games or just walking along the adjacent sidewalks simply because there's no other park around. The city acquired this property in 2002 with plans to acquire more land from Cadman Gravel to the north, which is an opportunity that hasn't come about. Meanwhile, the city's population has increased by 62% between the year 2000 to 2020, which is twice as fast as the King County's population at this time. And the neighborhood has blossomed over the last 20 years, adding 280 single-family homes, and it's currently constructing 170 multifamily dwelling units just adjacent to the park. In our draft Redmond 2050 comprehensive plan, our projected growth is 61,000 more residents by 2050, and Redmond's really excited for this transformation of suburb to city. And part of this neighborhood, it is industrial and a manufacturing center, and it honors its history of the neighborhood as the site of Cadman Quarry, and it's currently used for technology research, aerospace, warehouse, and green businesses. And this protects the diverse economic base with living wages. The park is needed to help buffer the surrounding neighborhoods from the adjacent industry uses. And as such, this project aligns with the plan's goals to expand access for all by serving both residents and employees. And now is the time to develop this park. This project aligns with the focus of our 2023 Park Arts, Recreation, Culture, and Conservation Plan to expand access for all by developing undeveloped parkland to provide for additional capacity, enhanced recreational variety, improved access, equity, and inclusion. And this project meets many of these objectives. In the expand access for all goal, it meets the objective of prioritizing investments in underserved communities and developing distinctive parks that respond to our community's unique needs. In the innovative for the future goal, it meets the objectives to expand the city's park system through targeted investments to meet the needs of current and future residents and to design facilities to allow for multiple uses. In the protect the natural environment goal, the transformation of the park from open lawn to green oasis meets the objective of enhancing natural resources for recreation and enhancing parks to minimize and adapt to the impacts of climate change. 2, project scope. This 3.2 acre property is currently flat, grassy, and an open field that's devoid of any natural features or amenities. And the project aims to provide easily accessible, close to home recreational opportunities for underserved residents, eliminating the need for them to drive to a park with those desired amenities. Our plans are to design and construct the park to balance both active and passive recreation opportunities for people of all ages and abilities to serve the community's diverse recreation needs and to be universally inclusive. We will keep a small part of the open lawn as open lawn to maintain for current informal uses. The defining feature or heart of this park will be Sunset Hill. It's a raised hill with an accessible path going upward with seating at the top to show the distant forest ridge view. The entryways will buffer the neighborhood from the adjacent industrial zone with a pollinator garden, community gardens, native tree plantings, gathering nodes, picnic tables, and seat walls throughout. And the neighborhood entry gateway will help to contribute to the neighborhood's sense of place. The active amenities are in the center of the park with play features for children of all ages and abilities. And it includes a teen hangout area with a multi-purpose hard sports court and seating, as well as accessible pathways throughout connecting everything together. 5, project design. The design aligns with the need for a diverse community park by balancing the active and passive spaces, and it uses the park's triangular shape to put the unstructured amenities like the open lawn at the narrower portion. And as the park widens, more structured activities are situated at that base of the Sunset Hill and extends up its slope. And so here's a cross section. It shows how the site's current flat topography will be reshaped with sculpting berms to form the Sunset Hill, which you can see here circled in yellow, and then creating depressions for platform seating and rain gardens, which is circled in blue. An ADA accessible walkway will wind up this hill to the gathering space and playful seating at the summit, which ensures universal accessibility. And the feature will anchor the park and provide views and will define that park experience. The playground and hard courts are situated around the base of Sunset Hill and climate slopes, and the hillside play features will be inclusive and allow for wheelchair users to play. Other play equipment are separated for children ages 2 to 5 and then 5 to 12. And then we can see a zip line and swings are positioned out of the way to prevent any accidental collisions. The flex court will be a colorful paved area, which is designed for multiple uses like basketball, biking, skateboarding, and then surrounded with sweet walls and grass lounges. And then the areas will feature sports courts and covered seating near the playground for parents. And then the dark green here, it represents where the site will be rewilded with robust evergreen and deciduous tree canopies, understory plantings, pollinator and rain gardens, and this will provide a more natural scenery to buffer that industrial area. And then the southern edge will have a carved out depression for those rain gardens and then it'll help to buffer the neighboring houses from the park noise. An intertwined system of promenade paths and secondary paths unify the park with looping paths. All of these pathways are accessible and the promenade paths are about 6 feet wide. And then circled here in blue, we do have some sort of seating nearby to be inclusive for people who do need those frequent rests. And then also, since this is a neighborhood park, on-street parking is provided. The budget is based on the master plan designed by an landscape architecture firm, and it includes a 15% contingency and then 10% for admin. The highest cost amenities are going to be that Sunset Hill, rewilding, and the playground features. We're currently at 30% design, and we'll complete 90% design by June of 2026, and then have permits in hand by January of 27. 6, project engagement. We engaged the community members throughout the master planning process, and we hosted 3 in-person meetings and virtual meetings, and then 3 online surveys. On site, we asked people to vote with stickers on pictures of potential park amenities, and then later to comment on 3 alternative concept plans. And we received 193 online survey results, and then at our first meeting had 181 attendees in that first meeting. With all the feedback, the community influenced this project with the concept of Sunset Hill as that significant feature. And people emphasized that they wanted a more natural space with a Pacific Northwest vibe that really honored the local environment. And so the plan dedicates a significant amount of space to rewilding the vacant lawn. And the final concept blended all elements from all 3 of those alternatives. And people didn't want sports courts, citing that they were concerned about traffic and noise from soccer games. So our plans don't include these. And then we also moved the playground further north away from the houses to kind of buffer that noise a little bit more. And during the permitting process, we do plan to do a noise study to determine if additional noise attenuation would be necessary. A futuristic styled playground, which is outlined in yellow here, was the most popular, and followed by our natural play outlined in blue. So the playground will have both aesthetics in different areas. Pickleball and tennis, basketball, and pickup soccer outlined in black were also the most popular sports. Our main community partners was the All Volunteer Parks, Trails, and Recreation Commission. And they regularly review these plans, and then they also help to recommend that the City Council adopt this master plan. 7, sustainability. Ecological factors. Approximately 0.7 acres of the 3.2 acre property will be rewilded with native plantings of large trees, varied understory, pollinator plantings, and flowering perennials. And this is an important feature for things like salmon, as it links to Evans Creek watershed in Union Hill to the east, with Marymore Park and Lake Sammamish to the west. Social factors. The main goal of the park is to create a community gathering hub for residents and employees that they currently don't have, with several gathering spaces, with seating, the iconic Sunset Hill, and public art at the entryway. It provides opportunities for cultural connection and community gathering. Plus, the limited on-street parking promotes walking or biking to this park. Economic factors. The new stormwater features and increased tree canopy will create efficiencies with stormwater management. Also, employees from local businesses will be able to support local food truck businesses by picking up lunch and enjoying it at this park. 8, cost efficiencies. The pollinator gardens and the naturalized buffer meadows will help reduce mowing. And also the city's community gardens program will require gardeners to volunteer 8 hours per season to help with the general community garden maintenance. And with 18 new garden plots, this will total 144 hours of volunteer garden maintenance per year, valued at $3,000. Thank you, and I'm happy to hear your feedback.
Great, thank you very much, Cameron. All right. Comments, ideas for Redmond? Anne, go ahead.
Can we go to slide 22, please?
Yeah.
So the rewilding, I was kind of confused because it looks like it takes up a whole lot of the site in this photo, but then in other ones, there's a lot of amenities, and I don't know if it overlaps or. Can you talk about the scale?
Sure. So what you're seeing in that slide 22, that's kind of just the general area of where the rewilding will take place. There's going to be the amenities, but this is just kind of broadly showing those areas. If we can go to the very last slide, there is an image of the overall concept plan, which will give you a better idea of what those rewilded areas will be. So I don't know if you can see my mouse, but up at the north, you can kind of see that general shape that was shown on the slide 22 of where those rewilded areas will be.
Okay. It is, I guess it's probably not quite as big of an area as it looked like on that rewilding slide. So I guess.
Yeah, that rewilded area on that slide is just to conceptually show these are where the areas are.
Okay. Then my other comment is it'd be really helpful to us if each slide could have a title so that you keep us on track with which things you're answering. I know you did like a slide giving a number and then you went into it, but it's more helpful if you have it on each slide. Just remember, we're doing 60 of these, and so it can be hard to keep track. So that would be helpful for us. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thanks, Anne. Genevieve, go ahead, and then Roxanne.
Yeah, just a couple of things. I think it was on slide 7. You had kind of an aerial view of sort of the park inventory, and you were talking a lot about the different parks, but I was having a hard time following along. So I'm wondering if maybe adding some polygon shapes to where those parks are, and then some labels would help me kind of visualize the proximity of those parks and where the project site is exactly. And then my other thought was about just access to this park by the nearby neighborhood and business. It is a neighborhood park, but I wondered if you had an aerial, map that could show sort of the sidewalk inventory or how it connects to those nearby businesses, just how easily accessible it would be. And then you talked a lot about ADA accessibility in there being on-street parking. Is there ADA parking available on the street? I think
it's not marked. There are ramps, but it isn't marked.
Okay. Maybe you could highlight that like in the same aerial, image map that you have of maybe the accessibility with the sidewalk system. You could, and when you talk about parking, you could just show where the ADA parking would be in proximity to the ADA route.
Sure.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Go ahead, Roxanne, then Doug.
Right. And I'm not sure if it's 14 or 15. I think it's right after that where you kind of showed the heart of the site. Yeah, thank you. That's a little bit different than what you ended up with, unless now I guess that's the playground and other pieces. Was that just part of your concept plan that you then just drove the public process to create your master plan?
This was one of the early concept images that was provided, and based on the public's feedback, it did change a little bit because that heart, the Sunset Hill is further east.
Yeah, because I got the idea that that was the highest topography that you showed next. And then when you got to the actual design, you have Sunset Hill off to the side. So it threw me for a second. Okay. But I just encourage you in showing if that's what you started and then that's the master plan and what it evolved to, that is a good slide to show how it moved through the public process and was responsive to the feedback that you got. And while I get that this is a neighborhood park and how it serves a service area gap, if there's a little bit more about who lives in that area in terms of being able to show that that master plan is meeting the demographic need as well, that would be helpful.
Good, thanks. Go ahead, Doug.
I don't think I've got anything new. The one thing that the big thing I had was when you're looking at some of the slides, label them, the map on 7 that was previously referenced with the parks. When you're looking at these parks, I don't know which one's a park, which one's an open space. So if you're referencing something on a slide, make sure it's labeled. We can't see your cursor. We're not going to be able to know where it is. The heading slides, are just a waste of time in the process, get rid of them. Just put the heading on each slide of what you're talking about. So we don't need to see a heading slide. You can just move to the next slide. You can just say, like, instead of having need local priorities, put need local priorities on the next slide and keep it on every slide that you're talking about need. You hit us over the head with this information because it's just really, it's a long week for us of 4 straight days. It used to be 5, now it's 4. We're down to 4 straight days, so it's better. But we have over 60 projects that we're reviewing, and if you don't hit us over the head with it and say, hey, I'm talking about need, I'm talking about need, I'm talking about need, you're going to miss some points because we're going to miss some stuff. If you keep hitting us over the head with it, we'll get it. My wife tells me after about the 6th or 7th time she tells me something, it goes in, so it's good. But yeah, just keep hitting us over the head with it. And then so you know, some of this will be cleaned up, but you hit 12 minutes just a little bit before the switch to slide 34. So you were about a minute over time, if I'm about right. So you get rid of those transition slides. It'll probably speed you up a good portion of that, and you can just spread your information out better. Okay, thanks.
Appreciate it.
Thanks, Doug. Go ahead, Chaz.
Yeah, of course, just echoing what Doug said, but then I got 2, I guess, maybe minor new points. On slide 10, you kind of identify the spot. Is that the right spot for the park where the star is, or was the star over in that triangle-shaped vacant parcel to the
It
west?
is actually to the
All right.
west,
Okay.
where the cursor is.
Brown. Yeah.
All right. And then
Sorry, I think I got shifted. Sorry.
It's totally fine. I just was noticed like, hey, might geographically challenged sometimes as a planner. And then colors on slide 29, where you're kind of highlighting the black and the blues. They were a little hard to see. I eventually found them as you were going through them, but I don't know. I mean, I don't know if there's anything you can do about that, but if there's brighter colors you can choose to make sure it pops in my face, that'd be ideal. That's it.
Good. Thanks, Chaz. All right. Well, thank you, Cameron. Thanks for presenting. Hopefully that was helpful.
That was, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
All right, good. We'll see you again in August for the final.
Great. Thank you.
Thanks so
All
much.
Right. Bye. All right. Robin, can you hear me? On phone, but now we can't hear you. You can hear us, but we can't hear you. But you can hear us. You can hear me through your phone. Can you speak through? But we can't hear you.
There.
That's weird.
There you go.
Oh wait, there it is.
Is that going to echo and be weird?
No, that seems to be working because yeah, so far because I guess your phone isn't working, so that we'll do it that way. That's good. All right.
Yeah.
Let me pull up.
I'm hearing you through my phone, but apparently I'm talking through the computer, so there may be a lag.
Seems to be working.
So weird.
Do
All
you
right.
want
Well,
you want me to advance your slides for you?
let's see here. I will see if I can do it.
Okay, here, I'll give you control, see if this works. Robin, go ahead and click on the slide, see if you can take that now. Looks like you're moving the cursor. There we go.
There we go. See if that'll work. Okay. I think we're in
Okay,
business.
whenever you're ready, go ahead. You have 12 minutes.
Right. Perfect. Nothing like starting with the worst case scenario here. That's always fun.
Yeah.
All right. All right. So I'll start from the beginning. So hi, my name is Robin Pittman, and I'm the director with Manson Parks. I'm here to talk to you about Leffler Field, a development project which is near and dear to the hearts of residents and visitors of Manson. For decades, Leffler Field was privately owned, but served as a gathering place for various community activities, from festivals to rat rod shows. When the property came up for sale in 2018, Manson residents came together to forever preserve the space for public use. Manson is an unincorporated town which is located just east of the Cascade Mountain Range in the center of Washington State. It's nestled within the borders of Chelan County along the north shore of Lake Chelan. By car, it's approximately 3.5 hours from Seattle, 1 hour from Wenatchee, and only 20 minutes from the city of Chelan. Leffler Field is conveniently located along Wapato Way, the main thoroughfare in downtown Manson. It's within walking distance of downtown businesses, as well as the most heavily populated neighborhoods in town. Need local priorities. The community of Manson is fortunate to have a variety of recreational opportunities within its boundaries. Willow Point Park, Manson Bay Park, Singleton Park, Old Mill Boat Launch, and Wapato Lake Campground are facilities which are currently in good condition. The Old Swim Hole is the valley's only off-leash dog park. It provides water access to visitors and their furry friends. Although its condition is poor, it will receive a total overhaul in 2025. Manson Bay Marina offers year-round overnight boat moorage. It is also in poor condition, but plans are underway to replace the failing breakwater. We have assigned Leffler Field's condition as poor because it offers no recreational opportunities in its current undeveloped state. As with any community, Manson faces gaps in recreational access and opportunities. Some of the deficiencies identified via community input include open green space, ADA access, parking, sport courts, and picnic shelters. Leffler Field is currently a mostly flat, sparsely vegetated piece of land. It's only used a handful of days each year, exclusively for public events. These events include the arrival of Santa and Mrs. Claus after Thanksgiving, the staging area for the Manson Apple Blossom Parade, and the annual Rat Rod event. Manson Parks has collected input from the public to determine the best use of the property. The site plan here is a result of paper and online surveys, as well as a community input meeting. The top amenities desired by residents of our valley include open green space, parking, year-round restrooms, pickleball courts, and a covered pavilion. Because this location is slated to serve primarily as a passive recreation site, seasonality as well as work and school hours will create significant fluctuations in use. Summer will signal the highest usage times, with winter being the lowest. Weekends and weekdays after 3:30 p.m. will typically be the busiest. The demand for service at this location will be impacted by trends in recreation, the strength of the economy, and cultural factors. The Leffler Field Development Project meets recreation and economic goals listed in the 2017 to 2037 Chelan County Comprehensive Plan, as well as our district's own 2023 to 2027 Comprehensive Plan. Project scope. Leffler Field is currently a mostly flat parcel comprised of soil and clay. Vegetation is almost exclusively field grass with a small number of trees and shrubs in the northwest corner. There are no existing structures on the property. Proposed improvements during this development phase include parking, a perimeter access road, landscaping, and the addition of grass and basic site amenities. The solid red area shown here is the land we have included in this grant application. The sections at the top and bottom, which are not filled in, have been excluded because their proposed uses would not qualify for funding through this grant. Project design. The Manson community has identified the need for developing Leffler Field. Because of the property status as a brownfield, the importance of developing this park as a clean and safe gathering place has become a top priority. The proposed design was driven by public input gathered over the course of 2 years. The information collected tells us that Leffler's downtown location is key for large festivals and gatherings. Its ability to serve many currently unmet recreational needs is unrivaled. Our district was awarded a $200,000 planning grant from the Department of Ecology to strategize for the cleanup of this old orchard land. The results of these efforts have pointed us toward a model remedy approach, meaning that the most efficient and reasonable plan of attack is simultaneous remediation and development. We have separated the process into 2 steps so that cleanup and development efforts can remain independent of one another. The budget for this phase of the project is $1 million. This includes $309,000 for general site improvements, $233,000 for parking and roads, $5,000 each for permits and A&E services, $356,000 for site prep, and $92,000 for utilities. Costs for soil remediation have been excluded from this grant application. Project engagement. Manson Parks has offered a variety of ways for our community to provide input on the development of Leffler Field. Multiple paper surveys in both English and Spanish were mailed out to every mailbox within our district boundaries. We offered opportunities for electronic survey submittal in both languages as well. We also held a community input meeting where 20 community members and key leaders attended to voice their opinions. On average, each survey received responses from approximately 60 residents. Attendees of the public input meeting held May 13th, 2024, preferred Site Plan 2, which is shown on the right of this photo. Hopefully that's all oriented right for you guys. It features a more open green space layout with space for pickleball courts, covered pavilion, bandstand, restrooms, and ample parking. Results collected at this meeting mirrored those collected via survey. Manson Park and Recreation District qualifies for a match reduction under the Communities in Need and Underserved Populations criteria. In spite of offering surveys in both English and Spanish and providing various methods of communication, we only receive responses from 5 to 10% of the population. The opportunity to comment in person resulted in even fewer responses than did paper or electronic methods. This is something we're researching and have discovered is a common problem across the nation. The Leffler Field project and its various phases have received an enormous amount of support from both local and state agencies. Some of our key partners include the Manson School District, Link Transit, Chelan County, Washington State RCO, Washington State Department of Commerce, Lake Chelan Reclamation District, and the Washington State Department of Ecology. We are grateful for this incredible network of support. Sustainability. Sustainability is increasingly important when considering site plans of a future park. Ecological factors considered in the development of Leffler Field include lead and arsenic in soil and groundwater and how to monitor their presence, green space and the addition of trees to enhance air quality and provide erosion protection, reduction of resource consumption due to the low impact design, reduction of greenhouse gas emissions through the use of EV stations to be provided by Link Transit at a separate phase of this project. And many social factors are impacted by the proposed design of Leffler. Access to the park is encouraged by means of active transportation, including foot, bicycle, and scooter. Arrival by public transit will also be promoted. Opportunities for physical activity will enhance the overall health of Manson's residents. Enrichment of social and cultural connections will provide mental health and public safety. The economic benefits of this project are significant. As part of the separate project phase, Link Transit will be able to install EV bus stations, finally electrifying their entire public bus route. The establishment of Leffler Field as a park will support the Chelan-Douglas Regional Port Authority's economic development plan. In doing so, it will help to strengthen the downtown business district and encourage visitation of local businesses. Cost efficiencies. While soil remediation and development are, in fact, two separate phases of the Leffler Field project, they do work simultaneously to offer some drastic cost efficiencies. Tackling development as a standalone project would mean undoing much of the accomplishments of the soil remediation. It would force us to unnecessarily repeat steps, all at a cost of the environment, resources, and taxpayer dollars. This equates to hundreds of thousands of dollars, hundreds of man hours, and a measurable increase in greenhouse gas emissions and environmental hazards. And that concludes my presentation of the Leffler Field Development Project. Thank you for your time and attention, and I would love to open it up for questions, comments, anything that you guys might have to say.
Great, thank you, Robin.
Yes.
All right, feedback on this one, Robin, or sorry, Roxanne, go ahead.
Yeah, great project. I recall when you were getting the property, so it's good to see that it's moving forward. I would say some clarity in our categories. You talk quite a bit actually on the scope to help us understand what's in and out of it. And a lot of that discussion happened actually during design. So be sure to move that up and be clear during scope, you know, the boxes that were out and why those elements came in to be important to this project. I mean, I know your map actually excludes some area to the top right as well. So it's kind of less clear how they go together. But when you actually get into design, you never really talk to us much about your pickleball courts and even why that court is being important. I think you have electrical to make the field a better support for events. So those details that are actually part of the scope of work should be what we see a lot of in design, and everything else about what's in and what's out and what's a separate project should all be during the scope.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, because that doesn't show pickleball there.
Thanks, Roxanne. Jill, go ahead, and then Chaz.
Yeah, hi. Thanks for your presentation.
Yeah.
I get just a question for it looks like the description in Prism states that there's going to be gravel pathways and gravel parking, but it looks like in your site plan it's paved. So I was just going to get some clarification on that.
Yeah, so based on funding, we're hoping, and it looks like we should be able to pave everything that we're intending to. Initially, we were thinking that we may only just be able to get away with gravel, but it looks like we will be able to include the paving as well.
Okay. And you noted that the remediation was a separate project, but if you were able to do it at the same time, then it would save resources. Is the remediation already funded and ready to go? Or is that something?
It is not. And, it's kind of all happening all at once with all the grant funding openings and everything. So we're working with Ecology. We've joined their VCP project. So hopefully that will all pan out. But I should definitely talk about that for sure.
Okay. And then I guess just to, on this slide, it definitely shows the areas that you're withholding, but then on, I think slide 16, it looks like you have, all of it, to Roxanne's comment, that was, if you could hold that off of this area. And then for the field, is it just for informal use? It's not striped, or there's no particular, it's not pre-programmed? Okay, thanks.
Yep, exactly. Yeah.
Thanks, Jill. Go ahead, Chaz, and then Doug.
Yeah, and this is a good slide to kind of stay on. I mean, it'd be nice for you to kind of step through what those numbers might mean for, the terms of the design. And then slide 7, which I think you kind of said, here's all the deficiencies on Leffler Field is missing. I kind of expected you to begin to kind of talk about how Leffler Field was going to be these extra things. And I'm not sure if this slide is helping you or not in terms of that, and kind of orienting us to what's going on and what you're going to plan to do. And I think, yeah, and then I guess maybe have a slide of other facilities nearby that have the programming that you're expecting at Leffler Field. I don't think you have much nearby based on where you're at, but showing that I think will be helpful for us to kind of help with that need.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thanks, Chaz. Go ahead, Doug.
So you had some title slides that were just the slide with the title. You can get rid of those because you've got the headings on each page down here. I mean, I'd like that to be bigger, the need local priorities, but if you could just get rid of your heading slides, like this project scope, we don't need it. It's not necessary. You have two things in your Prism in the documentation that you submitted initially application. You've got two things that you didn't mention in cost efficiencies. You've got donated cash of $10,000 and donated skilled labor of $15,000. You should mention that in your cost efficiencies because that's a cost efficiency. Okay. And then you also show Manson Park and Recreation District budgeted expenditure as a grant. My guess is that's probably an appropriation local, not a grant. It's probably out of your budget, right?
Yep, exactly.
Okay, so change that to appropriation local, okay? And then you've got a state appropriation. I'm not familiar with the program, an LCP program. So just, you might want to address that in your cost efficiency slide as to where the rest of the money's coming from, so that we are aware of that. But you've got some good cost efficiency there with some donated labor, some donated cash that you need to make sure that we're recognizing. And then Hey, Carl, the slide that you had with the actual diagram of uh, the site. Yes, exactly. So when you show the red, when you're talking about the excluded areas, Roxanne's right on that the whole red covers and says that, hey, this is the area that's part of this grant. Well, technically, the pickleball courts are not. So you might want to detail out that slide a little bit more and say maybe this is encumbered by the grant. Here's what, and then when you do this slide, here is, shade everything else out except what you're doing and show us just what you're doing. Okay, and maybe you put that slide, like one slide of here's the whole project, and then the second slide is the slide right after is here's phase one.
Absolutely. Yeah, I can see how that looked absolutely backwards. So
yeah, it just we're trying to. It took me a minute because I was going back to wait a minute, and I even sent Carl a message in the chat, and I'm like, wait, didn't we already buy this property for them? And then I realized we were on development, so I was like lost from the beginning for about 2 to 3 minutes. So it's only fair. You couldn't call in, so I got lost for about 2 or 3 minutes. It's what happens. But thank you.
Gotcha. Perfect.
All right. Thanks, everyone. Any final thoughts? All right. Well, thank you, Robin. Glad you're able to get connected and made that work. So appreciate you joining us.
Thank you guys for your flexibility, and thanks to the City of Redmond for jumping ahead a little bit. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm glad they were on the call a little early to do that. So
yeah.
All right, we'll see you in August.
Good deal.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, behind schedule again a little bit. Let's see, 3:31 is 9 minutes enough of a break, folks? And then all right, getting the thumbs up. All right, let's do it then. Back at 3:40. Alrighty, we have reached the home stretch for Wednesday. And Tukwila is up next. Let's see, looks like David is here from Tukwila. Are you presenting this one?
Yeah, so just having my computer was freezing there for a sec. My apologies.
No worries, we can see you now and hear you. So I'll pull up your PowerPoint. And do you want me to hand you controls to advance your slides?
Sure, please.
Okay. Okay, there you are. Go ahead and click on the screen. That should work for you.
Here.
All right. Yep. Great. Well, whenever you're ready, go ahead. You have 12 minutes.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for your time. My name is David Rosen. I'm the fiscal analyst for City of Tukwila Parks and Recreation Department, as well as the primary project contact for WWRP application number 241800, otherwise known as the Riverton Park Playground Renovation. For starters, looking at the state map, this project is located within the city of Tukwila, which is located within King County on the western side of Washington State in the central Puget Sound region. Zooming into the regional map, we note that the city of Tukwila is a centrally located city. It's about a mile east of SeaTac International Airport, 12 miles south of downtown Seattle, 17 miles north of Tacoma. The city's residential population is about 22,000 people, but in the daytime that increases to about 150,000 as it has major employment centers such as South Center and the King County International Airport. Zooming into the vicinity map here, this project is located within the sort of northern third of the city, just due west of State Route 599 at Riverton Park. Riverton Park itself is a park that's just under 5 acres, with the project area being that northwest section that's at about an acre. As you see from this overview, the park is a mostly open green space with a lot of open grass, trees, but in that northwestern part where the project area is, that's where we have the recreational capacity through a playground, a picnic area, so on and so forth. The red area you see marked there is just marked there to show parking and hardscape that's on location at the site as well. Why we have a need for this project at the local level. Riverton Park is a little isolated, if you will, in terms of adjacent park access. If we were to look at a half-mile radius around the park, which is the usual measure that we use for park accessibility, we'll note that there's only one other local park within the area, and that's the Tukwila Community Center. If you look at that map, Southgate Park is also there. It's a little bit more of a natural sort of forested park. It's not really a local neighborhood park that has playgrounds and play structures for recreation. So we really only have the Tukwila Community Center. Right now, it would be at a walking distance of just on a walking time of just over 16 minutes. So kind of pushing the bounds of accessibility that we have for adjacent park access. However, you'll also note that that red X there denotes the 42nd Avenue South Bridge. And when that bridge has to be reconstructed by the city of Tukwila in the coming years, it's going to be gone for about a year and a half to 2 years at the very least. At that time, the detour to walk from Riverton Park to Tukwila Community Center would take about 1.8 miles, and the walking time would increase to 40 minutes. So we really have a need here within that area for adjacent park access, or in this case, because there isn't adjacent parks, to enhance the variety and capability and capacity of recreation that is on the site. Furthermore, Riverton Park, within the census tract it's at, which is located from about 140th Street to the south up to the Duwamish River in the north, that census tract has about 2,900 people, and it's the only park. So once again, really highlighting the need for greater access, greater capacity, and greater accessibility within the park system there at Riverton Park. Furthermore, looking at health demographics for the city of Tukwila, these data points come from the King County Department of Public Health City Health Profile Report. Tukwila, individuals who are born within Tukwila have a 79.1 years life expectancy at birth. That's 2.5 years less than those born in King County on average. Furthermore, Tukwila adults report their general health status as fair or poor at a 29.5% rate. That was the worst level of general health status reporting amongst all health reporting areas within King County for the report. And that level of fair or poor general health status was triple that of King County. Lastly, 36.2% of Tukwila adults have a BMI of 30 or more, which is clinically obese, and that rate of obesity is 70% higher than that of King County. So once again, highlighting the need for greater recreation access, capacity, and capability to hopefully counteract those public health statistics that we're seeing pop up in Tukwila. Lastly, public input that's gotten us to this point were led by our Parks, Recreation, Open Space, or PROS plan, which was last done in March of 2020. Within that PROS plan, we found that Riverton Park is one of the most frequently used park and recreation assets within the city. And we had several site-specific recommendations, such as shelter and playground renovation, new amenities and interactive elements, and also requests for pathways enhancements and improvement throughout the park, which this project is going to accomplish. Lastly, when we reference the SCORP plan, we know that we have priorities for access for all, also really supporting healthy, adaptable, and connected communities. All aspects of the project that we're presenting here are going to enhance the ability for us to meet those priorities from the SCORP plan. We also note from inventory of sort of what people do across the state to recreate, a lot of them are those sort of leisure activities of walking, hanging out, cooking outside together, even community gardening, which we do have on site at Riverton. So this project is really going to enhance already used recreation activities that people use across the state, as well as meet the priorities of the SCORP plan and the local priorities that we have from public input as well. Looking at the existing site conditions and looking over the project area, that green area once again, going from the left, you'll note that that's the current playground structure we have on site. It's a very basic playground, not a lot of ability for adaptive play or for sensory play or a variety of different aspects of recreation. And it's also really only suited to, let's say, older youth, maybe ages 5 or 6 and up. So we really wanted to change that ability with this new project. In that lower left picture, you see the 2 swing sets we have, the toddler swing set in the foreground and the sort of older youth in the background set there. So once again, the need for variety and the need for greater capacity on site is really true. The last picture there is the current picnic shelter on campus at the point. Right now, we have that ability for communal gatherings. We want to really allow for more access and more activation of the park, not only by our community, but by our parks and recreation staff as well for events. Moving into the project design, this is an overview of the project area with an overlay of the design as it stands at this point. Going through several areas, we have the number 1 area being the iconic climber, which is sort of the centerpiece of the project itself. And that centers the 5 to 12-year-old play area denoted by number 2 on that drawing. Number 3 is a 2 to 5-year-old play area, which is going to be self-contained by a concrete sitting wall. So really analyzing protected play for parents so they can make sure that their kids are safe as they play at the park. Number 4 is a brand new area for several different swing sets at different ages and abilities. Number 5 is musical play, so really focusing around sensory play and early childhood development play and recreation capabilities. And then number 6 is a brand new picnic shelter, much larger with more ability for gathering space and for outdoor cooking and gathering for communal members, and also, once again, park activation by our staff. Lastly, are areas 7 and 8, which are constructed and natural grassy knolls. Once again, for different play, different ability for play, protected play to sort of really form the stage of the park, but also, once again, for sustainability measures and for greater green and grass and tree canopy as well throughout the park. Moving into each area, the assets that you're seeing for each of these slides are very, very close, if not the exact assets that we've already selected for this project. So you're going to see here for the 5 to 12-year-old play area, once again, the iconic climber. So sort of centerpiece for the park, different levels of play, climbing, playing, sort of jungle gym kind of aspect, if you will, a swing set and climbing walls for the older 5 to 12-year-old youth. The 2 to 5-year-old area, once again, surrounded by that sort of concrete seating wall for protected play, is going to have a smaller climber, some mirror sets for sensory play, and a smaller springboard as well. Moving into the swing set, once again, a couple different swings for different ages, abilities. So we have different ability and different variety of recreational play within the project. Musical and sound play, we really wanted to focus around sensory play because we know that's key to early childhood development within the community. So we have a couple different xylophones, drums, sort of cymbals. We also have a sort of musical telephone. So sensory play that can really be focused on for early childhood parents. Picnic shelter, this is a concept drawing, but you get the idea. A much more expanded picnic shelter for more capacity for community members to really own the space and utilize the space. It'll have more space for more picnic benches and more space for grills on site, so we can allow it for greater activation by the community and by the Parks and Recreation Department itself. And then lastly, we have the constructed grassy knoll over there right next to that picnic shelter and play areas. Once again, for greater variety capacity of landscaping on the site. And then lastly, also the natural grassy knolls to the left. It allows sort of framing of the park against the roadway due to the west. And it also allows for, once again, different variety and recreation and play on the site. Moving into the project budget, the current estimate is about $1.37 million, with the local parks grant covering $500,000, the city of Tukwila covering the remainder split between park impact fees and King County Parks levy funds. Those funds are already in hand within our fund balance at this time. On the right side, you'll see that same project budget broken down by different categories across the project. The vast majority of cost, of course, coming from the playground structures and assets that we'd be procuring and installing. How we came to this budget estimate, we actually already got a budget estimate for the procurement of those structures and assets from the provider. And we also worked with the design consultant GGLO, who provided us the overview of estimates for assets of groundwork, preparation, cultural resource permitting, all of that. So we're very confident in the project cost estimate that we've come together from those two sources at this time. Moving into project engagement, we have a robust project engagement that we do through our community cafes, where we get to have sort of one-on-one group discussion with community members throughout our community. Our last one was done in mid-November of 2023, where we had 49 attendees who spoke 10 different languages. And that was really critical for City of Tukwila, which is a very diverse community. We have a school district that speaks over 80 different languages. So having any ability for our diverse community members to come and speak their truth about what makes a good park for them was really critical. Those 49 attendees gave us, really reaffirmed what we already saw in the pros plan, which was the need for walk, run paths, protected play for the youngsters, outdoor cooking, the ability for them to gather and really have that different recreation play at capacity. On the left side of the slide here, you see the mood boards, or an example of the mood boards that we utilize at the community cafe. So really covering those different aspects of what makes a good park. Is it amenities, features, play, or park character? So that was really great in reaffirming what we already kind of knew and wanted to really provide for Riverton Park here through the pros plan and the score plan. Sustainability-wise, we're focusing on natural materials, so a lot of wood and rope, metal for stability and safety, of course, but wood, so we have those natural materials that are really going to lower the carbon footprint of providing these assets and structures on the site. On the right side, you see the project area, but a landscape plan. And you'll note that through the completion of this project, we're actually going to increase tree canopy and really support native species and pollinator habitat at the park as well. Lastly, cost efficiencies. We have a robust environmental stewardship program through the Green Tukwila Partnership. They have partnerships with Earth Corps, Dirt Corps, Partner Employment, and several other entities such as the Tukwila School District itself throughout the region. So we feel that they're going to be able to help us with site preparation on the site and site sort of prep and the environmental stewardship. We already have a strong volunteer group that's on site at the Riverton Park as well. And that is all. Thank you very much for your time. I'm happy to take any questions.
Great, thanks, David. All right, suggestions on the Tukwila project. Chaz, go ahead, and then Ann.
Yeah, no, I think it was a great presentation, great project, and you were kind of in line with everything that we've been looking for. So I just didn't want you to not have any comments. The only minor thing that I might do is, you have your title of the park and the WWRP project and the footer of the design. I might just switch those two. So you're hitting us over the head, as Doug might say, of what criteria you're on.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Good idea. Go ahead, Ann.
My only comment is that some of your graphics are awfully small for us to try to see. So like a slide 5, it just seemed like there was a lot of, that one. That's, I can't get much out of that little picture. It would have been helpful to have it more blown up so I could actually read the text and absorb it a little better. So maybe breaking this information into a couple of slides. And then also you talked about when the bridge would be closed, and I was wondering what the timeline of that, I didn't quite catch, what's the timeline of that compared to actual construction of this project?
They're still working to confirm, to the best of my knowledge. There's a fun little deal with the Army Corps of Engineers and all the other permits, so on and so forth. So I'm not 100% sure. I want to say that this project may be, well, if we were funded, maybe underway by the time that bridge has to be replaced, but I couldn't confirm it this time.
That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Go ahead, Roxanne.
Yeah. David, thanks for your presentation. It was pretty clear and it flowed really nicely. It just led me to a couple questions. And one is you did some outreach and got some great feedback, but as you mentioned, you already have a playground and a picnic shelter. So you're not bringing any new things to this. So was it confirmed that those are the new priority, or are these changes really being driven by the condition of those facilities and a need to make them ADA accessible? And I'd say under your scope, though, because they really are replacing kind of the same, if you could share a little bit, I think it was one of the slides that I came to appreciate why you're putting in a new playground, the square footage of that playground, obviously when you go accessible, changes significantly. And you had mentioned the change in the size of your picnic shelter. So you might give us a slide that really shows that growth in those in order to make them accessible and accommodating. So if your half-mile census tract can help reinforce the playground in the picnicking, or the demographics you shared were about the city of Tukwila overall, but how does that community really need this ADA update to it? It just ties the project to the need a little bit tighter.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Good. Thanks, Roxanne. All right. Any final thoughts on this project? Genevieve, go ahead.
Super minor, but since you didn't have a lot of comments, I thought I'd throw one out there just for good measure. Slide 9, you had kind of a legend and some labels on the site plan, and I just thought maybe if you could color code them, so like number 1's blue and 2's green, it would be quicker for me to reference the legend and the site map and find what I was looking for. Yeah, otherwise, good job.
Gotcha. Thank you so much.
All right. Well, thank you, David. Appreciate it.
No, thank you so much.
Yeah, you'll be getting some written comments as well from the committee and your grant manager.
Of course.
And we'll see you again in August.
All right. Thank you, everyone, for your time.
All right. Bye-bye. All right, moving to College Place on the east side. I do not see, however, our presenter. I think Mike was planning to present this. In a minute, we are 1 hour, 2 minutes ahead of schedule. I'll shoot him an email and make sure he's field. All right, we'll give him another minute or two. I don't think I have an email from him. Emailed with him yesterday. This is when we need a little hold music to, like Safeway Muzak, you know?
Then you have the FCC again. I mean.
Well, yeah, we get our hands slapped.
What if we sang? I mean,
Ooh, go ahead, Jill.
Good.
oh, not me. No,
Yeah,
I thought you
get
wanted
it.
soothing.
You get it started. Hey, there's Mike. All right. Cutting it close.
Oh, this is Corey Crownhart from Bridgefield. I think I'm a little early.
You are. Yeah, we're waiting on Mike to join us for College Place.
Hey, I'm here.
Hey, there you are. Welcome.
Yeah, this has been a bear of a week, so I put together what I can. So, yeah.
I understand. All right. Well, if Mike, if you are ready to go, I can pass you control if you'd like to advance your own slides.
That'd be great.
Okay. And there you are. Go ahead and click on the screen and you should be able to take that.
Let's see. Whoops. Okay. Okay, well, thanks, everyone. So the presentation I have before you today is Veterans Park. So we did put an earlier application through the youth athletic facility fund to at least start it, but as we've had engagement with our community, it's mushroomed into a bigger thing, and thus we're looking for additional resources to do additional elements of it. So you can see a little schematic here of what's being proposed, and as we go through the various sections, you'll see why. Let's see here. So here is what it is now, and then here's what it could be. And you may look at a picture and be like, well, hey, why are you touching us up? So when it looks somewhat okay, the history of this is it was dedicated to the city by a developer long ago. And at the time, we didn't have park standards. Now we do. And they had some equipment from essentially Walmart, and they put in some grass, but in general, not much as far as an amenity. This neighborhood is on its own. It's where the all younger families are at. So all the affordable housing, there's 300 homes in Homestead for the youth, and really for folks of lower income. And this is like the only park out there. So it's critical, it's multifaceted, it has a lot of amenities because it gets a lot of use. So you can see, it looks decent. There's a lot more to be had. So we're trying to get basketball, pickleball in here, new playground equipment, because our big thing with that is that the stuff that was put out there was not really meant for, constant utilization. It's giving that. So we really need some newer stuff and a multi use field, really giving the turf and such where you can switch out the playground. So change that out where with the lawn and so forth, we can really double down and make that multi-use field for soccer and such. Because again, this is the only park serving all those residents. And then this is just doubling down into what we're thinking here for the total, because right now there's not really a cohesive walking network connecting everything. And really, besides the very cursory playground equipment, nothing out there. So adding a restroom, pickleball, basketball court, well-versed ADA accessible playground equipment, multi-use field, and really make this park amenity to be proud of for all, for the youth, for everyone that's out there. Just to get into the locality mindset, where are we? Southeastern Washington State. We always get confused with University Place. University Place is in Tacoma. Even though we have a university, we're College Place because the university used to be called a college. So that's the nomenclature. And Veterans Park is in one of our newer areas. So this area, the whole community, we've really been doubling down with park space and trying to figure out the pathway. We have our 18 plan We're working on our 2024 plan to update it. We have like less than about 17 acres. Our population is getting toward the 10,000 mark, so not a ton of space. You've all thankfully given us money for Lions Park, and that's under construction right now. Great amenity. Kiwanis Park a while back, you gave us funds for. Veterans Park, as you can see by that site, it's out the western extent. Whitman Drive connects it. It's behind the Adventist schools. But a lot of utilization, a lot of residents out there, and not much park space. So it's really key that we get it right. Bus route. Buses are on the other side of Rogers and Wava. Veterans Park serves that neighborhood. Removed from that, it is about a short quarter-mile walk on a multi-use path from the neighborhood and where Veterans Park is at up to the Academy and Whitman intersection over there. And then you have a circulator, and then taking the circulator, you can get to Walmart, and that's like our that is our station to get to all the other routes of Valley Transit because we're a growing community. So current conditions, so Veterans Park, it's an honor of our veterans. We have the Valley Wide Korean War Memorial, VFW put over there. We have signage, security cameras, and then playground, but very cursory playground equipment. And we're really trying to like double down on that because that is where our youth is based out of in that neighborhood. The inventory, we have some parks, but again, for a community of our size, very limited, and that's out there serving those amount of homes, over 300. We are adjacent to Walla Walla, and you have the Fort Walla Walla Park right over on the other side of Myra Road. But again, still removed from the homestead area. And you have a lot of folks that they have limited vehicular access. We have the walking infrastructure, but you need a park that is the community center park for that whole neighborhood, which serves low income. The local demand, we do have pickleball courts thanks to RCO over Kiwanis Park, but it is ridiculous how much they are scheduled. It's a statewide thing. Pickleball's like the big thing. Same with the basketball courts. So we need more. There's no restrooms at the existing park property. That needs to change. As I said, we've paid for the sins of yore. Back then there wasn't like park standards as far as this is triggered for that. Now there is. We're really trying to move toward a military themed playground proposal. It is Veterans Park, trying to theme it. And we have 300 families out there. So it's going to get the use, and there's going to be additional growth as we go to the west. So it's only going to get utilized more and more. And I'm sure as we have additional development, we'll be adding, because we have those standards now, additional parks. But for this neighborhood is what it is. And our population by 2040 is expected to grow 25%. And for local demographics, you can see some of the areas where for the tracks and such, we are fall short then. So there definitely is a need. Most of our community is deemed a federal opportunity zone, which means it's low income, and federal government has essentially the tax credits to try and incentivize investment. So anyway, you can see here just the survey of youth participating. So for leisure and parks, all of that is essentially very high. So again, we're trying to provide an additional amenity for those youth inside the city limits. Going back to the various healthy community plan, safe, affordable physical activity, because Rogers School's nearby Davis, and then we even have a summer program both at Kiwanis Park and then also here at Veterans Park. So really doubling down, making sure it's something that is multifaceted. That's what we're aiming for here. Site assessment, we have the decent road access there. We have the ability to, it's centrally located in that development. So there's homes north and south of it and sidewalks going to it both directions. Sunny spots, adequate space. We have room for parking over off Dones, which we're working at, and it's a very dense area, and it serves families are just starting out. I mean, it's really a key demographic we're trying to help here. So excellent location. It's a very well worthwhile project. And as I said, components for the purposes of specific grant ask, really working on the multi-use field and then the playground equipment and walking network and the appropriate infrastructure to get this thing going, like the sprinklers and all of that. With the previous grant we received, we are doing the pickleball and the basketball courts, the restroom. So really making us where it covers what the needs are for the community. Here's some prototypes we've been working on engineering, because again, we were just looking at the courts, but through inquiries with the public, and we have a citizen-led Park Arbor and Rec Board, this is going to be more and more of a pressing need. So some that really has a lot of good playground equipment that's in good enough condition and is rated properly so it gets used for years to come. The multi-use field, making sure we have that. And then the size, I'm the first to admit, is that a gigantic park? No, it isn't. It's roughly I believe it's like just shy of the 2 acres, but that is the park for that entire subdivision. So being sure we're careful with it, it's multifaceted, it's secure, safe, has amenities for everyone. That's what we're aiming at. Total project when you're adding everything ends up being just shy of 1.5 million. The request we made to y'all was into essentially with our local components, what it was covering, and then also the YAF grant, and we have local monies, because what through a foresight council, one of the things that they've done, which I am very proud of over the last couple of years, is they councilmanically adopted a real estate excise tax too, and then they specifically earmarked that for parks. So that was served as our local match for Lions Park, and that's going on. And we've been accumulating money for other parks because there were other projects, this one included, that is in the park plan proper. My other slide isn't showing up. Well, yeah, there. That's where it was stuck. This project is in our capital facilities plan. It's in the park plan itself because we knew we needed additional things. And the fact of the matter is that with that, it's been our capital facility plan, our park master plan, a lot of various planning documents. That's where the old slide was in the last one. But it's a very worthwhile project, and we're just trying to make sure it's to standards of our other park properties. So with that, thank you.
Great, thanks, Mike. All right, Doug, go ahead. You are muted still, Doug.
I'm starting without, I don't even care anymore. I should just leave myself unmuted. It'll be better. It'd be more entertaining at least. I like the project. I do. I do have a couple of critiques. First off, I think your intro to your project is too detailed, too involved, too long.
Okay.
You need to give that to us briefly. It's a development project. We're putting in a playground, blah, 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 boop, boop, boop. Here's what we're doing in phase one. Move on.
Okay.
Don't waste the time there. Put the information you have in there, put that into your project need, your project design, your project scope. That's where you get points. Your intro, you get no points for. So don't waste time in that.
Okay.
Review your grant manual, page 60, evaluation criteria, and make sure that your it looks like when you finally got into the actual project evaluation criteria, you followed it pretty well.
Yeah.
But make sure you go back and review that because it has changed since a couple of years ago. And wait about a week and a half to 2 weeks and then go in and do it because it's going to be relabeled. So
Oh.
you'll need to relabel your presentation again.
Okay, that's good.
Just a couple other things. First, the last two I have, slide 5.
Yeah.
What is your service area standard for parks? So you've got these parks that are circled. Is that a half mile? Is it a mile?
It ends up being about a half mile.
Half mile radius?
Yeah.
Okay. So detail that out to us.
Okay.
Okay. And let us know. And then maybe instead of a big star,
Yeah.
show us in a different color what the current site would be and what that radius looks like. So we know what area this is going to actually cover. But
Okay.
really, this doesn't add a new park to your category. It adds new features.
Yeah.
So you really want to detail that out to us. And then you kind of repeat the same information from slide 5 on
Okay.
slide 8. And I didn't know why it was in there twice.
Okay.
Because you have it in slide 5, and then you bring in the neighboring Walla Walla Park on slide 8 and talk about that. I would just bring in the neighboring Walla Walla Park on the first slide, talk about it all at once and move on.
Okay.
Looking at slide 8, I think it was 8. Yeah. So then you talk about Fort Walla Walla Park.
Yeah.
Just bring it in on one slide. Do it once.
Okay.
And then the only other thing I have is in your presentation and your cost estimate.
Yeah.
Is 1.438997.
Yeah.
So 1.4 million. In your Prism metrics,
Yeah.
your project total estimate is 1.190.
Yeah.
So I need to know why there's a difference there when we get to evaluation point.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, sounds good.
Thanks, Doug. Go ahead, Jill.
Yeah, on your overview slide that you show the proposed changes to the equipment, you have it on a couple slides, even the last one. You have the playground lit up or in a different color, but the rest of the slide is black and white, and I can't tell what that circular area is to the left of the new. I assume that's the proposed new playground that has color in it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you're adding pickleball courts in the multi-use field?
Yeah.
It looks just at the glance from this that the only thing you're building is the playground because it's a different color. So if you could maybe add colors to the areas and then there's a way to kind of blow it up or go over each feature, I think that would strengthen your application.
Okay.
And that's all I have.
Okay.
Thanks, Jill. Genevieve.
Jill kind of hit my point exactly. This slide 14 confused me because we've been looking at a lot of these, and when it's grayed out, it's usually meant that's a different phase.
Oh.
So that's where my head went when I saw this. So, and it's also very small, like the labels and the text on this, and so it's hard to read. So I'm not sure if there's a way to kind of blow it up a little bit and maybe label, everything that's included in the scope.
Okay.
My only other comment was slide 6. You've got a bus route slide.
Yeah.
But I think that might have been still in your introduction where you're not getting any points. I would move that to your sustainability section where you're going to get points on that for social factors.
Okay.
So that's all I had.
Okay.
Thanks. Doug, you got something else?
Yeah, just a clarification, Michael. Your metrics in Prism
Yeah.
do not indicate anything about pickleball courts. They indicate multi-purpose field development. Is that what the pickleball courts are?
So the multi-use field is the grass area it's replacing where the current playground is. The pickleball and basketball court, that element of it is being covered by a previous YAF grant that we're currently underway on.
Okay.
So maybe I should add something that goes a little bit into that to delineate the two a little more.
Going into that, my recommendation would be you can address the overall project, but when you're talking about the grant and what you're coming at and asking for, be very specific about it. And you can say, here's slide 1, and you can have this particular project scope slide up and talk about everything once, but then zoom into exactly what you're going to ask for the grant for. And highlight that so that we know, hey, it's part of an overall project, great, but here's what we're talking about. And then the rest of the presentation, stick with here's what we're going to talk about. Don't bring other stuff in that we're not We're not financing with this grant proposal.
Okay.
Okay?
Yep.
Thanks.
Good. Thanks, Doug. Thanks, everyone. All right, Mike, thanks for sharing your project.
For sure. Thanks, everyone.
All right, we'll see you in August.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, now, now we'll go to Ridgefield.
Wonderful. Thank you, Carl.
Corey, thanks for hanging in there. And it looks like Kristen is here as well. Corey, are you presenting though?
Yes, I'll be presenting.
All right.
All right.
Great.
So I have control of the slides at this point.
Just give me just a minute. You can see you can see it okay?
I sure can.
Excellent.
Perfect.
There we go. Now go ahead and click on the screen. That should activate it.
Perfect. All right. Well, good afternoon. My name is Corey Crownhart, and I'm the Parks Manager for the City of Ridgefield. Now, I'm honored to present the proposal today, and I'd like to start by extending my gratitude to the Resource Conservation Office and the Selection Committee for taking the time to review our application for the development of Boyce Park. Today, I'll provide an overview of the grant proposal for the first phase of Boyce Park's development. Located in North Central Ridgefield, this project seeks a $500,000 WWRP grant to help us meet the total budget of $1.08 million. We aim to complete the project by June 30th of 2026. Our main focus is on creating a state-of-the-art pump track while addressing the recreational needs of underserved neighborhoods in our community. This project will not only benefit cyclists, but also longboarders and other users of human-powered wheels. To give you some context, Ridgefield is situated in Southwest Washington. This region is renowned for its picturesque landscape and outdoor activities, making it an ideal location for a new park that emphasizes recreation and community engagement. Ridgefield is part of North Clark County, strategically positioned along the I-5 transportation corridor. It's conveniently located near major cities, 12 miles north to Vancouver, south to Portland, and north of us to Longview. We're also adjacent to the Ridgefield Wildlife Refuge, which is managed by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, which is a pretty unique natural element for our community. Boyce Park would be situated in north central Ridgefield, a rapidly growing area that currently lacks adequate community park facilities. It is in proximity to smaller neighborhood parks such as DeMello Park, Rose Homestead Park, and Lark Park. Additionally, it's near several trails that provide connectivity to different parts of our city, including paths leading southwest to Pioneer Street and Raymond Road, east towards Paradise Point Development, and southeast towards Pioneer Street and Royal Road Roundabout, where our main grocery store is. This neighborhood, bustling with young families, will greatly benefit from a comprehensive community park. Taking a look at our needs and our priorities. Presently, the proposed site is undeveloped and lacks essential amenities like parking access. The property is adjacent to a stream, offering a beautiful natural setting that we plan to enhance. The local neighborhood lacks a community park, as stated before, and Boyce Park aims to fill that void, providing a space where residents can gather, play, and enjoy the outdoors. The nearest bike parks are relatively distant from Ridgefield. For instance, Cloney Park Bike Track in Longview, Washington is 28 miles north, Bill Hamlick Park in Washougal is 29 miles southeast, and Gateway Green Park in Portland is 24 miles south. Boyce Park would be the first dedicated bike park in Clark County. Our proposed 10,000 square foot pump track would be the largest in the area, making it a premier destination for cycling enthusiasts across the region. North Central Ridgefield currently has a significant gap in park services. The closest neighborhood parks are located to the east at Abrams Park and southeast at Horns Corner Park. Boyce Park will not only address this service gap, but also enhance trail connectivity, linking residents to other parks and trail facilities throughout this area. It's really the key connection for North Central Ridgefield. The project site lacks adequate parking and accessible sidewalks. which are crucial for community access. Our project plan includes a gravel parking lot and right-of-way improvements to provide better access to the park and ensure it is easily reachable for all residents of all abilities. It's no secret that Ridgefield has been one of the fastest growing cities in Washington. Our population grew from about 6,000 residents in 2014 to over 15,000 by the end of 2023. Projections indicate that Ridgefield population is going to reach 27,000 by 2045, accompanied by an influx of nearly 9,800 new jobs. This sustained growth underscores the need of expanded recreational services to serve our growing community. On top of that, our demographic analysis reveals that Ridgefield's population is relatively young compared to other municipalities in Clark County. Young families are a significant portion of our community, and they need recreational services that promote the well-being and enrichment of their children. Boyce Park will provide a much-needed facility to support youth health, mental health, and overall community well-being. Our project aligns with our Parks, Recreation, and Open Spaces plan adopted in 2020. A key recommendation of the plan is to accommodate small-scale skate park and bike scale features, or pump tracks, into new and existing park sites. As stated on page 98 of our pros plan, additionally, one of the goals is to ensure new parks and renovated facilities feature unique design traits that enhance Ridgefield's sense of place. Boyce Park would do just that. The centerpiece of phase one for the development of Boyce Park is the 10,000 square foot pump track, designed to accommodate cyclists, longboarders, and other wheeled sports enthusiasts. This asphalt facility will be one of the largest and most advanced pump tracks in the region, similar to those found in Bellingham and Leavenworth, Washington. It will provide a unique and engaging recreational opportunity for residents and visitors alike. To support the park's users, we're including a gravel parking lot that can accommodate several vehicles. The landscaping improvements will feature native plants and enhanced drainage systems, ensuring a pleasant environment for passive recreation. Open lawns will provide flexible spaces for creative play and various recreational activities. We are committed to improving access to the park through right-of-way enhancements, including new sidewalks and utility connections. These improvements will increase accessibility for non-motorized travel, making it easier for pedestrians and cyclists to reach the park. Additionally, these connections will link the park to existing area trails, creating a cohesive network for outdoor activities and ensuring the park is well integrated into the community. Taking a look at our master plan, the Boyce Park master plan emphasizes a bike-centric approach to recreation, featuring a pump track as the primary element of phase one. Future phases will expand the park's offerings with a jump track, support facilities such as restrooms, irrigation systems, and shelters. The master plan also includes right-of-way improvements, trail connections, an observation deck, picnic shelters, and passive recreation areas like open lawns for various activities. This comprehensive approach ensures that Boyce Park will cater to a wide range of recreational needs and preferences. Now, specifically for phase one of Boyce Park, we're focusing on several key elements. First of which, as mentioned before, it's a 10,000 square foot pump track, providing a high quality facility for cycling and other wheeled sports. 2, sidewalk connections and right-of-way improvements to enhance neighborhood access. 3, a gravel parking lot to accommodate park visitors. And 4, landscaping and irrigation improvements to support passive recreation and maintain the park's aesthetic appeal. Looking at the budget, the total budget for phase one is $1.08 million. We are seeking $500,000 from the RCO, which accounts for 46% of the total project costs. The city of Ridgefield will match this with $581,000, covering about 54% of the budget. Administrative, architectural, and engineering expenses are kept at $114,000, or about 12% of the total budget, well below the 20% maximum allowed. This careful budget planning ensures that the majority of the funds are directed towards creating a high-quality park facility. Community engagement has been integral in the development of this project. We actively saw input from various stakeholders, including public leaders such as Parks Board, City Council. We conducted community meetings through Ridgefield Roundtable, our online survey system, and received more than 250 responses. We also held numerous meetings with local neighbors, user groups, and community service organizations to gather diverse perspectives and ensure the park meets the community's needs. The feedback we received from the community has been invaluable. Residents emphasize the importance of trails, walking paths, and play areas. These priorities have been incorporated into our project plan, ensuring that Boyce Park will provide the amenities most desired by this community. Although biking was not the top priority on the survey, stakeholders highlighted its importance. The data shows that family time, exploring nature, and play were top considerations, which align with our project goals. Boyce Park's bike park will cater to these priorities by offering a safe and engaging environment for families and young people to enjoy the outdoors together. Environmental sustainability is a key aspect of any project, and we've taken that into this case as well. We plan to use native plantings and rain gardens and other landscaped areas to support local biodiversity and manage stormwater runoff effectively. A resource management plan is in development to ensure the park's long-term sustainability and minimize the need for heavy machinery and maintenance activities, thereby reducing our environmental footprint. Boyce Park will promote healthy lifestyles and social connections through its diverse recreational offerings. The park will be accessible via multiple trail networks, enhancing connectivity and encouraging physical activity. By providing a space for community members to gather, play, and interact, the park will strengthen social bonds and contribute to the overall well-being of Ridgefield's residents. Economically, Boyce Park will support local development by attracting visitors to support events, races, tournaments, and community activities. These events will create opportunities for local businesses and boost the local economy. The unique features of this park will make Ridgefield a destination for outdoor enthusiasts, further enhancing its economic impact. We have planned for cost efficiencies through the combination of local appropriations, grant support, volunteer contributions, and donations. Additionally, we will use sustainable and locally sourced materials to minimize costs. Our design considerations are focusing on reducing construction and maintenance expenses, ensuring that the project is both economical and environmentally sustainable for the long term. In summary, Boyce Park will provide Ridgefield and North Clark County with a unique recreational facility that supports the health, well-being, and character of our community. We're excited about the potential partnership with the Resource Conservation Office to bring this project to life. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
All right, thank you, Corey. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Feedback on the Ridgefield project. Jill, go ahead, and then Roxanne.
Yeah, if you could go to slide number 8 for me.
Sure.
There are the different colored lines here, and I was unclear on what those represented.
Yes, we can add a legend to that. The red lines are trails, blue lines are enhanced sidewalks.
Perfect. Yeah, I would definitely add a key for that. Thank you.
Anytime.
Thanks, Jill. Go ahead, Roxanne.
Yeah. Great project, Corey. A couple things that I guess crossed my mind or caused some confusion that maybe you can clear up for is when you showed the site, it really seems to feel a neighborhood level. I realize that box is bigger because there's a bunch of green space behind it.
Mm-hmm.
And your plan talked about small scale spaces for the pump track and these type of activities, but you also talked about regional and big size events. So my mind is having difficulty putting events in that space, given where it is tucked in the neighborhood and how you use it. So just some thought to tighten up those storylines a little bit in terms of whether it will or won't be a destination. There's value, you know, both ways, but don't feel like you're trying to push it into both of those boxes if it really is there to meet your community's need. Also, you talked about accessibility in the parking lot a lot, but it's going to be gravel. So none of the pictures, they all show, you know, a nice paved stall, which is not the case of what's going to be there. And then this might be for Carl, the right of way and street frontage, are those able to be included in the project?
If they are required as part of the permitting process, which is, it's pretty common that you're required to do street frontage, you know, lights and sidewalks and stuff. Anything beyond that, though, would not be. Like, you couldn't extend a sidewalk further, you know, that's a, you know, that'd be a like public works type transportation project. But if it's, you know, right alongside the park, it's a pretty common requirement that you're going to get from your planning department that you got to do, you know, upgrade to whatever the local standard is. So
Perfect.
Absolutely, all good information. The for the events, what we're looking at is a 10,000 square foot facility is the minimum size for a pump track racing type of events. So those are kind of some of the activities we may be looking at bringing for this site. Just depends on availability of the city to do something like that. All that being said, building a 10,000 square foot facility is what we're looking for, because then that fits that threshold that they're looking for potential racing.
Yeah, understand. There's just the infrastructure that goes with that, right? In terms of parking, restroom, all these other pieces. And we saw some great, you know, sustainability, it's social and events, but the pictures were about more downtown events and not necessarily events that I could envision occurring on the site. Yeah.
thanks. Anne, go ahead, and then Chaz.
Can you go to slide 17, please?
Yeah.
So this slide, it would be helpful, I think, if you could gray out the parts that aren't part of this phase, because there's a lot going on. And I was just having a hard time tracking. And then also at the top, there's some stuff that seems to go outside of the boundaries of the park. And so that was a little confusing. So just to help us focus, can you just show us what's going on, you know, in this
and I can more clearly, the slide before is where this image comes from. Those white lines here are parcel lines, but those are both owned by the city and will be part of that park. So parcel, essentially everything except for where the existing residence is part of the park.
Oh.
Yes, so that line is probably confusing because it's a parcel line.
Yeah, I was thinking that was the outside of the whole,
nope,
whole
park goes all the way out to the edges
of
this picture.
Yeah, I definitely was confused by that.
Okay, thank you, and easy thing to fix.
Yeah, you could overlay a different solid line or something showing the park boundary.
Cool.
Chaz, go ahead.
Actually, I was thinking slide 17 as well. I was thinking that you could actually just draw boxes around the elements that you're talking about versus erasing lines. But and then back to slide 7. Yeah, so you're talking about the different facilities, super cool. It was very informative. But as I was spinning and thinking about how far away these things were, I was like, "Where's Ridgefield on this map?" So I think just giving a little star about Ridgefield and the location of this,
I got you,
would kind of highlight, you know, how far away this stuff is.
You don't know where my city is, Chaz?
I do. No, I do. You told me earlier.
Yeah, I think we can do that. That's an easy one. That's slide 7.
Yep. That's it.
Good, thanks. All right, any final thoughts on this one?
One last thought, Carl. I thought maybe on the population slide, there might have been 2 different population totals on there. Like on the upper left, there was a total, but then the population In
Slide
2023
10.
on the side was a different number, I think.
Oh, like here versus over here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So maybe put that 15,000 up there on the top left, and that just makes your need all that stronger to show that many more people that might use the
22. I think this looks like 22, maybe.
Yeah, this is data from the
2022.
U.S. Census Bureau is what that statistic came from, but I can change that with the one for 15,000 and properly source
yeah.
that.
Catch. All right. Well, thanks, Corey. Appreciate it.
Thank you all so much. Very helpful. I appreciate it.
All right. Good. See you again in August.
All right. Bye-bye.
All right, folks, we've got one more, and it looks like Vicky is here to present. So welcome, Vicky.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Awesome. Okay.
Can you see your slide up there okay?
I can see everything. Can you guys?
Yep. Yep. Do you want to advance your own slides? Should I give you control, or you want me to do that for you?
I can do it.
Okay. Cool. Hold on 1 minute. There you go.
Okay.
Now you should be able to take it.
Let me just give it a try, make sure. Let's see.
Yeah, that worked.
Yeah, I think I got it.
Great. All right.
Okay.
Well, whenever, go right ahead. You have 12 minutes.
Okay, I'll make it quick. Hi, everybody. Thank you for having us. I'm Vicki Carter, the director of the Spokane Conservation District. And in the room with me is Corey Turntine. She's our operations manager, as well as Lisette Walzer, who is our consultant with Integrant. And today we'll be presenting the Spokane Conservation District Quarry Campus Development Project under the RCO Local Parks Division. Let's see. Oh, there we go. Okay. So there are over 3,000 conservation districts across the U.S. landscape, with 45 of those in Washington State. We received our operating law under RCW 8908, and in 1941 was when the Spokane Conservation District was actually enacted. We're charged with providing technical assistance and resources to our landowners and operators, which encompass the Spokane County jurisdictional boundaries. And for us, that's being in charge of 1.1 million acres. Of that, 400,000 of it is in forest acreage, 300,000 is in agriculture, with the remaining acreage in urban and mixed use and non-developed land. It's also 68 lakes and over 500 miles of river, streams, and tributaries. So that's just a little bit of background about conservation districts as a whole. To do that work, in addition to the operations team, we have 4 primary departments, and that's production agriculture, water resources, forestry, and education. And we have a number of programs and projects that fall within each one of those departments that are all, I would consider to be very robust in the Spokane County region. As far as local need and priority for this project, the campus resides in an urban high-growth community between the city of Spokane and the city of Spokane Valley. We, in fact, bridge those 2 municipalities with our location, serving them both and the surrounding Spokane County as a whole. The city of Spokane Valley has a population of 107,000 with an expected growth rate of 1.8% annually. And the city of Spokane has a current population of 231,000 with an expected growth rate of another 13,000 residents by 2027. And additionally, again, this project area draws from the unincorporated areas as well, adding more need and pressure on the existing sites that are in our area. The lack of public green space, canopy cover, and natural areas, combined with Spokane County's high percentage of residents that fall below the poverty level, presents an obvious need for access to recreational areas, especially those that are in proximity to our campus and that offer community events, educational opportunities, and access to nature trails. In 2018, the Recreation and Conservation Plan for Washington State reported that walking in general and walking on trails ranked as one of the top activities in Washington based on participation rates across all the demographics that were surveyed. Additionally, RCO's report on health benefits of contact with nature address the many mental and physical health benefits of outdoor recreation, particularly, again, walking, hiking, and biking. So from our site on 8th Avenue, there's alternative modes of transportation which are supported, including bicycle lanes, walkability, and access through our public transportation system called the STA, Spokane Transit Authority. The public trail system that we'll be offering, along with the viewpoints, restrooms, picnic shelters, and learning labs, can be accessed once you're inside the campus. An increase in the overall residential population of Spokane will translate into more stress on our parks, our natural areas, our sensitive landscapes, and our wildlife habitats. And we're seeing that very clearly as the development just continues all the way around us in this particular part of Spokane County. Overuse of existing sites is already being noted in places such as Dishman Hills to the east of us, the Minnehaha Park just to the north of us, and many others are experiencing changes in the flora and fauna due to climate change activities such as wildfire and rising temperatures. So without expansion or adoption of additional green spaces such as this project, we'll continue to see a decline in our environmental communities to our existing spaces. The Spokane Conservation District acquired this property, now known as the Quarry Campus, in 2017 through the use of our district general operating funds. We purchased it for $1.2 million. The property is fully owned and operated by the Spokane Conservation District. The 50-acre site, again, is strategically located between the cities of Spokane and the Spokane Valley. It offers vital watershed habitat, outdoor recreational opportunities, conservation education uses to Spokane and the surrounding communities. It now houses our headquarters, our offices here, as well as a partnership building with the Washington State Small Business Development Center being located there, as well as the WSU Master Gardeners demonstration area, a nature-based preschool, and opening in the spring of 2025, we will have the Spokane's first year-round permanent structure farmers market, or this permanent farmers market in Spokane County. This will be called the Scale House Market. I'm going to go back to that slide really, well, no, I'm going to, never mind. As far as the project scope goes, the funding from RCO will support improvements to the existing 1.5 miles of trail that we already have built out by expanding those trails an additional 0.5 to 1 mile. Improvements will increase the overall walkability and use by expanding the trail width and then remediating some of the substrate and the water issues that we have on the property. Purchase and installation of 5 interpretive signs will also be a part of this, and a minimum of 25 trail markers as wayfinding signs along the pathways. We expect these signs will be linked to multilingual options as well, including Spanish and Salish. Installation of an entry sign and a kiosk will mark the entrance of the trail system and provide an important map for our visitors. And then there will also be the development of a geologic, very significant viewpoint that we have here on the property. There will also be construction and installation of 3 covered open-aired learning stations on the trail system, 6 recycled urban wood and repurposed metal benches for resting areas along the trail system, 3 mobile style restrooms, installation of garbage and recycling receptacles. Of course, it'll include some of the engineering and architectural costs, and we anticipate that our project can be completed within 24 months of the award date. The proposed project is part of a 5-phased overall campus plan that we developed back in 2019. We are fully engaged in this plan. It has been revised just last September. This master plan took 18 months of design, and it was a community approach with stakeholders coming from partners as well as the public at large. Phase 1 of that is complete. That was the actual site evaluation and cleanup, the construction of our office, parking and demonstration sites that are on site today, and a reclamation and renaturing project that consists of over 4,000 trees that have been planted on site. Phase 2 was the initial trail development and the construction of our partnership building, which now houses the Small Business Development Center, as well as engaging our partner, the Nest Preschool. And phase 3 is really where we're landing right now. We have an installed tree nursery. We're building out a community garden right now. We have a food forest with native and indigenous foods being planted. That'll be completed in September of this year. It'll include the outdoor and education recreation stations, the trail extension, and the public facilities. We're currently working on phase 2 or finishing up phase 2 and working in phase 3, again, where RCO's funds will be used to support the recreational trail development and expansion, as well as the outdoor shelters. As far as project engagement goes, the participation was started before we actually purchased this property. We held 3 public meetings to our area residents and officials, asking them what they wanted for this particular area, again, being in this vital area of Spokane County and being a neighbor to an area that has become much more urbanized in the last 15 years. From the beginning, we just have received overwhelming support and enthusiasm for the project as we moved forward. In some cases, our residents expressed tears of joy when we talked about ideas and plans that we had. And in other cases, we were actually met with standing ovations as we talked through our ideas for this site. And again, just keep in mind that the former use of this was not only a rock quarry, but for 10 years it operated as a batch asphalt plant. So there was all kinds of traffic, including dust, noise, trucks rolling in and out. So it became something that the community did not appreciate fully. Since 2017, since that time that we purchased, we have reached out through a variety of other meetings, events, and social media to solicit public support. And to date, we have not received any negative feedback, but rather more questions and anxious anticipation about how soon we'll be open to the public. Since our inception, we have over 20 documented public input opportunities or sessions, and that includes more than 500 direct contacts and literally over thousands indirectly through postcards, social media, our podcast, and our annual tree sale. And this is just a list of a few of those events that we have been able to capture public input for this process. As far as project sustainability goes, this has become a line item in our budget for operations and maintenance, but we will also continue to pursue local, state, and federal grants to support this project and some of the other things that are going on the property using private fundraising, donations, and our Friends of the Quarry and other valuable partnerships that we have. And then our cost efficiencies for this project, we anticipate just over $500,000. That's a 51% match for the Spokane Conservation District to come in with. We're able to meet this as described in the budget. And the efficiencies that we can offer immediately are that the land has already been acquired and that is complete. But by the time this project ensues, we'll have an on-site well-trained NRAP workforce. In fact, that's something that is new to the Spokane Conservation District. We just launched that program today in another meeting it's a partnership with EPA and the Pacific Education Institute, where we are taking youth in their last year of high school and bringing them into an internship program. As they graduate, they'll be moving into a 2-year program at the Spokane Community College, working for us for 3 years, and all combined, they will be able to enter the workforce fully trained and educated. And then again, I just want to stress the importance of the Friends of the Quarry, which is a volunteer group, and our community partnerships like the Land Council that we work so closely with. And I know I went through that very quickly, but I just want to thank you again for the opportunity and open it up for questions.
Great, thank you, Vicki. All right, feedback on this one. So Ivana, go ahead, and then Genevieve.
Yeah, this sounds like a great project. I think you could probably save some time on your presentation and maybe give us a little more substance for scoring. If you were to spend a little bit less time on the history or past phases and really focus in on what this phase and what this grant would fund. I didn't quite grasp the scope of what this RCO application was for until slide 11, when you gave a verbal kind of scope that it's for the trail and the shelter. And at the same time, I was looking in Prism to see what is this, project. Because there's a lot of great phases beforehand, but I think you can just cover those quickly. And then in your introduction, it would be nice if you gave us some maps of where the campus is located, and just a real high level overview of what the project that you're going to talk more in detail to us about is about. So yeah, and I would have loved to hear a little bit more about the trail and those sort of things.
Okay, thank you. It was a little bit hard to hear you, but I think we got it between the three of us. And I am going to apologize because we were late in being, or I was late, I should say, in being able to prepare this presentation. And I didn't know that there was a specific format for it. And so I believe on Sunday afternoon, I received word that I had, until the close of business on Monday to be able to resubmit. So I appreciate that we were able to resubmit, but I did not have all of the information. And yes, I totally respect what you just said, and we would love to be able to have the opportunity to enhance this.
Great. You will have plenty of time to do that. So thanks. Genevieve, go ahead.
It's nice that you guys offer this run through and then be able to critique it and then be able to come back again. So thank you.
Yeah. Go ahead, Genevieve, and then Anne.
Yeah. Hi, Vicki. My comments are actually pretty similar to Silvana, so I won't spend too much time on them. But I think we've seen several projects where some applicants didn't realize they could actually do multiple slides for each criterion. So like at the beginning, you were on need and priority for quite a while, and you had some powerful statements that you were making, some talking points. But it's nice when you have a visual to kind of make the point as well. It resonates that much more clearly. So you can have 4 slides on that to hit each one of your talking points if you want. The other thing I couldn't help but kind of wish I was able to see was the trail plan. I didn't actually see the trail laid out on the landscape. Where's it going to go?
It's right there, and I know it's not a great picture at all, but there it is.
Yeah, and I want to know. I see in Prism how far it is. It's half a mile to 1 mile, but I would love to see that. Just a couple of slides just on the trail, since that's really what you're looking to get funding for.
I will make sure that happens. Yes.
Okay. Thanks, Vicki.
Thank you.
Anne, go ahead, and then Doug.
So knowing that you did this in a day, that's really impressive. So I'm sure that you'll clean it up before next time, but just a few things. So it'd be really helpful to start with, like was mentioned, just a summary of what the project is. Just like the first sentence, you are, doing a trail. Start there so we're oriented.
Okay.
And then I was going to talk about adding slides. And then RCO does have a YouTube where all of these presentations are being live streamed. So you'll be able to look at other people's and see how they structured it. And I think that will give you a real good feel for how to touch up your presentation.
Thank you. I did jump on. I will say I did jump on, and I did watch one of them. But I will make sure that this is much stronger in those elements.
Yeah, and so it'll all be available on YouTube after the fact too. So
okay,
go back and look at a bunch of them. Look at ones that are similar to yours. See who your competition is.
Yeah, thanks, Anne. Yeah, we have a full day tomorrow. That will be live streamed, and then like Anne mentioned, they're also being recorded, so they will be available within a few days. They'll get posted. But if you have time tomorrow, you can just pop on for an hour and watch a few.
Perfect. I will take the opportunity to do that.
Yeah. Doug, go ahead.
Everybody's covered pretty much most of what I had to say. The only thing I had that was kind of additional, and it was kind of touched on, was I think when you're orienting us to where the Spokane Conservation District is and where this project is, I would love to see a map that maybe shows your district boundaries. And then the project and site location within the district boundaries. So what area do you serve? And then what area is this particular property going to serve? I mean, this tells me where the site location is, but I'd like to see overall, like, hey, where does Spokane Conservation District located? What's your boundaries? And then go from there to here's the site location and here's the service area for this site location.
And I think one of the mistakes that I have made is that I assumed that you guys all actually got our comprehensive plan where there's all these graphs and pictures, and I didn't want to duplicate all of that for you. So that was a mistake on my part because I thought they've already seen this. I'm supposed to do this summary. So I think that was just an interpretation that I made.
Yeah, no, you just I've said it before, I'll say it again. For this, you need to look at what are you doing with the grant? You need to walk us through it and spoon feed it to us. Give us a quick introduction, what's going on, and then go right into project need and go right through the criteria, you know, A, B, C, D, E, and put it in order so that we know exactly what we're scoring when we're scoring it.
Got it.
Thanks. Go ahead, Chaz, and then Genevieve.
Yeah. Hi, Vicki. It's nice
Hi,
to see
Chaz.
you. The only thing I think, I mean, of course, echoing what everybody else said, but I think the other key point to remember is that each of our criteria have different values, and you want to make sure to spend more time on the higher value criteria than the other values. So just keep that in mind as you're building your slide deck and presentation.
Great. Thank you for that. I did see that.
Yeah, thanks. Go ahead, Genevieve.
Yeah, sorry, I had one other thought that Doug mentioned something and it reminded me. I live in Spokane, so I know exactly where this is at and everything, so I'm following along. But maybe you mentioned Minnehaha and Dishman Hills when you were talking about that, but a lot of people on the call probably don't know where those are in proximity to this. So when you're thinking about that, kind of like this slide right here, maybe another one that zoomed out a little bit and just show proximity to those other trail locations.
Okay.
Good idea. Thanks. All right. Any final thoughts on this one? Great. Well, thank you, Vicki, for joining us. You'll get written comments as well from the committee, as well as your grants manager, who will be able to help you out in revising for the final evaluation in August.
Great. Thank you again for the opportunity. And I do appreciate all the feedback.
All right. Great. Have a good night.
Thanks. You too.
All right, folks, we made it to the end. Almost on time. Look at that. Holy smokes. Well, for anyone joining us out there, thank you very much. That is the end of day 3, WWRP Local Parks. We will be back tomorrow for 1.